my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba.
All right, 8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour. It's a brand new week if you're listening live, and we thank you for being with us. Don't forget, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and we'll take those. They'll be unscreened this hour, but you're always welcome to join in the conversation. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us at top of the next hour for the main show, but until then, it's the kickoff hour, the two good time, with the two other guys that we call the good time gang. Over to my left, it's Greg Burgess. To my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
Hey, back again.
Yeah.
Boys.
Let me be the first to say, Greg, and to you, Lisa, happy 35th wedding anniversary, buddy.
Yes, long time.
And I know you hate it, and I get it, but that's quite the accomplishment.
Yeah, really. It went fast though.
Yeah. And I look, I know you. That's we want to stop there because you even hate us mentioning it.
No, we'll mention
But
it.
but congratulations,
Yeah,
man.
well, thank you very much.
And I know that to celebrate the day, y'all will do your annual pizza run.
You know, we haven't had that discussion, but I think we might ought to.
I think that's what you've brought up. Either
Yeah.
that or her birthday. I can't remember which one.
No, it's the anniversary.
It is the anniversary.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Well,
that
maybe.
is today, and it's 35 years.
Yeah.
So,
But guess what? If you don't want to do pizza, don't do it.
oh yeah,
You know.
I will.
But I remember you telling me that story. It's been years ago. You're like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, no, that's our thing, man.
Yeah.
We're running, go grab some pizza, come back.
It's kind of cheap. I mean,
You know, whatever,
can you do?
whatever it takes. You know
it's
what?
a good pizza.
But
Come
when
on.
when you get to 35 years, you're doing something right. So do whatever you want.
There you go.
You know.
That's right.
Well, I know we have a lot to recap this past weekend. We had a birthday celebration down at the farm for your sister Angie,
Turned 50.
which brought family and grandkids, and I've seen some of the pictures, so I cannot wait for the stories from that.
The kids loved it. They had a ball. The weather was perfect,
Yep.
and they were really enjoying the farm. They
Yeah.
didn't want to leave. None of them did.
They and I understand you got home about the time to go to bed and then get back up and come back this
What's
way.
wrong with that?
No. And Helmsy took the Lady Gamecocks over to Atlanta to Kennesaw State. So I know you had a busy weekend.
By the way, I didn't know my voice, guys. I don't know what's going on. Probably COVID, but
Do you feel okay?
I felt fine the last few days, but I've had this sore throat. Sore throat has been there legitimately, and then my voice is just it keeps doing this. One day it'll be fine, one day it's not. It's about 4 days now.
It's pollen. It's starting to drop.
And it may be that. I don't know. But anyway, apologize. So, yeah, we went over to Kennesaw. First of all, I didn't know they had 35,000 students at that school. It's a big school.
It is. It does surprise you, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And the way you go, you don't go I-20 to Atlanta and cut over. You go back roads like through Piedmont and that way.
Yeah.
And I forgot how
Through
beautiful.
Dallas.
Yes,
Yep.
I forgot how beautiful it is back
is
there.
good.
It is.
Some of the nicest, most beautiful countryside I've
Is
ever
that
seen.
Cobb County?
Yes, it is Cobb County.
And go ahead and say Barnes.
Yeah, there's
Did you
a lot
see
of
any
barns.
good ones and think
Yeah.
about me? Oh, look, Speedy would love that barn.
Did see a couple barns for
Yeah.
sure. But
Nice
yeah, we did
barns.
that. I guess that was Saturday. Friday was in Jacksonville practicing, and then yesterday I binge watched the show entire day.
Oh,
Fool Me Once on Netflix.
Fool me once.
fool me once.
Little murder mystery.
Oh, fool me once.
Yeah, I think that's what it was called. I was watching it, and Amanda came in there. She goes, "Oh, I've seen that. That's good. You ain't gonna believe the ending." And she was like, "You never figure out who actually did it." And I said, "Okay, we'll see about that." And I didn't see it coming.
Surprise.
I didn't see it
It was
coming.
good. It was Al. It's going to get on Greg's nerves because it's a show that was done out in the United Kingdom, and they've got
The mouth.
the mouth's
Oh,
fine.
yeah,
It's
United
original.
Kingdom,
It's
yeah.
it's in original English, but the accent may get you.
Is
tried
it tough to like understand what they're saying?
No,
No?
no.
Okay.
But you know stuff like that.
I
gets
could
on
live
his
with
nerves.
accent, but like we tried to watch that. It's on Netflix about where they were doing coal mining and the whole town collapses in the ground, but their mouths were not with it because it was in another language.
Yeah, you
I
couldn't
couldn't
stay
watch
with
it.
Couldn't stay with it.
Couldn't watch it. Turned it right off.
Go to something else.
Yeah.
It's called Fool Me Once.
Fool me once. Okay. And you said it's a murder mystery.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's good.
Oh, as
Are you
long as they ain't a
happy
lot of
with it?
Thriller.
subtitles.
Oh yeah, crime thriller.
Will there be season 2? Is it?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. Based off the way it ended, I don't think.
All right. Well, some of these it focuses on whoever's investigating it. And so they might have solved that murder mystery, but then the next season will be another one.
Yeah, this is not
It's
one
not
of
going to be that
those.
way?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
No, I don't believe so. Could be, but I don't think so.
Well, good. Well, at least you had a day of rest and,
That's all I
and,
did.
and binging.
That's
That's
all I
good.
did. And then Amanda wanted to watch Gilded Age last night, so I was in front of the TV a lot.
Well, good. Sometimes you need that.
I needed that day.
Yeah, that's
needed
good
that.
stuff.
We watched
My throat needed that day.
we watched a few of the leftovers. That thing is weird.
It gets
Getting
weirder.
weirder. The way that the seasons start, they always got some throwback. One, it was a woman, a cave people.
So you've how far are you in the second
I'm,
season?
No, I'm through with the second. I'm in the third.
Are you kidding me?
No.
You watched a lot
good
too then.
night.
Yeah.
So I'm still in the second. Amanda's not with me on that one, so I'm like, I'll just watch it when I can.
It's weird. Pretty good.
I thought
I feel
was
like a
for
loser.
sure-
I haven't binged anything.
I was for sure you would bail after the second episode of the second season because they didn't bring the characters in from the previous
Yeah,
season
but
until
they-
about the third one,
You're
third
right.
episode.
Yeah. And you had warned me.
Yeah.
Or I would have been.
I didn't know they were going to bring them
But
back.
it worked out good. That part actually did
Yeah, it
work out
did.
good.
yeah.
The storyline with his dad, it's just weird.
Yeah.
You get in season 3, you'll see what I'm talking
Well, that's what
I feel like y'all
I'm not
talking about
there yet.
Jack State directions. Y'all just looking right over
about.
me.
Yeah, well, you haven't. It's not. Again, though, I figure. I told Lisa, I said, what's going to happen? There's only 3 seasons, so
Yeah.
it's obviously been canceled. So it'll probably they did. The third season they didn't know it was going to be canceled, so they'll probably leave you hanging. Then you'll never know anything.
Right.
So I don't know.
It's thought provoking, though. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. I mean, it's good. It's entertaining.
You'd like the crime thriller "Fool Me Once"
Oh, I bet I would.
that I watched.
Would I like it?
Yeah, hell
Nah,
yeah.
you wouldn't like it.
You would. You would. And and y'all won't figure it out either till the end.
I like those kind.
Yeah.
Well, I went to Pensacola.
That's good, buddy.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back. 866 We Be Big.
Good to hear.
All right. So we all heard Helmsy and Greg talking about binging. Was it called Leftovers?
Yeah.
If you owe back taxes, fair warning, the IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's up to the new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Tax Network USA has war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. Tax Network USA learned of a limited-time offer, an IRS offer. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000 or visit tnusa.com/Bubba. Winter weather has a way of making you crave comfort food, so HelloFresh is here to help you do the chili season right. Check out their largest menu yet that has something for everyone, including meals that are quicker than restaurant delivery and 25% cheaper than takeout. Join today and get free breakfast for the life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box with active subscription with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. You might disagree, but things aren't as dismal as they seem. Now, there's a point. Your family, their future, your future, you all deserve a chance. You all deserve the protection. Turn to self-reliance with My Patriot Supply. Start with 4-week emergency food kits by Ready Hour. These meals last up to 25 years in storage. Stock up on all the food kits your family needs at preparewithbubba.com. Get each Ready Hour 4-week food kit for $60 off and free shipping. That's preparewithbubba.com. Also find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Resolving to eat healthier this year was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. Well, Field of Greens is our healthy superfruit and vegetable habit in my house. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you resolve to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com. There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth. And folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. The best thing to bring with me wherever I go, my Raycon Everyday Earbuds. Raycons offer amazing audio quality at half the price of other premium audio brands with noise isolation, 3 customizable sound profiles, and a 32-hour battery life. They're perfect for listening to anything, anytime. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews. Get 20% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com.
Hey folks, when you love someone, you protect them the best way you can. That's why we recommend home security from simplysafebubba.com. SimpliSafe is an advanced system that protects every inch of your home. Plus, it's backed by 24/7 with professional monitoring for fast emergency response for less than $1 a day. Order now and get 20% off any new SimpliSafe system with Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
When was the last time you checked your home's title? Is it still in your name? Fox News reported on a growing, devastating crime called house stealing. The titles to all our homes are easily found online. A criminal, a renter, or even a family member simply forges your signature on a home sale form and refiles as the new owner. Bam, your home is not in your name. Has some criminal taken over your title? Find out with a free comprehensive scan of your home's title and 30 days of legendary home title lock protection when you go to HometitleLock.com and use the promo code Bubba. You know how you go into stores and the towels can feel super soft, but then when you get home, they don't dry you? Not my towels from MyPillow. They're really soft, but they really work too. What a concept. They're made with a special ring-spun cotton, making them softer and more absorbent than other towels that are out there. Get a 6-piece set for an introductory sale price of $29.98, and you get the designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% right now on all my towels. So head to mypillow.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
All right, 20 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour. We are starting a brand new week with you. We kind of updated some things here. This first segment on the weekends, it is Greg and Lisa's 35th wedding anniversary. That'll be a theme today. Angie Burgess was celebrated her 50th birthday down at the Burgess farm, and it had a lot of family and fun and grandkids, and so we'll hear about that as well today. Lots of other updates, maybe even one from Bubba's update on the lake house. I know that's been pretty active.
Wrapping it up.
Yep. Helmsy had a day of binging yesterday, but was over with the Lady Gamecocks to Kennesaw State this past weekend. I went down to Pensacola. UAH played West Florida. Got to see my sister and brother-in-law, which was awesome. We stayed with them. Terry and I went down, and it was just a blast.
Sleepover.
Ate some great food.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Seafood.
you kidding me? Yes.
Love it.
Friday night, man. Friday night, Jason. You know, if you tell Coach, hey, I want to go eat with my parents, that's fine. You just got to let them know so they don't order food, and then have way too much. So he let Coach know and put his name on the list as he was going after they go back to the hotel.
Yeah, check him out.
Check him
back
out.
in.
Yeah, so he went with us, and boy, let me tell you something. That boy can eat. He said, "Dad, I don't care where we go as long as I get full. Just get absolutely so full I can't even hardly
Preferably
move."
an all-you-can-eat, some kind of buffet.
Yeah. And
Eat all you want.
the hockey team's a big deal down in Pensacola.
Really?
Yes. Look, I mean, I'm just telling you, hockey down in the Southeast. I know that we have never really given it much. Helmsy and Braden went to the Predators and all that, but I know when it comes to some local hockey and Huntsville with the Havoc and Birmingham with the Bulls and all this, it's a big deal. I mean, they sell these places out. Some of these tickets are hard to get. And down in Pensacola where we ate Saturday night, Apparently, it was right around the hockey time of the
Oh,
game,
hockey crowd
and as
coming
we
in.
were leaving, the hockey game was over.
I wonder if the hockey crowd is as rowdy as the hockey players.
They looked like they had a good time. They had a really good time. Traffic was insane trying to get out.
What's their mascot? Did you say?
No, I didn't, and I should know, but I didn't. Because JC loves him some Huntsville Havoc. They'll go, him and the players, they'll go to a hockey game. And so he was like, oh, man, there's a hockey game. There was no way for us to pull it off with the schedule, but it was fun to entertain it for about 5 seconds. But as we were leaving, everybody was letting out, and it was a big crowd. I mean, huge crowd. So anyway, had a great time. Got back late last night myself, and just in time to kind of wrap up and go to bed, and here we are.
Me too.
This is a crazy story here out of Texas. I was telling you guys a little bit about it.
Everything's bigger in Texas.
Yeah, they are. But do you know
Even the hockey.
Yeah.
Hockey.
Well, they might have some good hockey there in different cities and markets in Texas. But there's a man that's facing charges after assaulting a convenience store employee, and not just stopping there. No pun intended here. After you hear this, he crashed his truck into the building. And I did not know this, but Texas is one of 28 states with what they call blue laws. And that requires stores to stop selling beer and alcohol from midnight to 7 a.m.
Yeah.
Well, I guess he was upset because he wanted some beer, and he just couldn't get any.
He missed that midnight drop point.
They were in quite a handle. Take a listen to this employee.
An individual had gone into the store and went towards the refrigerators where the alcohol was at. He became upset when he found out that the refrigerator was locked. He went over to talk to an employee, and allegedly he struck an employee, assaulted the employee, and exited the store, got onto his pickup truck, and crashed into the convenience store.
Crashed,
Okay.
went back into the truck and crashed. Now,
So punching the attendant is not enough.
that's not enough.
Nope. I'm going to crash through. I wonder if he crashed through the cooler and went in and got him beer.
I don't know, because when they said the doors were locked, stores usually chain the doors closed during that time frame between when they're locked and everything from midnight to 7 a.m. And he said, I just need me something. I got to have something. He was upset.
I'm going to punch you in the head first.
Yeah, put his hands on the employee. Then went back out to the truck and said, that's not enough.
No.
Now I'm crashing in, and I'm coming to get a beer.
That's right.
I don't know.
If I can make it to the cooler with my vehicle and somehow knock the door open.
Yeah, obviously.
I wonder
he
what
wasn't-
brand he was.
I don't know. That's what I was thinking too. And I'm not going to try his name here, but let's see if I don't think so. Let's see if my computer can say the name. Let's see what we got here. I don't know if this is even going to work. Let's see.
Abigail Velasquez Dominguez.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. It says a Texas man, but do I see Abigail?
I think he was going for Modelo.
Yeah.
Abigail Velasquez Dominguez.
Dominguez.
Yeah.
Mr. Dominguez.
I tell you what, the man wanted a beer.
He did. He wanted a beer, but I kind of tried. Maybe he had a few already. That's what I'm thinking.
I'm thinking that's probably in play.
Because if you're thinking clearly, I would say, now this is just me. If I punch an employee at the convenience store, then I go and I ram my car into the convenience store, I'm probably not going to get a beer. I'm probably going to be arrested before I get one.
Yeah. And where they're taking you, no beer allowed, even after 7 o'clock the next morning. He could just go home, go to bed, sleep till 7.
Right.
That's what if you're that fired up about it.
Right. Or just plan ahead. How about that?
How about that?
I know there has to be a lot. If you're in a blue state that stops selling from midnight to 7, you do have to plan ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. You might want to go. Let's say it's 11:38.
Yes.
I mean, make a run.
There's also a story from Jimmy John's, and I know Helmsy, you would hit that a lot.
I'll grab a sandwich from there a lot.
Yeah.
I'll do their lettuce wrap a lot too. It's good.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Gluten-free stuff there.
The Vito, in case you're wondering.
A Jimmy John's employee has made news because he refused to accept cash when a guy was trying to buy.
Are we down to that now?
I know a lot of places when it comes to sporting events, like this past weekend. If you were checking into West Florida, they wouldn't accept cash. It was only cards. And I think some of that was that people were taking from the top in some of these big,
some of the workers,
big tournaments, especially travel ball. So now it's card only. And they were like, who's right? A kid working said he he had to throw a sandwich away because the guy said he only had cash and he didn't have a card. But some places are only taking cards now. But you would think there might be a sign up front that says no cash, cards only, or something. But this is a story. Who's right? People that stop taking cash or know ahead of time. And I've seen some of that, But some people might be on the Dave Ramsey plan and go, I don't have cards.
That's what I'm saying.
I only have cash.
Envelope with cash in it that says ball game money written on the outside. Right. That's what Dave tells you.
Yeah, and I know you can go to the convenience stores or to the places and get like maybe a Visa card or you can pay cash for that and have a card.
It's a hassle.
But man, you call it about a hassle.
Yeah, that's a big hassle.
Going around your elbow there.
Take the cash.
Yeah. Now the guy that behind the register claimed that it was not necessarily a store deal, that they were having some register problems, but the guy said he had exact cash, but apparently it got heated and police had to come.
I'll tell you what it was. Those kids don't know how to make change.
You're probably right.
What it is. They panicked.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait a minute. How do I get this right?
Right.
That's probably the problem.
Yeah. It was quite a line checking into the ball game because softball had the same thing going on. Baseball had the same thing going on, and they only had one person on a laptop trying to check people in with cards. And
kind of a log jam.
Yeah, and I'd like for them to get better internet. Because we were working a little slow there.
Oh, wow.
And then one guy with a nervous finger.
The crowd getting too big on him, he's trying to hurt him.
Yes, yeah. And I went, hey, buddy, it's all right. We're good.
Nobody's going to rush the field.
What's the zip code that goes with the card? Don't be nervous about it.
He had to do that for everybody?
He did. One at a time, one laptop and a long line.
Oh, boy. They got to get a better plan than that.
Sorry it's taking so long. It's okay. Don't be nervous. You're good, buddy.
Rick and Bubba.
Like everyone else, I'm always on the go. And you know what's the best thing to bring with me wherever I go? My Raycon Everyday Earbuds. Raycons offer amazing audio quality at half the price of other premium audio brands. Their optimized gel tips are designed to fit comfortably in your ears and to actually stay there, whether you're working out at the gym or just doing chores around the house. My Raycons come with me everywhere so I can listen at any time. With 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life, I don't have to worry about whether they're up for the task. Raycons also come with 3 customizable sound profiles, noise isolation, and awareness mode, so they're perfect for listening to anything. That explains the tens of thousands of 5-star reviews right now. Get 20% off your Raycon order plus free shipping when you go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. You can also find that link by just simply going to rickandbubba.com and looking under the sponsors. But if you owe back taxes, fair warning, you're not going to like this. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's over to the 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Why the IRS targets you and not millionaires? Because millionaires have tax lawyers. You don't. You'll pay up plus interest and penalties. You need Tax Network USA, and you need them now. Tax Network USA has brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to deal with and who to avoid. It's not all bad news, folks, because Tax Network USA learned of a special limited-time IRS offer. They're willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000. Or visit tnusa.com/Bubba today. tnusa.com/Bubba. You also can find the number and website at rickandbubba.com. Just look under the sponsors. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Resolving to eat healthier this year? That was easy. Actually doing it? Not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. Cold winter mornings are perfect for staying under the cover and having breakfast in bed. HelloFresh supports that dream because they're giving away one free breakfast item with every single HelloFresh delivery for life. That means while you are a HelloFresh subscriber, not only will you enjoy the pick of the tasty dinner recipes they're known for, you'll also enjoy breakfast for free. HelloFresh actually has you covered for every mealtime occasion with a delicious array of quick lunches, sides, snacks, apps, dessert, and more. And not only does HelloFresh help you cut back on extra trips to the grocery store, but their pre-portioned ingredients help eliminate excess food waste. This new year, make eating better and saving money a priority, and make it easy with America's #1 meal kit. Join HelloFresh today and get free breakfast for life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box while subscription is active with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
We got 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here on the Kickoff Hour. We'll always take your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. They'll be unscreened, but we'll go straight to them. Don't disappoint us if you want to weigh in on any of the topics that we've had so far this hour. I didn't get to see any of the combine, but I did see there was a record broken for the fastest ever 40 at 4.21 from the Texas wide receiver Xavier Worthy. And I did see the replay of that.
That's moving.
And that man, can't imagine what that looked like in person, but on TV it looked like he took about 6 strides. And he broke the record that was originally in 2017 set with a 4.22 from John Ross. And he broke that. He ran a 4.21 as the fastest ever 40 in the NFL Combine.
Man, that is moving.
You know, I do enjoy sometimes when, you know, in years past going over to the NFL Network and catching some of that because I always think that's pretty good. With
the 40 is one I like to watch.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the shuffle when they go through the cones?
That's impressive. That's impressive.
Whatever it's called.
Vertical leap, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Broad jump. All that's pretty neat, man. There's some freak athletes.
They are.
I can't
and then,
imagine.
of course, you got the ones that refuse to participate. You know, they hold out for their private workout. You always have that.
Right.
You know, I'm not going to throw in here.
Did I see, you know, every year it's like, oh, the quarterbacks and phenoms and this, that, and the other. Did I see where North Carolina's quarterback is at the time? I don't know, but I was just seeing it.
Drake May.
Yeah, I think there's going to be some of the new superstars coming out. And there's others, of course. You know, you got Daniel from LSU and some others that are standouts, you know. But he, I think, surprised me just because you didn't hear a lot about him through the season. And you knew he was good, but I guess the NFL loves him.
Yeah, as they say here, I just reading the headline that Bo Nix looked pretty good.
Okay.
So it says social media reacts, Oregon Ducks QB Bo Nix impressive day at the Combine. So Bo.
All
Bo
right,
doing well.
Bo knows. Let's jump out to the phones. We got some unscreened ones here at 2:05. Looks like maybe out of the Tuscaloosa area. I don't know, but what's up? You're on unscreened phone calls.
Hey, so I had a comment about that Fool Me Once show.
Yeah, Greg was just mentioning that. He said he's jumped into the new season. How is it?
So there's another show. Oh, I love the show, but there's another show that's based off another book by the same author that show was about.
All right.
So it's like a second season that's a whole different murder mystery.
So you're not talking about.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's talking about the one Helms was talking
Yeah.
about.
Oh,
Fool
I thought
Me
he said
Once.
Formula One.
I thought he did too.
Okay. All right. So Fool Me Once.
I really
Fool
did
Me
think he
once
said-
instead of Formula One. I thought he said Formula
I
One.
did too.
That's
I thought
why-
he said that too.
Yeah.
That's why I kind of checked
That's why
out
I
for a
said
second.
Fool
Greg.
Me Once.
Said it again.
Still confused. All right.
No,
Well, go.
that's
So
not-
go ahead. So Fool Me Once that Helmsy.
It's based off a
watched.
novel, and that's what he's
Right,
referring
right.
to. He's saying that there's another series based off another novel that's similar to
All
it.
right. And what's that series
And
called?
it's not called Formula One.
No,
Fool Me
that's-
Once is
I
the
don't
one I
know.
watched.
Right.
I can't remember it for the life of me, but it's by
All
that.
right. Well, all right. Well, I'm done.
It's not Formula One. I know
No, but
that.
I can tell you this because Formula One is a documentary about Formula One.
It's not a
racing.
crime thriller.
No, it's not.
No.
In fact, in the end, the only thing is you don't know who's. Well, you do because it's a year behind. You can actually find out who wins the championship.
Yeah. That whole call on me.
That was funny.
Appreciate you, buddy.
It was very helpful for. It was going to be helpful for me until he didn't know what the
I'm
the
not
season
sure.
was called.
I'm not
about
sure.
Think about what he just did.
He really thought it was called Formula One.
All right.
Or see, he heard
Really
him
thought-
talking about it, and then he heard me talking about Formula One, and he somehow merged them.
Well, I know. I think you know what it is. Fool Me Once. I think he chewed that up, and it sounded like Formula One.
Well, it sounded like it real like a few times.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It didn't get any better.
It sounded so close. It sounded like he was actually saying Formula
I
One.
thought he was 100%.
See what we get when we go to phones.
Yes, I love
Let's go to Josh. Josh says out of Florida. Josh, what's up? Josh.
it. Josh, are you watching Formula One?
Josh.
Or
Hello.
Fool Me.
Maybe your name. What's wrong?
You know what? Sometimes those names will be wrong.
Yeah. Well,
It's rare, but
Okay.
because I'll look at
Well,
it.
what happens is
They lie.
they lie. They don't want the real name, and so every time they use a different name, and when we screen it, it's
Yeah.
popped in there from the last time.
Right. Let's try this one and see if this is right. Seth.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Unscreened phone calls. Don't disappoint us. What's up, bud?
I was just going to tell you the Pensacola Ice Flyers mascot is a bald eagle that wears hockey gear around.
Okay. And is it true the arena is called the Hangar?
That is correct.
Oh.
Yeah, and it is quite a lively atmosphere. Anytime they score a goal, everybody gets up and swings their arms to the music, and it's a great atmosphere.
Hey, I was being educated a little bit. We were talking about being in Pensacola and seeing the game. You know, it wrapped up about the same time we're trying to leave the restaurant that was close by, and the crowd and the traffic. So I'm being educated. I understand they're in the same league as Birmingham and Huntsville. Let's jump back out to the phones, and it looks like 256 is calling in. What's up?
Hey, man. Hey, my name is Austin. I'm a band director in North Alabama.
Yeah.
And this is a callback to, like, days ago. I was trying to call, but I couldn't get in. So you were talking about, like, it being called, like, tonguing on, like, a flute. And
Yes.
oddly enough, it's called tonguing. And imagine teaching that to a room full of teenagers.
Oh, I bet that you can't
Austin.
get through it.
Austin, I bet you.
Without the wisecrack.
How much snickering's going on and some smiling?
Oh, so much. You got to change it.
Yeah.
It's funny.
So this is going back, if you missed, to the
That's
lady
funny.
that has the largest tongue, Guinness World
Yeah.
Record for that, and she's a flute player, and it's called tonguing. And she said that her big tongue allows her to hit some notes that maybe others can't.
Yeah.
She's got a strong tongue.
She does, like
Yeah.
a beer can.
Yeah, thanks, Austin. Appreciate you confirming that.
Yeah, imagine the classroom of high school kids.
Oh.
You're telling them about tonguing.
You talking about a room full of Gregs?
Oh, yeah.
Let's go out to here. It says 205. 205 weighing in. What's up? This is unscreened phone calls on the kickoff hour. Go ahead. There he goes.
I like when Speedy fires down.
Let's go. Let's
I
jump
wish
back
that guy
out
would call
to.
back about Formula One.
Let's go back out to 205. What's up? Unscreened phone calls. Go ahead.
Hey, Blazers. What's up, boys?
Hey,
man.
been a while.
What's going on with you?
I'm doing all right. How are y'all?
Man, we're great.
All right, so way back in the day, before it was official, there's rumor that Bo Jackson ran a 4.20 40, which I totally believe.
Right.
So since I'm a big Bo fan, I'm going to give him the record, even though they say it's unofficial. So,
right.
Anyway, guys, y'all have a great morning.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah,
Appreciate
we always
you.
heard that. And
Yeah.
didn't Bo claim it was even faster than that?
I think he did. But you never know. I just know here, unfortunately, they are only going by what was official with their
Bo's
system.
on the stopwatch?
Yeah, I think it was a human deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I remember, but I could be misremembering it.
Could.
Man's fast. Let's jump up to Huntsville, it says, at 256. What's going on?
Hey, morning, guys.
Hey, what's going on?
Not much. Hey, did y'all hear about that issue over in Six Flags over in Georgia this past weekend, opening day?
Yeah.
No, what
Somebody
happened?
got to shooting, didn't they?
Oh, man.
Can't even go to Six Flags.
Are you serious?
I just want to ride a roller coaster, man.
Yeah, that's it. And that's one of my favorite places on earth.
There was a shooting, really?
I used to get so stoked. And even as a teenager and even as a grown man taking my kids, I love me some Six Flags. Of course, you know what happened. You used to, there were the hotels and stuff you could stay around, and then it got kind of sketchy. And then, so I guess,
Oh, yeah, here it is. I'm sorry. Teen shot outside Six Flags as gunfire erupts.
Now, who's mad at somebody at Six Flags?
Wow, it says, as gunfire erupts between police and unruly crowd?
Good night.
What in the world?
Look, I just want to ride some roller coasters, eat a cherry berry. That's not asking much.
The 15-year-old was shot.
I love him, cherry berry.
Oh, my goodness. So, yeah, you have police exchanging
That's
fire
unbelievable.
with up to 600 people in an unruly crowd right out of Six Flags. I had not heard that. Thanks for calling in, man. See, we wouldn't have known about this unless we did unscreened phone calls. Let's go to 205's weighing in. 205, unscreened phone calls. Go ahead.
So Bo Jackson was actually a 413 electronically taped at Pro Day.
Okay.
Not a 4.20.
Okay. It was a 4 what?
4.13. Wow. And it was electronically taped at a Pro Day at Auburn with players outside of Auburn.
Okay,
so
gotcha.
Okay, so he didn't have the combine record.
No, he didn't have the combine record, I guess. But, wow. The big picture of that.
Next caller's going to say, Bo actually ran a 3.6.
Yeah.
It's still impressive that he was, able to turn the light off and be in the bed before it actually went off. That's fast.
That is crazy. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi. He's done. Yeah. He's already done.
That's moving.
Wow.
Y'all hear about Bo?
Yeah. We have 6 seconds left in this bed, and he'd be done before it's over.
How about that?
Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that is MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save many families up to $500 a month, and that is huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years. Members have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. So see what you can save. This is a very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. Call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
When you wake up well-rested on a great mattress, everything becomes clear.
I do overthink everything.
Things you missed when you were tired finally reveal themselves.
I should just get fake plants.
It's the President's Day sale at Mattress Firm. Get a king bed for a queen price. Save up to $700 plus a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. See a lower price? We'll match it. The right mattress matters. We'll find yours. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Is switching your wireless service to Total by Verizon easy?
Totalmente.
And you get unlimited 5G data? $25 a line for 4 lines on the unlimited plan? at an amazing price with no contracts. Should you switch to Total by Verizon? Definitely. Find a store or switch suavemente at totalbyverizon.com. Monthly rate when you activate without a pay plus taxes and fees. Discount begins the month after you enroll. Additional terms apply. See website for data management practices.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin. $5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WORK to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WORK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. Some of you may be living with everyday pain. Now, this can affect so many parts of your daily life. I mean, it can affect the mood, your sleep. What about missing out on activities? Our friends at Relief Factor offer a natural way to relieve that pain. It's 100% drug-free. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients to help reduce or eliminate everyday aches and pains. Now, unlike pills that just mask the pain for a short time, Relief Factor helps support your body's natural response to inflammation, so you feel better all day, every day. Over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor, and here on our team, several of us have tried it. So let's get you a special deal, and let's see if we can help you too. Go right now and see if Relief Factor can work with you with their 3-week quick start kit that's only $19.95. Now, this is a great price to try it out for 3 weeks. You'll know in 3 weeks. You will feel the difference and know it works. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Debt, keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it, but the truth is the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother.
All right, we're coming back, and we thank you for being with us now. 9 minutes until top of the hour. This portion of the program is sponsored by My Patriot Supply at preparewithbubba.com. And most of you hearing my voice live in an area prone to maybe tornadoes, hurricanes, or flooding. I haven't heard this, but being down in the Florida Panhandle in Pensacola, and my sister and brother-in-law are always up on it. They said that there is forecasted to where hurricane season might be pretty active this year.
Why do they say that every year?
I don't know. These meteorologists go out and try to forecast it, but it seems like maybe there's some unsettling waters, and that's ahead of them, and so they got their eye, looking out towards the water, because you never know. But you got to be prepared, and preparedwithbubba.com. Preparewithbubba.com is where you need to go. My Patriot Supply has helped millions of Americans' families prepare for an uncertain future. And right now, many people do, with 4-week emergency food kits. It includes 16 food and drink varieties, all kinds of stuff with maybe about 2,000 calories per day diets that you have in case there is some type type of unforeseen emergency situation where you're hunkered down and you've got this 4-week food kit and you're like, hey, we're okay. Go to preparewithbubba.com just to learn more if you'd like to. My Patriot Supply at preparewithbubba.com. And right now, as a listener and viewer of the show, you can save $60 off a 4-week food kit, plus get free shipping. Protect yourself, your family, your coworkers. Don't get stuck saying, man, I should have gone to preparewithbubba.com to save $60 off a 4-week food kit. Go there now because, again, you have free shipping too. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com and look under sponsors. There's always a link there to our national sponsors. All right, so Helmsy, you said you had a question?
If I mention the name Lash Legend, would you know who I'm talking about?
No.
Either one of you. I guarantee your dad would.
Okay.
Did y'all know that Lash Legend, WWE Lash Legend, was a former Mississippi State basketball player, women's basketball player?
I didn't know that.
So this is a woman.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
And part
She's
of
a
the
wrestler?
pro wrestling, yeah.
Huh.
I don't know why. I came across it this weekend,
What?
scrolling through, and I thought, they keep saying this girl's played basketball at Mississippi State. And I thought, well, that's strange. I wonder if Speedy knows that. And then I thought, I bet his dad knows that.
Yeah, he probably does.
That was really all I wanted to know is if you knew Lash Legend and the fact that
I probably should, but I don't.
one of the college basketball, women basketball at Mississippi State is now in the WWE and been there for 4 or 5 years.
What? They're athletic, pretty tall, probably.
They are.
So,
and then I lead into the Caitlin Clark thing this weekend.
Yeah.
now who's this?
Impressive.
Greg, don't do this, okay? Don't do this. It's impressive what she's done.
Yeah.
Okay. But when people break records, it makes me look back at what records did they break? What era did that person play in? Those type of things.
Right.
And so, very impressive what Caitlin Clark has done. She passed Pete Maravich's all-time scoring record.
I guess that makes her better than him.
Greg, just let me finish, okay? Because I'm going to talk about Pete more than I am Caitlin.
Pete was something.
Mm-hmm.
And so
it was on senior day too.
So Caitlin does this. Caitlin's great for sports. She's great for women's sports. Everything she's doing has been fantastic. And I love watching her play basketball. She's really good. But the whole reason I'm even bringing this up, not to take anything away from what she's done, is Pete Maravich, when you look at his numbers, and it is crazy. First of all, there was no three-point line. There was no shot clock when he did this.
True.
And he only played in 83 games.
Wow.
Davis played in 144. That's second in the men's division. So I want you to think about that a minute. He only was a few points off from Pete Maravich, but he played in 144 games where Pete Maravich played in 83. Caitlin Clark played in 130 games to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that a minute.
Wow.
She played in 50 more games, over 50 more games, or I guess around 50 more games than he did.
Mm-hmm.
And with no three-point line, with no shot clock, he had this scoring record for so very long. He really is
look at
to
what
me.
He did, it's way out ahead of.
It is.
It
And I don't even think it's comparison. I don't even think it's comparable.
It's not.
So anyway, Pistol
Apples
Pete.
and oranges.
It really is apples and oranges. And I think it's great that they're celebrating her and all that. But but it made me go back and go, well, let's look at this a minute and just see what it truly looks like. I think he even had to play like on his junior varsity for LSU when he was a freshman.
Yeah,
like there's so many
yeah.
little things that it's just interesting to me. And I remember watching that movie that came out. I think it was back in the early 90s.
I've never watched it.
I watched it as a kid, and of course, I was a huge basketball fan, and so loved that movie. Watched it over and over, and would do all these little things that he would do when he was training.
His ball handling skills were
he could dribble.
unbelievable.
That's the thing. People talk about how much he scored. The reason he scored so much is because he could dribble so good.
Yeah.
Anyway,
and the no look pass.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
That's a good stuff.
Just,
Thank you,
but
Helmsy,
Pistol
for that.
Pete only played 83 games.
and had a
Golly.
and didn't know it, but had a malfunction in heart the whole
Yeah.
time. 'Cause
Yeah.
it
The whole time.
Took him out. Wasn't he playing like a pickup basketball game at like 40?
Yeah.
Fell over.
I've got a story here to send us to break.
Sure, go ahead.
And now an Oklahoma school district is in hot water after video has emerged of students in school licking peanut butter off each other's toes for a fundraiser.
That's a good one.
Students and parents.
Couldn't they sew Boston butts?
Have talked about, of course, the parents they can't believe this has actually happened. But a Deer Creek school district has responded after video shows students licking each other's toes. It looks like to me on the basketball court.
To lick toes?
Well, I guess so.
This is a fundraiser.
The school district has actually had to release a statement Friday afternoon after video showed the students licking the toes during an event called Wonderful Week of Fundraising. They were surprised.
Anything wonderful about that?
I don't think that this was approved all the way up the chains, but apparently they were sitting on the golf court. They were sitting on the basketball court in chairs, and students were like laying down, licking each other's toes.
And they were paying them to
Do you hear what I'm saying? Do you hear what I'm saying?
So I'm paying you money to lick your toes?
I guess so, because it was a fundraiser. But this a video even says graphic warning. Video to Fox 25 shows students licking each other's and sucking the feet of the students' toes to help raise money for their whole fundraiser week or whatever.
Sell pecans or something.
Didn't think I'd hear you use the phrase "sucking feet."
I know I shouldn't have. I pulled a Ron Burgundy.
That normally doesn't happen.
Yeah, but that is that not bizarre?
Yeah,
and there's video
more
of
bizarre.
it, which I'll of course send to Adler, and we have to show it.
If that was my kid, I go, what are you thinking?
Right. Well, what are you doing? I mean, it looks like. I mean, they're down.
Nasty old crinkled up foot.
Yeah.
Golly.
Sorry about that. That's just going to send us to break now.
I can't think of any scenario where I'd suck somebody's toe.
But I'm trying to figure out, is it the person getting their toe sucked that gets that is donating, or is it the other way around? The person having to eat the peanut butter, are they the one that donates?
I don't know, but the fundraiser issue they think is a cover-up. Some people are saying
a cover-up.
That some of these people aren't students. Looks like maybe there's some adults in there. I don't know.
Come on.
It's just weird, man. It's weird. The whole thing's weird.
Rick and Bubba.
It's back, and that is the our Alabama Wildlife Federation Wild Game Cook-Off. It's coming this Saturday, February the 29th at Talladega Super Speedway. They've done this for 15 years, and there's a lot of folks that'll be there, and a lot of folks we've worked with over the years and all this. But you know who we send? We send the King of Talladega.
Yep.
The King of Talladega.
Mr. Infield himself.
One
of
my
favorite places on earth.
We send the real Greg Burgess there. Russell Branham is back. Russell, good to see you again, buddy.
Man, it's great to be here, Rick. I always enjoy coming in and talking about Talladega Super Speedway. And this event in particular, fans get to see, our guests get to see the racetrack in a different light. We won't have race cars on the racetrack, this coming weekend. But, man, we've got another race inside of our brand-new Big Bills. And it's going to be the race to see who can produce some great food.
That's right. That's my first time at the new facility.
Now let's talk about the new facility. We talked to Grant, we've talked to you, and it was a huge success on its debut. Tell people that might say, what are y'all talking about?
Well, we built a brand new, it was a $50 million project last year.
Is that all?
That's it.
Wow.
$50 million project, but we completely gave the infield a revamp as far as the garage areas. And so we've come up with a Talladega garage experience where fans can be immersed in our sport like never before. Hannah loves that commentary there. Mm-hmm. But it's true. Fans can now get up where the cars are being prepared, their garage bays, and you can now go inside the garage area and you can walk literally within feet of where Kyle Busch, Kevin Harvick, the teams are working on the race cars. It's basically a walkway underneath the same roof as where the cars are being prepared, which is extremely awesome.
So this Wild Game Cook-Off will be there. You'll get to see that facility, right?
That's exactly right. Big Bills is actually the centerpiece of what the Talladega Garage Experience is all about.
To
Bill France Sr., who built the racetrack.
Yeah.
But this is a 35,000 square foot open air social club.
Oh boy!
And it's unbelievable. And then on each side, you have the top 11 garage bays on the left, the second 11 garage bays as far as point standings on the right. So you've got this big area to celebrate and watch television, and it's just an incredible array of things that you can do. We have a 75-foot bar in there, all kinds of food in there during race time. It's just an amazing thing. And then you can get your refreshment walk 30 feet, and oh, by the way, here's Martin Truex and his team working on the race car.
Wow. That's
pretty cool.
So
That's real cool.
If you haven't been there yet, come to the ball game feast, and that way you can check it out before you even get your tickets for the next race.
That's exactly
kind of
right.
get an idea what it's like.
That's right. This is a great way to see that. It's just something I really think it's taken a step back in time. You know how it used to be years ago where you could go into the garage area and the pit after a race? It's bringing it all back. It's sort of bringing our childhood back to a reality here.
Yeah, we talk about this all the time, and that you guys are returning that. When we grew up and were NASCAR fans, and of course we lived 25 minutes from Talladega,
30,
yeah, something like that. So we were always there, and the biggest of the big. I'm talking about the biggest name in the business. We were there. It was David Pearson, Richard Petty, Buddy Baker, Bobby Allison, and they literally would. You could talk to them and just stand there.
Yeah,
there was no. I mean, and I know there's security issues now. You can't do some of that. But this is bringing it back to where you have that personal access to the biggest names in the industry.
And the great thing
it used
is,
to be that way.
Absolutely. And the great thing is that the drivers of today, they know what we're trying to do there, and they are participating. I mean, I'll tell you, when we opened the gates last year,
that.
I mean, the first driver that went over and started signing autographs was Kyle Busch. We have some great photos of him doing it. We have great photos.
Amazing.
Jimmy Johnson, Martin Truex, Joey Logano, all those folks. And the other cool thing is within the garage experience, and again, it's free Wi-Fi, it's value price concession stands, it's things for kids to do, a kid zone. You look inside there, we see Joey Logano. He's got his child in there in the kids' play area. Here comes Kyle Larson with his kids. Here comes all the other drivers, Clint Boyer and Ryan Blaney. They're all going through. They want to see exactly what it is. Nothing but rave reviews from the competitors, nothing but rave reviews from the fans. So if you haven't been out yet, which, Greg, you're getting ready to go see it for the first time, you got to come out. You know, a lot of people always say we need to go to Talladega because it's a bucket list item. Well, it really is a bucket list item now that you need to come and do every year because it's going to be something brand new. We'll change some things and tweak some things every race to make it fresh, but you need to come out and see it. It's just really a great way to get into our sport like never before.
If you want to get tickets for the Alabama Wildlife Federation Wild Game Cook-Off this weekend, you can get those at alabamawildlife.org, or you can also get it by going to Talladega Superspeedway. .com. Either one of those works, and you can also buy tickets as you're coming in. We're talking about a big area, so there's plenty of room.
Absolutely, there's plenty of room.
And I've done this, I don't know how many times.
So tell us what the experience is like.
You wouldn't believe these teams and the equipment. I mean, they are serious about it.
Talking about the cook team.
The cook teams, and they compete and all this. And
you talking about a show enough good one?
Oh, it's unreal. Just looking at some of their grills is just amazing. Of course, now I get to eat a lot of food.
Yeah.
And you try some things you didn't think you would try. Like eating some deer chili as we speak, by the way. Crash, did you make this chili?
Former intern Crash.
Look at you. Crash, you did good on that. I want that recipe.
How long's Crash been working with Talladega?
Over 9 years now.
Wow. I cannot believe it's been that long.
And the fact that it's the one that got the nickname Crash, she'd had a few fender benders.
Yeah.
But,
she still has those working for us.
Does she really?
Crash.
Well, you know,
I'll get a phone call. Yeah, I'm in the pace car and on the interstate. I hit something and it tore the front spoiler up, and I'm not really sure what to do.
Wait a minute, you've crashed the pace car? You've crashed the pace car?
There you go.
So,
I mean, big crashes are just, they're more high profile now.
Yeah.
Well, I asked her about it. She said, well, Rubin's racing.
Yeah, she did.
It's 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. A brand new hour on a brand new day on a brand new week. This baby starts with the national anthem. 7.5 minutes past the hour. Let's go. Stay in it. The accelerator is to the floor in another hour, on another day, on another week. Rick and Bubba. Thanks for being here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy have put the kickoff hour behind us, and we all move forward. Eddie Van Adler takes over the YouTube duties. He'll enhance those for the live and the archive experience. We thank you for being here, whether that be live or archived. We are so thankful. We'll cover the stories from the weekend. We'll get your phone calls. We've got an anniversary to celebrate here today. We're missing one, the silver tongue one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party called Rick and Bubba. Pull up a chair and stay a while.
Yeah.
Sweet, sweet honey.
You're mine. Yeah. Somebody say. Yeah, there it is. We the Kingdom. Bubba, welcome back.
What's up?
Well, we have a lot to cover. Got a little anniversary with Greg and Lisa today.
How about that?
How about that?
Wow. 35 years.
35 years of marital bliss. Got to watch them in action just yesterday as we celebrated our sister's 50th birthday. I'm 50! And we'll recap that. That was quite the extravaganza. And we'll celebrate with you and Lisa today, Greg.
Yeah, 35 years. Actually met when we were teenagers. So
Wow.
it's been a lot longer than 35 years.
Good night. Look at that.
Have been blessed to have our children, and now we're in the phase of grandparenting, which is awesome.
Yeah.
It's just nice.
So unlike Greg. The things that I'm hearing coming out of his mouth. That's real sweet and caring like that.
Who doesn't believe in transformation?
That's right. There we are.
Well, we know we can go south anytime.
Well, can't we all?
Yeah.
So there you go.
We've been blessed for 35 years, and I can't say nothing but good things. And happy anniversary, and I love you. 35 years.
Oh, my God.
Bless your heart. I'm sure you deserve a medal somehow.
Yes, many people think
maybe
that.
someone will get her one.
Many people think that.
Yeah.
And but she's earning treasures in heaven.
Yes.
So
35 years.
Yeah, it's hard to believe I'm already in this phase of my life where I'm grandchildren, but you got to experience them yesterday.
You mean the fourth quarter?
Yeah, definitely late in the fourth, mid-fourth.
Let me tell you
But Rick,
something.
you got to experience them yesterday.
Yes, I did. We'll recap that. What a
quite a
blast.
little bunch.
What a blast. Papa. And, of course, anything I could stir, I stirred.
Oh, yeah. They didn't want to leave. They were having a ball. They loved it out there.
When they were getting ready to leave, you know how your my work is done here? I made every one of them run to me, and I would pick them up and start screaming, "No, please don't leave." And they were all like, they were looking back like, "We don't want to go. We want to come back." I was like, "Please don't go, guys."
It was fun.
Trying to stir it up.
And except for Marin and the baby, they loved riding on the carts and all, but she didn't want nothing to do with it.
That was weird because she's the one to me maybe the bravest of the four.
I know,
but something about the side by side she didn't like.
She told me she was afraid she was going to fall off.
Yeah, it was weird. You know how it's like a kid will do something completely out of. I'm like, what? Why are you not? I think you'd be all about that.
The other two,
then we found out she was afraid she was going to fall outside.
The boys loved it.
Oh yeah.
They were
Oh, buddy. Where did we go on adventures? We went on adventures.
Well, Rick X marks the spot.
Yes.
According to Ellis, they were looking for treasure.
We're looking for a treasure.
Is that what he said?
Yeah. And I'd always think it was just around the corner. And he'd be like, here we go.
And maybe in that shooting house.
So we'll cover that.
You gotta look everywhere.
Greg, and of course, my servant's heart going down there prepared the day before for you. And
Yeah, Rick, and I appreciate you doing that, especially trying to figure out what the fish were hitting.
Yeah, we'll check on that a little bit
I
later.
saw some pictures.
So we got some.
Was all there.
We'll look back on that today. We'll look ahead. You know something I didn't know, Bubba, and I'm sure you figured it out already because it means so much to us. I doubted my mother who was there, at 82. So we take her back home last night, and she goes, "Well, because her clock, one of her clocks was wrong." And I said, "Mama, your clock's wrong." She goes, "Yeah, it's just I don't like messing with it because the last time I messed with it, I just leave it like that." She goes, "But it'll be fine next weekend." I said, "Next weekend?"
It sure will.
She said, "Daylight savings time is March 10th." I said, "March 10th?"
Yep.
I said, "Mom, it's not March 10th." I started doubting her.
Oh, yeah.
And it is.
It sure is.
This is the greatest week of the year.
Yeah, isn't that great?
Because we know we're headed to more sunshine.
Yep.
That's so good.
Boy, it felt good
Even if
yesterday.
you lose an hour, I'll take it.
The weekend was so good. I mean, it would always get cloudy at the front of our day in Alabama, but then the sun would come out that afternoon.
It was perfect.
It couldn't have been a better weekend to have that party.
It
so
was.
It was great. So we'll talk about that coming up this week. The Man Church Conference comes to Starkville, Mississippi.
Let's go.
Coming up this weekend, we'll be at the Bettersworth Theater. Granger Smith, James Spann, Scott Dawson, Andy Blanks. I'll be speaking. Chuck Hooten doing worship. And we are completely stoked about that coming up Friday and Saturday night. I don't know if there's any tickets left. I'm supposed to find out today. I'll let you know. If so, you can grab those, and we'll see y'all coming up this Friday night. So we got a lot to cover on the program today. So let's jump right into it. And then stories. Somebody claims that Kamala Harris was coming up through our town last night. So I don't know what that's about.
She was in Selma yesterday.
Did we talk about the other thing about Gary? Or is that should we? Is that not good?
We'll
Probably,
see.
yeah, maybe.
Turn me into a panel.
Yeah, we'll see. 15 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba.
Doesn't rub, she just hits.
That's right. So anyway, so Greg, when you get there, you've got all these cooking teams, and of course, a lot of them come out of our great state. And boy, you talk about food, man.
Oh yeah,
we know how to cook down here. For those of you who may be traveling from other places, and so they just you this big giant array
the
of
smell
food.
is awesome
Yeah.
when you pull up, and plus you get to see the facilities and all that. When you're there, you get to eat good food, and they have all kinds of stuff set up. It's really good.
And again, it's wild game, it's fish, it's fowl, and so there are competitions amongst all those those three different divisions right there.
I think there's a youth division too. I think, or there has been. In the past.
There is a youth division as well. Yeah.
Looks like we're going to have a beautiful day in Alabama Saturday too.
It's going to be mid-50s, going to be perfect. We also will have heaters inside the open air social club if we need.
But
those.
at least the rain is not going to.
I think it's going to be very pretty. Yeah.
It's been raining so much, so you'll get to see that Alabama, when it's cool and that sky is blue, and you'll be there at Talladega. And look, those of you that have wanted to meet Greg, or maybe you've met Greg before, to meet Greg in one element is one thing. To meet him at Talladega,
It's like Greg Unleashed.
It is.
It is. Yeah. Yeah.
The first time I went to that place, I was 5 or 6 years old.
Yeah.
Now that's how long ago. And the way it looks now,
oh my goodness,
over the years, how it's progressed to what it is today. I mean, we were impressed then, but we had no idea what it could turn into.
Sure.
It's incredible.
You're going to be amazed Saturday. I think you're going to be overwhelmed whenever you walk through the gate, since you have not seen what we've done since last October.
Next race coming up in the fall. I mean, in the spring.
Yeah.
So
Geico 500 weekend.
Yeah.
April the 24th through the 26th. We've got great tickets available.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The spring race and the fall race too, but the spring races, especially when the weather cooperates, you can have Alabama in the spring. They're just something special. About that.
Triple header weekend, the ARCA Series, which has been at Talladega since 1969. We'll lead it off on Friday, and then the Moneyline 300 for the Xfinity Series on Saturday, and then the Geico 500 on Sunday. We had two of our young gun winners last year at Talladega, Chase Elliott in the spring and Ryan Blaney in the fall.
Yeah.
Those guys are really the future of our sport, but they're leading the parade right now.
Mm-hmm.
And those guys are good at drafting. And, of course, the Elliott name is synonymous here. Everyone knows Wild Bill from all of his success at Talladega. and Ryan Blaney. Again, there's a lot of young guys out there that are doing well. And
does that kind of pull you back, Bubba, being a Bill Elliott fan, to look and see Chase Elliott doing well? It's one thing for him to be racing. It's another thing for him to do well.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and a lot of us just felt like that Bill got ripped when they went to the restrictor plates, and it just took his career away. So we're looking for that resurrection.
Yeah. Well, it's good because let's face it, we were all so hoping that because now that Dale Earnhardt Jr. is gone, you kept looking if we could have one more Earnhardt rise up and do well. And I know we've had some little bit, but for Chase Elliott to not just be racing, having a legacy name, to be racing and being up front, that's a big deal.
Yeah, it's a big deal. Again, when he won our race last year, the fact that no one left, all the fans stayed. He takes the checkered flag, he comes around, he does his burnouts. And he just takes his time to get to victory lane. No one left. It was the same type thing when Dale Jr. won in 2015.
Yeah.
So Chase goes to victory lane. People are still in the stands. They want to see him celebrate. And then he gets on the microphone. He does his interview afterwards, and he was like, "Man, this is like home to me." And so he remembers the days coming here as a youngster.
Yeah.
He knows the success that his father had. And remember, Dawsonville's only a little over 2 hours away. From Talladega. So it truly is. Atlanta's a little bit closer to him, but the fact that he says that Talladega feels more like home, that's a pretty big statement.
Yeah.
Well, maybe, Bubba, you can get a bumper off his car. Have you ever heard this story?
Oh,
Have you ever heard this story?
Yes,
all right, well, let's come back. I want to do this story because I want to ask you another thing. I want to talk about Ryan Newman's wreck.
Yeah.
I want to talk about that, too. So Russell Branham with Talladega Super Speedway is here with us. Don't forget, get your tickets. Go see the real Greg Burgess and see the new incredible facility that is at Talladega Super Speedway this weekend. You'll get some of the best food you've ever tasted, and there's a lot going on. AlabamaWildlife.org or TalladagaSuperspeedway.com, or you can just get tickets as you come in Saturday. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. As we come back, not trying to be Debbie Downers, but we do have some deaths to report today. If you're not watching on YouTube, you're listening to bed music from Blackberry Smoke. And drummer Brett Turner, has passed away from Blackberry Smoke. And Greg was telling me the bass player and he are brothers, brain cancer. And some of the latest videos we've seen from them in concert, looks like he wasn't there. I mean, he was probably doing poorly. But Britt Turner, drummer of Blackberry Smoke, has passed away and was battling brain cancer. So some others out there, Bubba, very prominent. I know we have. Can you say the others, or would you want me to say them? I know you're on Celebrity Desk. Do you feel confident with these?
Well, I can run with it if you'll say them. I can't say them.
Okay, so we have Chris Mortensen,
right, from ESPN.
ESPN.
Well, it seemed like he was there day one when they started. I know he. What did they say? He worked there 35 years.
Oh yeah.
And just retired like 6 months ago.
Right.
And lost. Did they say what his cause of death was?
Well, cancer returned, right? Yeah.
It just says he was diagnosed with stage 4 throat cancer back in 2016, and that was in the news. He stepped away a little bit, then came back, and then he stepped away last year to focus on his health, family, and faith, he said, and then he just passed.
Well, he did a good job.
Yeah, he did. Good man. Seemed like a good guy and prominent, as you said. And then in the sound engineering world, I'm not as familiar with this name, and I don't have it here.
Bob Howell.
Bob Howell.
Yes.
So
S-E-I-L.
I know the Howell last name
Yes.
is synonymous with sound engineering.
Yes.
And was credited with the loudest concert ever, correct?
Yeah, he's kind of a legend, Rick. They describe him as a man who left a lasting impact regarding professional sound and professional microphones and related accessories. He was 83 years old. Howell mics are highly regarded around the world by Grammy-winning artists, professional podcasters, live studio engineers as one of the best ever.
Mm-hmm.
Bob was also a big ham operator. He was known for that. Get this, famed musicians Jerry Garcia, Joe Walsh, Slash, Peter Frampton, and Richie Sambora, and many others have always provided words of praise for Bob Howell.
How about that? Now, you met Bob not once but twice, right?
Yeah, I met him the last time. The first was a long time ago, but it was at the Huntsville Ham Fest in 2018, I believe it was, and he was already up in years and frail at that point. But what a pleasure to get my picture made with him. The other time before was very quick, but to get to meet him, it was kind of funny though, and I told the story when it happened. Everybody's coming up talking to Bob, and everybody feels like they know Bob because they have one of his microphones or his headphones or something.
Right.
And I was sitting there talking to him for a minute, and Robbie from Gigaparts, who had him in their booth, was trying to tell Bob who I was and about the Rick and Bubba show and all that stuff. And Bob took in a little bit of it, but he got it confused. And then later on, he asked me if I was a truck driver.
Oh, I love it.
And
I love that.
I thought that was funny.
Yeah,
and a precious moment with the great Bob Howell.
Sure.
And I've got several of his microphones myself.
Yes.
Well, so he did a little podcast for ham radio stuff, and he was just an audio guy. And like I say, I've always heard he was was behind the loudest concert ever that the Who put on in New York, that he audio engineered that. So I don't know about that exactly.
Sure.
But I'd always heard that.
Yeah,
you call him legend?
Oh, yeah. The National Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in Cleveland has a big Howell sound technology display at their place.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
And do you think you look like a truck driver to him? Is that why he went there?
I would say probably.
Probably.
Yeah. If I'd have had a beard, I'd been dead on.
Oh,
That's probably what confused him a little bit. He was a legend now.
So anyway, the Howell microphones. So I didn't.
Him and Joe Walsh are big buddies.
Yeah. So I understand with the recording and with the live things, are they considered to be high quality in the radio world too?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He does more. It's just a little bit of everything.
Right.
A little bit of everything. The full line of stuff now. It grew over the years.
Right. So we have so that's Bob Howell, Chris Mortensen, and Britt Turner from Blackberry Smoke. We have to report all died over the weekend.
Yep.
All gone. So and then we thought somebody we knew might have but didn't. But,
y'all are going there.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. It might be for the person who actually did pass. It might be so fresh. Maybe we don't need to get into
For
it.
just a little bit, though, Bubba texted me, and it threw me into a little bit of a panic, just slightly at first.
Well,
I got
a
quick search. I realized that was false.
Yeah, well, what it is, I got a text, somebody asking me if our bulldozer guy had passed away, Gary.
Right.
Come on,
and I didn't know, so I text Speedy to ask, and then I text Gary to ask, and when he replied, I knew we were all right.
That's the uncomfortable part when you finally text the person.
Yeah.
And we've had some. Unfortunately, this is serious stuff, but unfortunately, Bubba and I have had where somebody thought one of us had been too. It's not a good fit.
Hey, by the way, I got a call about that y'all I don't even remember about asking me about the two of you.
Oh yeah, no.
When that broke out,
I remember all
and
that.
And Bubba, I had a text ready to send to Gary. It just, hey bud, you good? And I just sat there and I looked at it and I'm like, do I hit send?
Well, that's how I was.
And then
I didn't want to.
Then I looked into it and I saw it wasn't true.
Well, I have the.
Well, I hate it for whoever it was.
Yeah, me too. I have the response to Bubba from Gary when he says, "If I did, I didn't know about it."
Yeah.
Is that what he said?
Yeah. So well, that's about all you. That's
what else are you gonna say?
That's about all you can say.
Okay.
Right, and
what
so
else?
hey, if I went in, I ain't aware of it. So that's it. So
he's a great bulldozer man. Probably best ever.
Are you working on a Trump?
I think so.
I was just entertaining myself.
Right.
It
But
really
that
wasn't
wasn't a bad
for. It wasn't really for y'all. I was just entertaining myself.
So it looks like Bubba may be working on it. I didn't know you were working on a Trump.
I don't want to be working on it because then you'll expect progress. But
right.
It was more for myself.
Yeah.
I don't know why my hands ended up like that. It kind of made me want to do it.
Yeah. But and also now,
Never.
you know, I know I'll step out in a minute because I'm just as informed about politics enough to be dangerous. Is tomorrow Super Tuesday?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Okay, I just want to be sure I had that right. I don't know. Well, yeah, I mean,
whole bunch of stuff tomorrow.
I know
Super
Tuesday.
Yeah, super.
I'm getting a lot of, you know, as you mentioned, I'm getting a lot of weird text and stuff from telemarketers trying to get me to vote for certain people. So I was like, well, it must be.
They're a creative bunch because I'll report it as junk.
Me too.
And then I'll get another text from them with a different number.
I will.
They're creative.
It's funny you said that. I keep reporting it as junk as well. And I there's two things I'm getting: the various offices of people who want you to vote for them. Okay. So they're all coming in, and we all talking. And I'm reporting those as junk. Not only are they incredible, I don't know who this kid is. There's some kid who's doing a fundraiser that has figured out how to text me about click here to help my fundraiser. And I've reported it as junk. I know 5 times, and it just keeps coming back. I can't beat this kid. I don't know who he is, or I'm sure I'm supposed to.
Right.
But I don't know who it is, and I don't fully understand why he needs the money. But I'll tell you one thing: if you report him as junk, it doesn't matter. It comes right back. So this kid must have got the same people that are doing these politicians. I mean, they must all be working for the same guy.
They scramble these numbers, I guess, and use different numbers. So
and we all knew that. Once you got rid of your home phone because it became nothing but one telemarketer after another. I mean, I was literally getting no other phone calls on my home phone.
Oh yeah, I think that's why everybody got rid of it.
Yeah,
it wasn't just that you used your cell phone, but they got tired of it ringing all the time.
Yeah, right. I like the quality of a landline. I just didn't like it ringing all the time. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. More to cover on the program today. We'll get some of your phone calls in as well. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, came out over the weekend. If you haven't seen it or watched or listened to it, it's available to you today. Bottom of the hour, more Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Please, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings
22 minutes past the hour. Don't forget another edition of Rick and Bubba University. The podcast will air this weekend. We'll record that today. Christopher Sine will visit with us, the author of The Secret on the Tarmac. And that's that 2016 meeting between former President Bill Clinton and Attorney General Loretta Lynch. You remember the controversy with that. Well, we're going to talk to him what it was like, what happened to his life when he wrote this book, and they knew that it was coming out, and then what the book actually reveals. So that'll be Christopher Sine on Rick and Bubba University this weekend.
They just met to talk about their grandkids.
Oh, sure, Bo. Sure they did.
And the weather.
Sure they did. Yeah, and Winky's emoji, you shouldn't be concerned about that either.
Look, there's a few things Bill Clinton meets people for, and that ain't one of them.
No.
It's a pretty short
list. That's not on it.
No.
And of course, you heard.
Hey, Bill, thank you.
You heard Orange Galooly mention the Man Church. TheManChurch.com goes live on Monday. Mm-hmm. For those who've been paying attention for that and waiting on that as kind of a hub and resources for you to implement a men's ministry discipleship strategy. So that'll be coming up Monday. Just write down TheManChurch.com. Some of you that already subscribe to it, you're probably getting updates, so that'll happen Monday. And you know what she said? I didn't even ask about this. She said, well, I don't know if you noticed, if you go to women's conferences or women's events, the men have to volunteer,
right?
To help. She goes, so all of us, Hannah and I, we're all willing to volunteer at Man Church events. Right. So we'll be there.
So you control the parking lot there. It's like, when the fish are swimming upstream, how the bears go in there.
And it'd almost be like hunting over a baby field.
Okay.
But
it owned me to hear Kathy, who's 30-something, talk about cougar life. So that
funny
me today. Yeah, that was the line that got me.
But anyway, so we have this thing we talked about last hour, but we didn't jump into it, but we will now.
Oh man!
And that is this. I mean, NASA. Everybody, there's something floating or following the space station, and we have really, really clear pictures of it. Now, Bubba.
Well, we've talked about this before.
when it comes to Bigfoot, the Yeti, the chupacabras, all that stuff of the world.
Wow, that was the worst effort I've ever heard.
Whatever, you know what I'm talking about. All of those things we never can get a handle on.
Right. Black Panthers,
Beretta turtlenecks.
We always have, these sketchy pictures and whatever.
Right.
This is pretty good video, and I think there's probably even better video out there that we have not been privy to yet. From the International Space Station, if you tune in NASA TV, you can see it all the time. I mean, they're circling the globe, which is a big circle and a big ball. And there's always video up there. Well, they're sitting there, the cameras are running like normal, and something pulls up behind the space station. Yeah. Now, when we say UFO, Rick, I want to emphasize this
Here he goes again.
Unidentified flying object. You can see it as a tiny dot, but are you doing that speed? Stop it right there.
This has got narration with it, too.
I want to make this is a guy talking about it. Yeah. We may want to hear his breakdown, but
Rick.
The people in charge of NASA TV or maybe on the International Space Station has these monitors up, too. Well, they noticed something very strange following the space station. And they even turn and zoom the camera in on it to get a better look because they don't know what it is. It could have been something that broke off. They don't know. But as you look at it, you see it's something designed to be traveling very fast. And it follows them, I think it's about 20 minutes. Then it backs off and zooms off into space. And we have it completely documented.
That's the part I didn't know about.
Yes. Goes up.
Very eerie.
Goes up to a higher orbit.
Yes.
Whoa! So here are your potential situations. One would always be some kind of space junk or something that broke off. But because of the way it was moving,
it left
and coordinated and left, we have to rule that out. So now we have, is this some type of secret U.S. thing that was in orbit that was doing a maneuver? Is this a Chinese or Russian thing that was zooming in to look at it? Or is this from some other unknown origin? We just don't know.
Helmsy,
let's look at it. Speedy, let's do it. You don't pull the audio. Have you listened to the audio?
Yeah, he's just talking about it. It might put Greg to sleep, but, I mean, he's talking about
it. Did you listen to Papa Smurf and see if you could see it?
I did not.
Did you find it on the scope?
See it?
The clouds have not been cooperative in our area.
Okay.
Watch this right here.
I'm not going to show you the whole video. I'm just kind of talking about it. Let's turn this on.
I knew you'd talk like this.
Yeah. And you could hear the chit-chat a little bit. But I'm going to turn that off.
I barely try.
"35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. So, are you struggling again this year with debt? Yeah. I know, and a lot of these high interest loans and these credit cards, trust me, they're set up for you to never get out of this debt. So, you're going to need some help. Let's go to zapmydebt.com. Go there, zapmydebt.com. This isn't the old school, where they take your debt and they spread it over massive months and try to get you a low payment every month. These are new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than maybe you thought possible. So think about this. Now you can cut or even eliminate interest, find programs to write off your balances so you owe less, stop with the threatening phone calls, be done with that. You can do it all without bankruptcy or another loan. In short, they find every solution possible to end your debt and to end it permanently. Does this sound good? So before you do anything else, why don't you go to zapmydebt.com, talk to them for free. You'll see this is a company called Pivotal Debt Solutions. Zapmydebt.com, talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. You'll thank us for this. Again, zapmydebt.com, or just go to rickandbubba.com. You'll find the link there under sponsors, too. Bubba, we were talking about Super Tuesday being tomorrow.
Super Tuesday.
Super Tuesday. Super Tuesday. Super Tuesday. And tomorrow, of course, is when Nikki Haley turns it around.
Yeah.
And
she did win the D.C. primary, which was full of Democrats crossing over.
Yeah,
that's all it was.
Well, good for her.
I don't think there's any Republicans in D.C. voting.
No. So tomorrow, Super Tuesday, and we've had this ongoing. We've tried to alert America, which is kind of our job. America, it's possible that we could could end up with an election between a man who has Alzheimer's and another man who's in jail. And we don't,
and it's a rerun of last time.
Yeah, we don't really. That doesn't sound crazy promising, but what we need to find out is Donald Trump going to be able to hold office if he were to win? And I'm like you, Bubba. I was a little shocked that there's a story today that says the Supreme Court may rule on that just in time for tomorrow.
Well, Rick, I don't know if they're going to rule on if he can hold office or not, but they are going to rule on if he can be taken off the ballot without being convicted first.
Okay.
The Supreme Court will announce at least one decision on Monday, which is widely expected to be on former President Donald Trump's ballot eligibility. The Supreme Court in Colorado ruled in December that Trump was ineligible to run for the White House due to his role in the January 6th Capitol attack. Okay. Now, that's just their opinion.
Understood.
He hasn't been convicted.
Understood.
Colorado was one of 15 states, as well as American Samoa, where GOP voters will head to the polls and choose between Trump and his final GOP rival, Nikki Haley. So this announcement will pretty much say if these states can keep him off the ballot or not, based on what their Supreme Court rulings have been.
Right.
Now, honestly, no, we're not lawyers, Rick, but we play them here.
Go
on
ahead,
TV
let it rip.
I don't see how a Supreme Court can keep a bona fide candidate off of the poll based on they think or they feel like he was responsible for January the 6th. No legal action has been executed on this.
Right.
There's no ruling on it.
Understood.
If you start this, Democrat states will keep every Republican from being on the ballot and vice versa.
Yeah.
I don't think the Supreme Court has any way to rule other than to say you got to leave him on the ballot.
Because the point you just made, which is 100% correct, we've joked around about we're turning it into a banana republic.
And that's what this is.
If this goes, then we will be one, legitimately.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all we'll be.
So the states controlled by Democrats will take the Republicans off the ballot and vice versa.
Yeah, we can't live like that. We can't live like that.
That's not American.
You can not like Donald Trump. You can find his personality to be, unnerving. He can scare you. You can have Orange Man syndrome. But this you got to look.
Orange Man bad.
Orange Man, come get
Whole
me.
world sad.
Orange Man, get me, Papa.
That's
that song.
By the way, if you want to keep working on your Donald Trump, now'd be a good time to do that. But so that ruling should come today then.
Yeah.
So tomorrow on the show we should know.
As a matter of fact, let's see, just to dig into this. To dig into this a little more, I was going to give you the line of verse here. Okay. So they're talking about Section 3 of the 14th Amendment.
Easy.
Go to Section 3.
And it's real boring because it lists all these people. No person shall be a senator, representative of Congress, elector of the president, vice president, hold any office, civil, military under the United States, or any other state having previously taken the oath as a member of Congress or and engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same, or given aid or comfort to the enemy thereof.
Yeah.
But Congress may, by a vote of 2/3 of each house, remove such disability. So even Congress can overrule it if they want to.
Okay.
And if I'm not mistaken, this was the Jefferson Davis Amendment.
Okay.
Because I don't want to dive too much.
Easy,
anytime you talk
about,
anytime you talk about anything on here, there's all these people going to take issue with
I
what
know,
you said.
of course.
I almost don't want to bring it up.
No, well, let's
But Jefferson Davis, I think, was probably going to run again for Congress and be elected.
No,
and they said we just can't have that. He just was at war with the United States. We can't do that.
Do you think?
I don't think Trump fits that mold.
Right. No. Do you think people, because when they look at the current situation, they see the current economy, they see the cost of everything. Do you think some of this grandstanding about how nauseating Trump's personality is starting to kind of wane a little bit? He doesn't seem near as nauseating anymore.
Yeah,
You know,
really
I mean, do people like, well, you know,
Remember my
sure,
paycheck was storming in here,
you know,
and
I remember the rest of the world too, kind of afraid of us, not anymore. You know, that kind of stuff.
Let me ask y'all a question because I don't know enough about this, and I'm probably one of the ones that I'm complaining about.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to the January 6th speech that is in question, I know a lot of times when the story's repeated enough, if it's not fully laid out for you, then the wrong narrative starts getting pushed around.
Do that all the
Didn't
time.
he say go over there peacefully? Didn't he talk about being peaceful and all this in his original speech? I think sometimes that's left out when he starts talking about, when everybody starts talking about insurrection, like he marched everybody in. But in the original speech, didn't he say, you know, let
Let's
your
go
voice
to
be
Alt
heard
Adler. Alt Adler will know.
peacefully?
Yes, and they always trim it out. They always trim it out.
Okay.
The January 6th committee trimmed it out. Never played those words. Never let those words air, even though that was part of his instructions.
Well, and also
it's all a scam.
Didn't the tweet that he put out telling everybody to go back home or whatever, didn't he get taken down too? I heard that.
Yeah, I don't know.
though.
I think all this is irrelevant, even though it is important. But even if you hide all these things, I think we've all made a pretty good case that to call it an insurrection, no matter how you think it started, is a bit of a reach.
And he was never charged with insurrection.
No.
Trump was never, because they knew they couldn't convict him on that.
Right.
But yet they keep using that word, tossing that word around.
You're talking about the oddities of some of this, and I hate to go back to Jefferson Davis again. But
Wow, you
really on Jeff.
President of the Confederacy.
Yeah, here he goes.
At war with the United States.
Sure. Yeah, that's a biggie.
He's out walking around, able to run for Congress again.
Sure.
Okay, keep that in mind. He was punished minimally, like for a weekend they put a guard on him, and then they let him go out and stay in a motel somewhere there in Richmond.
Sure.
And Robert E. Lee, who killed more U.S. soldiers at his command than anybody in history, he just went back and became president of a university. I mean, could you imagine if we let Adolf Hitler become chancellor of Berlin U when it was over?
Right, yeah.
I mean, very bizarre. Very bizarre.
And you'll get emails today.
Why do you think so?
Well, I will tell you why. Because
couldn't prosecute him.
Right. Well,
didn't have a case.
Well, what they did, they had the constitutional right to do it. We've said this 1,000 times. They were just denied it by the Union. They had every right to declare independence, but you have to win the war. And they didn't win it, so they didn't get to do it. But they constitutionally could try it, so that's why they all got.
The only ones that swung over that were the people that helped John Wilkes Booth plan the assassination.
Right.
That's a great movie, by the way, Conspirator.
Yeah.
You need to see that. That is something else.
That is a good one. But
I just thought that was strange.
No, it is, and it's and when you get to the letter of the law. I know it can be pesky, but it does tell you what you can and can't do.
Can you imagine the VP that took over after Lincoln and he's ready to hang everybody and the lawyers come in and go, you know, we got a problem here. We've been reading the fine print on this thing. We can't really do anything. They had the right to do it. Now, we kicked their butt and they quit, but they had the right to do it.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The edges, but you see it separating now into the white cloud.
I don't see no.
See the little dot? It's a little dot right now.
Circle it, Adler, if you can.
Right there.
So they begin to zoom in on it. That's not me. That's
I'm
them.
sorry.
Dot?
That's the NASA.
You don't see
camera.
that gray thing right there in the front?
I'll go in
on this strange.
Right there.
You can't see that?
But
right there,
they seem to as baffled by it as I am.
I
they don't
guess.
seem to know exactly what it is or why it's there.
The video gets
they don't
better. They'll
talk
keep
about
watching it.
They continue talking, and sometimes they say
that's extremely close to the space
station.
station.
They say coordinates to things, and I believe that might be a secret code to the location of this object out there.
We listen to NPR,
but they
Yeah, no, I
think it's worse than NPR.
It's okay to talk about something like this with some enthusiasm and some personality.
Let me, Speedy, hold that audio just a minute. Let me emphasize.
Pause it.
No, keep the
completely?
Keep the video going. Just hold the audio, Rick. We get very concerned when something gets within 100 miles of the space station, okay? That is extremely close to the space station, and you can see it clearly has a design to it. It's not a piece of junk with jagged edges. It looks like something designed to fly very, very fast.
Look at that. Like a stealth fighter.
It does. It does,
Ooh,
except they don't go into orbit.
Now?
You know,
I know.
Look at that.
I want to know when it flies off. Can I go to the end?
The clouds will get wider here in a minute, more solid behind, and you can even see it better as the clouds get thicker.
I've moved forward a great,
but for
a great
22
deal
minutes, this thing is within a mile or two of the space station, and it's following in a very clear-cut, organized way.
All right, I'll keep going forward. I want to know when it flies.
Yeah, I want
off.
you to see it zoom off.
Oh, stop.
Wait a minute.
Wait till we come back.
We come back, we'll show you the exit of this.
That is odd.
That is very strange.
Is this the Patterson film of the UFOs?
It could be, Greg.
Well, we're going to have a hard time saying this one was imagined. We really need to know what that one is.
Well, it's clearly not imagined.
Look right there, Greg. Look at that. That's
what
a
is
good shot of it.
But what is it?
What is that?
It looks like the Falcon that Han Solo flew.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
22 minutes past the hour is this footage that is circulating from the space station. Does it identify a flying object of some sort? We will talk with Doug Wheelock with NASA out of Houston, likely next segment. So we'll find out, try to get some official stuff from NASA, from a reliable resource. So be standing by for that.
Doug has such a vast experience with this, Colonel Doug Wheelock. We probably need to give the intro to him before he gets on, or we'll never get to hear from him.
Because it's that long?
No, I mean, he's done so much.
Yeah, he's done a lot. So that'll be coming up, we think, next segment?
Yeah, about 8:30, Sam.
Okay.
What if he said, when you blast off, you talk about White Knuckle Weekend?
It was.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate our caller to.
And probably the highlight, I think, of Doug's space career was talking live to the Rick and Bubba show in orbit.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
On NASA TV and the Rick and Bubba Network simulcast.
Has he ever had the drive of a lifetime, though?
Well, I think that. I think when he went up on the Russian rocket, he would say that was the ride of a lifetime.
Look, we all did the Dale Jarrett driving experience and the Richard Petty driving experience, and I will tell you, it's probably the most fun I've ever had with my clothes on.
Absolutely, I will second that.
It is an absolute thrill.
It is.
Coronavirus update.
Oh boy.
Did you have it on?
All right, so let's start. Donald Trump makes Mike Pence the coronavirus czar.
The czar.
So he says the United States will spend whatever it takes to beat the global epidemic. CDC has confirmed the first unknown origin coronavirus case in Northern California, meaning we don't know how this person got it.
Yeah, that's comforting, isn't it?
Yep, that's nobody likes that one. This person hasn't recently traveled abroad or been exposed to an infected patient. And Donald Trump keeps saying that the risk to Americans is very low, but now we have a CDC confirmation of somebody in Northern California that has coronavirus, and they have no idea how they got it. Don't mean to be Debbie Downer, but I just wanted to share that with you. So,
you know, too, we're trying to do comparisons to the regular flu.
We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast available from the weekend. If you didn't catch it, catch our interview with Gary Burley in his book, Glory, The Struggle for Yards. It's available wherever you get podcasts today. Also, what, you go again?
I really enjoyed meeting.
Yeah, man, that was a great conversation and very interesting and informative on some, like I say, some heroes that we didn't even know about. So catch that wherever you get podcasts today. Bubba, I know that you got an Elon Musk update.
Elon!
SpaceX in the mix. SpaceX. Somebody say a bling bling. Somebody say, Bubba, SpaceX successful?
Yes.
Again?
Launched 3 American astronauts and a Russian cosmonaut into orbit after concerns about a crack in a side hatch nearly scrubbed the liftoff.
Hatch me.
Prior to the rocket launching, NASA SpaceX Crew 8 found a problem with a crack in the side hatch. However, the crew decided to proceed with the launch and said the issue was too small to cause concerns. You know, if I'm in a spaceship, cracks in the door, that's, I don't know about all that.
Sorry. I won't even drive my car if I see tailgate ajar. Because I don't want that flying up going down the highway.
Who wants that?
So yeah, I don't want to be. I don't want to be in the old SpaceX with a Ruski and somebody say, well, we got a little bit of something going with the door, but I think we're good.
Yeah, I think we're good.
This would be me. Come back on the hatch comment again.
Yeah.
Right. What'd you say?
Nothing to worry about. Just slight. We think it's okay.
Maybe they could get that tape and put on it like you do that stops the aquarium from leaking. I figure that'll stop anything. You know, I tried some of that one time when it was real cold. It doesn't stick that good in the cold. It's a little tougher.
Really a lot of talk about the hatch in here. Even the Ruski would like to know. No, it's the hatch thing. Pretty sure we heard something about the hatch.
Please repeat.
So they will catch up with the space station tomorrow. They will be up there for 6 months, and I guess they'll be bringing the other crew home. Now get this too.
Here's the liftoff.
Oh, is this it? Oh, we got it. Oh, baby! It's a knot launch.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Engines full power and liftoff of NASA Crew 8. Go Falcon, go SpaceX, and go NASA.
Sorry, Greg.
Vehicles pitching down range.
Alpha. Look at that, Bussy.
Hey, Michael.
Copy 1 Alpha.
They'll be there
Stage
to
1
feel it,
propulsion
though.
in the
Look at that.
See, I'll buy a ticket to that.
That's as bright as the sun at night. My goodness.
No way a camera can capture it.
Wow.
And what about the hatch?
Yeah.
Bubba, you're right. Like a horseshoe stadium around that.
Oh,
I buy season tickets to that over college football, honestly.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, man. And then you know what the new thing becomes? Y'all know who's playing the pre-launch concert?
That's it.
That becomes the new thing.
Oh, yeah. Bon Jovi.
I tell you, those
I was
tickets
thinking more
get
like
going.
Rat.
And
Rat.
NASA will have so much money they won't know what to do with
Well,
it. They generate their own.
Seems so elementary.
Now, it's going to be a busy year at the space station. Boeing's new Starliner capsule with test pilots is due to arrive at the ISS in April. A month or two later, Sierra Space Dream Chaser, a mini shuttle, is expected to arrive and set up a delivery of cargo. It has not been rated for passengers yet. So you have all kind of companies getting up there and getting into it. That's good. That's good for technology.
Okay, you know the question's coming. Right now, the state of SpaceX.
Yep.
Just by some, I know there's a lot of things. I'm in a fantasy world, so I'm just gonna knock down all the blockades that are in the way.
Yep. Go ahead.
You can get on SpaceX.
Yep.
And you can ride to the space station.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Would you do it?
You know, that's. I would love to go. I don't know if I want to stay 6 months.
That's a long time.
That's a long time when you haven't worked in that environment.
But they got to know something. They called you and said, "Hey, at top of next hour, we got to know."
Well,
do you go?
I got 25 open. Call me.
Yeah. What if they said in January of 2025 you could get on SpaceX and go to the space station? They would do a shorter time. You wouldn't have to stay there so long.
I will say this:
Blue Origin.
The Falcon 9 rocket has been extremely reliable.
Right.
So that would be a good one to go on.
What time frame would you think you could stay there? 1 month?
Oh no, gosh.
2 weeks?
I don't know.
I got one.
I hadn't thought about it.
I got one. What if they said you can go up for a week, and when you get back, your lake house will be done, and you can move in?
Well, I know that wouldn't.
Now
be
we're
right.
talking miracles.
Yeah.
Now we're talking miracles.
We can even make believe on all that.
Sure. Everything will be moved in and ready to go.
Oh,
Everything paid for.
Everything.
Right. Yeah. It's
it'd be fun. I think I'd rather just go up and come back that afternoon.
That's Blue Origin.
trip.
Yeah, you want to go up in blue.
Yeah, and then next trip maybe stay a little longer.
You know, it'd be like William Shatner. He went up and came right back.
He did. Yeah.
But Bubba, I will say,
I would love to see
He
it.
did.
And correct me if I'm not seeing this right. But it seems like this is what you've been promoting with NASA for years. That you need to get the private sector, going with the public sector. They all need to be working together, and it seems like this is happening in your lifetime.
Yeah, it is. Let the private sector handle the low Earth orbit stuff, and let NASA worry about the bigger projects, the deeper space things, which they do very well.
Yeah.
And let the private sector now that NASA has pioneered our ability to go to space, live in space, work in space, let the private sector take it and develop jobs and money and generate income off of it, and just kind of evolve that thing down.
And then book the band Europe for the pre-launch concert.
That would be a good one. The final countdown.
Oh, yeah, that would be. There goes.
Let me tell you a good song that they could use with that too, and I listen to it a lot of times. It's Toby Mac's "Ignition."
Oh yeah,
that works.
Be good.
That works great for the launch.
He's still got tons of energy. He'd be all over the stage.
It's a final countdown. Stand by. It's a final countdown.
Rick, see if you can play Toby Mac and show us the video again. Can we sync it up?
Ignition,
and Bubba, I need you to be Trump and welcome everybody here.
Best show ever.
I've only got 40 seconds.
Nothing like it. Nothing.
Bigly. I've got 40 seconds.
It's bigly. It's bigly.
But I think maybe here we
Keep
go.
it up. I like it.
Okay.
Right there. That's pretty good.
Oh, yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah. Oh yeah,
that's pretty good.
That's good. I like that.
Yeah.
That's good.
That right there wasn't too bad.
It wasn't.
I think we actually even hit the build-up right on the fire.
It did.
I was just sometimes things just fall together.
Got lucky, but we'll take it.
Yeah, we'll take that all day long. So, and then if we can just get the Horseshoe Stadium.
Yep.
The pre-launch concert.
About $70,000 in there.
Right.
$70,000 for each launch. Have a concert. Have the launch. Sell a lot of merchandise. And let Disney bust them in and out of there.
Oh.
You know.
And let Chick-fil-A handle the concession.
That's right.
All right.
On 6 of the 7 days. You got to bring somebody else in on Sunday.
That's funny.
That's a good one.
We'll come back. Weekend recaps coming up for you. We'll go to the big 50th birthday celebration yesterday. Hang in there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So you've heard Greg and I talking a lot on the show. I mean, Bubba's been through this too, aging parents, and hearing loss is one of the things that unfortunately plays a key role in losing them. I mean, when they can't engage in conversation, when they don't know what's going on. I saw my dad go through this before we got the MD hearing aids. They can't get involved in conversations because they can't hear what's going on. But this so not only is this good for the person, it's good for the entire family because you kind of get the person back. But then I know what you're thinking. Expensive, Rick, expensive, and you're right. But not with MD hearing. Not with MD hearing. Okay? Are you still paying thousands of dollars for hearing aids and they don't even work right? MD Hearing is an FDA-registered rechargeable hearing aid that costs a fraction of what typical hearing aids cost. MD Hearing's brand new XS model cost over 90% less than clinic hearing aids. I said 90%, okay? And the XS is MD Hearing's smallest hearing aid ever. It fits inside your ear. No one will even know it's there. This MD Hearing was founded by an ENT surgeon who saw how many his patients needed hearing aids, but they just couldn't afford them. Look, been there, seen it. He made it his mission to develop a quality hearing aid that anyone could afford, and he's done it. Okay, so let's go right now. MD Hearing has sold over 1.5 million hearing aids, and they offer a 45-day risk-free trial with 100% money-back guarantee to go with it. So you buy with confidence, okay? If you want MD Hearing's smallest hearing aid ever, go to shop. Remember, put shop in front of it. ShopMDHearing.com. Use our promo code Bubba and get their new $397 deal when you buy a pair. Plus, they'll include a charging case for free. That's a $100 value there, just for you here in our audience. So that's shopmdhearing.com and use the promo code Bubba. Get the new $397 deal when you buy a pair, plus a free charging case.
Versus Corona. And you can get on the internet and try to look at these numbers, but I'm just seeing numbers all over the place. Yeah. It's very hard to follow. And if you don't have good numbers, you got bad info.
A woman in Japan tested positive for the coronavirus for the second time on Wednesday.
This is scary to me.
As the country...
You're talking about the unluckiest person in the world?
Yeah. Is gripped with 190 cases separate from the Diamond Princess cruising ship outbreak. Multiple reports are saying this. The tour bus guide in her 40s first tested positive in late January, was released from the hospital after recovering. She was readmitted after having a sore throat and chest pains, and it is the first known case, this is in Japan, of a second positive test in Japan, which now has the health minister, no way I'll try that name, informing Japan's central government of the need to review previous patient list and monitor the condition of those previously discharged, meaning they may not have been well and we thought they were. Mm-hmm. Or does it mean
it
that
hangs
once you've
around
had,
longer?
Or does it mean once you've had it doesn't mean you won't get it again?
Yeah.
This is when a month, within a month.
Weaken immune system.
Late January, yeah. How about that?
We just don't
got
know,
it
Rick.
twice in a month. Dang the luck.
Well, did you ever really get rid of it?
Well, that's the question. That's the ultimate thing.
Well, Greg, that's what they got to find out, buddy.
Yeah.
Or
that's what we're doing.
That's what I'm going
Do you
with.
That's
have
what we're doing, scrunch face.
Called a relapse.
He does have a scrunch face.
Well,
You're mad about it.
All ill about
Well,
it.
I'm about coronavirus out.
Yeah, toothpick rocking.
It's pretty important.
Yeah.
I mean, what am I going to do?
Yeah, I know. I'm doing the best I can do.
When do you get concerned? When do you start worrying about it?
When there's one in, like, Cleveland County.
Okay.
That's where you drew your line.
That was real.
Rick, but look at this.
Come from Atlanta. Is that where it's coming from?
Rick, look at the graph that Adler has up there. That shows you the reported cases in it and how quick it has taken off compared to Ebola and MERS and SARS and swine flu and all this other stuff we've had.
That's
But
scary.
you see how it has just escalated and dwarfed the other cases and how quick it has taken off. That's what's concerning to everybody, I think.
Well,
highly infectious. Says here's an issue for those of us with facial hair.
They've even got a chart out today that shows if you what facial hair you have or don't have, how much more at a potential you could be to get the disease.
Yeah, they're talking about because if you try to wear these masks. It's back to your deal with the CPAP. By the way, thanks for the tons of emails informing me that there are CPAPs for people with beards and let Bubba know.
That's why he's bringing his stash back.
Right, yeah, that's it. So, anyway.
No, I can't do that one. It's just nose. I have to have the whole thing on. It's working. I don't want to tamper with it.
That's right.
I know a lot of people can't get used to the CPAP machine. You know, it bothers them. They just can't get tied into it. And I fought it for a year.
Really? Was it that hard?
Wow. Oh, yeah.
1 year?
Well, I didn't want to wear it. I just thought, I can't go to sleep with that on.
Yeah.
Right.
And then I started, experimenting with little naps in the afternoon and went, wow, number one.
Okay, good.
And I transitioned over. Now when I see it on the nightstand, I get sleepy.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I'm Pavlov's dog with that thing. I am conditioned.
Yeah. So anyway, facial,
there it is.
Yeah, there's a whole chart. Like Bubba said, we're holding the story now. It's on the screen if you're watching on YouTube. There's a whole chart about the different kinds of mustaches and beards and how you. But then they're also saying there's a run on these surgical masks. It's now past the hour. And some cold blue steel. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour on a brand new day on a brand new week of the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang, all here today. So hello to you, America. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us for over 30 years now. We sure do appreciate it.
Yes, we do. So we mentioned earlier today, Greg and Lisa Burgess having their anniversary. We didn't sing officially, though. So 1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind.
All right.
35 years married today.
3, 5.
Went very fast.
For you.
Yes.
For me.
Yeah. For
Lisa,
you.
probably
Lisa.
not so much. Probably feels like 40.
Yeah, like pouring molasses out of a mason jar.
On a cold day.
On a cold day.
Uphill.
So a lot of Burgess celebrations going on.
It was cold that day.
Yeah, this weekend. Our sister, Angie Burgess, and she's 50 years old. Turned 50 over the weekend. And she and I are almost 10 years apart. So anytime we hit these big numbers, she hits it earlier in the year, and I hit it late in the year. I'll be 60. But anyway, so we put together, anytime that we feel anytime there's a shindig, this gathering, here this is us singing to her here on the birthday.
Like right there beside her. Ellis is just singing.
Ellis is all singing, and
there's so many things to look at here. So many people, and so many different things
Rick
happen.
Pace didn't cry during it. He must be past that.
I think he's past the birthday.
He cried no matter whose birthday it was.
Yeah, so
Happy birthday to you.
50 and fabulous.
Happy birthday, dear sissy. Happy birthday to you.
Look at that crowd.
Yeah, there it is.
50 and fabulous.
As you realize, we're not the Adlers. But anyway,
Greg, you could have tried a little bit more.
Yeah, the Adlers have 5-part harmony when they sing.
Matter of fact, the Eagles are jealous of the Adlers' birthday celebration.
Were you just mouthing that, or did you actually sing?
Wow, Greg.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, Greg. Come on.
So that was the gathering for 50 and fabulous, and we had her crown and her sash and all that, and she was just fabulous all day.
How about that strawberry cake?
That strawberry cake was as good a cake as I've ever eaten in my entire life.
How about that?
Lisa has a friend that makes those. Greg's wife.
Man, Kay.
And it was
Kay put it
hey
on.
Kay, wow Kay. So really good. So this requires a lot of preparation. Anytime there's a Burgess family shindig that must be held at the farm. So that means there's a lot of prep, getting the barn ready. There's got to be sweeping. There's got to be, and of course Sherry, it took her all of 30 minutes to get a fire going, and it burned all day. But anyway, so we were sitting there on Saturday, and I kind of knew that Sunday was a big day, and we had done prep about a week before, and I told Sherry, I said, I probably. I don't know what you have planned today, but I just don't feel good about the fact this big thing is tomorrow, and the farm has not been checked on. And I said, it's a beautiful spring day. The farm is probably showing out, and I'm just worried that we're not ready.
So worried.
And she said, "Well, I can't go down there today." I said, "I know. I mean, I can
if I have to.
If I have to, and if I need to go down there, I don't want my sister to show up on her 50th birthday. I don't want Greg and Lisa and their kids and their grandkids. I just don't want them to come down there and it not be perfect. And so Sherry's like, well, go down there, but you need to work.
Right.
Don't go down there and just goof off. She said, go down there and get the barn completely clean. Be sure everything's ready, trash can wise. Be sure the houses are clean. Be sure the firewood, the fire pit's ready to go, and just go do a once over and then come back. Mm-hmm. So I actually documented, for Sherry what I want her. Oh, okay. Yeah. So and I didn't know she was watching. I really was just kind of going through this. So I documented this. This is me really working.
You getting prepared?
Yeah. So here we go. So I'm down here at Camp House. We're getting ready for my sister's 50th birthday at the farm tomorrow, and I've been trying to get the trails cleared, be sure the barn's cleaned up, made sure we got the table set up for the meal, just serving, and it hit me that Greg's grandkids are coming tomorrow, Lord willing,
and they're going to maybe try to fish. And I know that, I mean, there's work that needs to be done, and I'm certainly doing it. But should I fish for their benefit? I mean, don't I need to know where the fish are, what the fish are hitting, what they're not hitting? Not because, you know, I need to fish or I'm taking a break from the work, but because I'm working to make sure the fish are ready for the kids. And I mean, there I go. I mean, being selfless again. So
You selfless,
I don't know. I'm thinking about, I mean, maybe I should just check the fish to see for them.
Not for you.
That's just science.
So that's it. So then I started.
That's
You know, then I
preparation is what
kept
that
thinking about it, and it really worried me.
Yeah.
So it
Well,
got,
it's you just thinking
yeah.
of them. Really.
Yeah. So here I'm still just.
Okay,
So this.
all right.
Well, good. There's the rods.
Oh wow, there they are.
So I guess I need to
brought
just go
several.
check on it just to see. You know, I wasn't going to do it. I wasn't going to fish. And then I got to thinking about Ellis and got to thinking about Pace, Mary Hollis. Even though I know she's clearly too young to fish, she probably still wants to know.
Still thinking about it.
So I probably need to get out there and just at least throw a little bit, check on the fire pit for Sherry, you know, because that's something I need to do for her. It's over there by the pond. And then maybe I just hate for those kids to get down here and me not know where the fish are. So maybe I need to.
All right. So now
You're contemplating it now.
contemplating.
Now
Right
it's
now, I'm
like-
headed over to the fire pit.
Now it's
be a
loaded
good
up as
host.
though you're going.
Yeah, I'm going to the fire pit with this with me, and then here's what happened when I got over there.
What is that?
That's just my hand trying to set up the camera where y'all can hear me.
Okay, got it.
All right,
Oh, that
so
was your ear.
I made a decision that I can't live with myself if I don't have Greg the information he needs. I mean, I started thinking about his grandkids coming up to him and saying, "Papa, should we throw a bass jig? Should we throw plastics? Spinner bait? Papa, is it a rattle trap?" And then he doesn't know because I haven't done my job.
That's it.
And I just can't.
Rick,
live
you're
with
always
that.
thinking
So
of others.
I think I'm gonna go ahead and fish for them and see what I can find out.
Oh, that looks
What
miserable.
What kind of great uncle am I?
What a sacrifice.
Pretty good fish.
Was that Rick? Well, I'm just trying to find out for them, and so that the rattle trap was the answer.
Okay.
And then I'm having fun putting this out, you know, on the story, just having some fun with it. And I thought Sherry wasn't watching.
Uh-oh.
All right.
So apparently Sherry is watching my story. I thought she was getting her hair done.
Where'd you ride?
But she's disagreed with me. She said that she didn't think that Greg's grandkids will ask about rattle traps and plastics and jigs, and that what I'm doing is not necessary. So agree to disagree. So I'm going to be sure I get the fire pit set up for tomorrow.
So there you go.
You
got
Rick,
busted,
you tried.
Rick.
Your servant's heart's just
Yeah,
out. I mean,
it was just, you know, I was doing all I could do.
Yeah.
and I know that's the first thing they asked you when they saw you.
Well, they did, and we'll talk about that a little bit when we come back. It was an electric day.
Oh yeah,
full of electricity. Little kids keep you young.
They do.
You know,
Hey, full of energy.
Yeah.
But you knew what worked.
I did have the information, and it was rattle trap.
Yeah.
And a small bass jig.
Yeah, the small bass jig actually started really taking off.
It really did. So, but we wouldn't have known that.
No, Rick.
If I had not fished.
Your
Right.
sacrifice.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You can't get them anywhere.
Yeah.
There's a run on them. But
You're supposed to have that R95 minimal rating.
Yeah, but now there's a run on them.
Yeah, I know.
So.
Oh, there he is. No,
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
That is- so
Wait, let me check. Nope.
So
No,
that's
no.
that's your coronavirus update.
Bad medicine. Rick, the one update you didn't mention, this is all Trump's fault.
Yeah. It is.
That's
Trump's
what the left's
fault.
saying.
And how did Trump cause the coronavirus?
It's just his fault, Rick. It's his fault.
We
didn't have a plan.
We're not prepared, Rick. We're not giving enough money towards it.
Now,
Pence has a terrible history of the way he handles things. It's all his fault, Rick.
Now, are they going to do like with George W. Bush and the weather machine? Is this that he created?
Yeah, pretty much.
He created this outbreak so people would not want to change to the president.
Well, see, it was already out before they could get that line of thinking going, Rick. So it's a little late for that.
All right, so when we come back, we'll come back. We'll talk to Doug Wheelock. I think he's calling us right now. So we'll get him on hold. We'll get that set up. What is this object that seems to be out there kind of cruising along with the space station and then makes a bizarre exit, it appears, if these videos you're seeing truly have not been tampered with, and they are directly from the NASA channel and the footage they were getting from the space station. If it's all straight up, then what is it? Doug Wheelock helps us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We are back. Bubba from NASA, from Houston. Doug Wheelock, he's been on the program before. You actually contacted him on the space station.
Yeah, Doug Wheelock, Rick, he's got quite a history with space and NASA. He's been up on two exhibitions, not exhibitions, what I'm trying to say. He's been on two crews at the International Space Station, one as a flight engineer and then one as the actual commander. We did have a conversation with him on orbit here that was on the NASA channel, and we were very appreciative of that. Now, we have Colonel Wheelock on, and he is in Ohio, Rick, currently on loan from the astronaut office working on the Artemis project, which is going to carry us back to the moon.
Artemis Powell? No, I'm sorry. That was the drummer for Leonard Skinner. Doug Wheelock, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Welcome back.
Hey, thank you, guys. Great to be back with you.
All right, so you know what we're dealing with here today, Doug. I mean, we have we have NASA. You know, it's great to have it on 24/7. Everybody's watching the footage, the NASA channel, all good stuff. But then the UFO people are always keeping their eye on it, and a lot of the UFO observers believe that NASA zeroed in cameras on something they did not know any idea what it was. It seemed to be rolling along at a very high rate of speed with the space station, and then ultimately flies up, propels itself out of sight. Any update from NASA on this particular conversation that's going on?
Sure. Not to disappoint those UFO fans out there, this is an IFO. This is identified flying object. This is we discard of our trash and equipment that's been put through its paces and is now retired. We discard some of those things we bring back, if they're useful things that we can refurbish, or if it's science we're returning to the Earth, we bring those back in a vehicle that has a heat shield, of course, to protect it. We used to do that on the space shuttle, and now we do it on the SpaceX vehicle that has a protective heat shield. But most of our resupply capsules they burn up in the atmosphere, and so they're completely disintegrated and burned up in the atmosphere. And sometimes we do that in a controlled capsule, and sometimes things are jettisoned from the space station that have outlived their useful life and are no longer functioning. And so we release them, we jettison them at a planned trajectory, at a planned time, and we release them, and they go below the space station and end up deorbiting and burning.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me
21 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So we're looking back over the weekend. We did that. So you see that was the day before. You saw a little bit of us singing happy birthday to our sister, too. But There's all the Burgesses, and I believe we were almost 100% on attendance. I think we got everybody there that could get there to celebrate, and there's the whole crew right there. And we did just had one of the many wonderful barbecue joints in Alabama deliver barbecue there, and we set that up there on the tables. Now, I was going to ask you something just from an engineering standpoint. Sherry is some reason obsessed with the L formation of the tables, of the folding tables. Mm-hmm. She claims that operates the best. I don't know why we don't have 4 individual tables inside the barn with seats around them and everybody sit in groups.
Yeah.
She says this L, she's obsessed with the L shape.
The L shape.
And if I go put the tables up, I always have to put it in the L shape. Do you believe in the L shape? And I'll tell you why the L shape throws me. You do lose a few seats
on the end
on that one table that's forming the L, and that drives me crazy. And then nobody wants that seat that's inside the little groove there of the L.
Who wants that?
Wedge seat.
But it does.
Is that the kids' table?
Yeah, that's it. Everybody set up. There's Greg's grandkids.
It's off the L.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's still the L. See, the L goes down there. It goes down that way, and then curves back around. So it's still all one L. That's just kind of an illusion with that picture there a little bit.
Yeah.
But so we had everybody there, and Greg's grandkids begin to show up, and we realized the beauty of all this, which always has been, is there's Pistol Pace Jones wearing his overalls like he should. He walked out into that field, and his little self looks around at me, and he says, "Wow, this is a lot."
Is that what he said?
Well, I think what he thought of is every little boy in the world looks out at that field and says, "I can run and run and run and never." And that's him with his daddy walking down to the pond.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's a good one there.
Yeah, and that's a framer there.
Yes, it is. Did you point to where you ran out of gas at all?
That, by the way, no, because we can't get far enough away. I don't think anybody could take the journey to where I ran out of gas. Being stupid on my first attempt to prep. But this time I other than getting busted fishing, I had a pretty drama-free prep. When Sherry got there, and I knew this was going to happen, Sherry said, "Set up the L shape, and here's where I want it to start." And she said on the dartboard, start from the dartboard coming out. Well, that's what I did. Well, as soon as we walk in, we went by and picked up Mom. As soon as we walked in, she goes, it needs to go back a little more. And they redid my whole L.
You didn't have the right L.
Yeah. And so, but that's all right.
It was going the wrong way, wasn't it?
It was fine.
Sounds like you took an L.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, and then the thing you always deal with the females get involved is, there is a bathroom in the barn, but you can only get a bathroom in the barn so nice.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know we weatherized the barn, but it's still, it's a nice barn,
right? Yeah, it's a spider web in the corner.
Greg, also, did you notice what Sherry did with the deer heads?
Yeah, there's a lot less than was originally in there. You said the place was just full of them.
You can't even have the barn?
She took all
There's a few.
All the deer heads. You remember there used to be deer heads everywhere?
Yes.
Yeah, she took it down to only the biggest ones. And and then we went with those leather antler mounts, which will be put up somewhere, I don't know where, they're still not finished, of any deer that were not just the cream of the crop.
Yeah. Wait, I'm counting at least 5. So you're telling me that there was more than 5?
So many. That whole wall, back up a little bit. This whole wall used to have deer from one end all the way to the other. And
still a lot. I mean, I still see 3. That's a lot.
Yeah, now it's just the best of the best. And the Pac-Man machine if you need it.
I'm about to send you something.
We got it going too.
And this is Tyler, Rick. Remember, you let him have take his wedding pictures there.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And he's waiting in the barn for the big reveal to see Mabry and everything.
Oh, you can see.
And he's sitting there, and we're in there sitting there, and he's on his phone, just kind of chilling or whatever, and you can see the deer and the line of them up top.
Yeah.
I just took a picture just to document him, and it was such a great moment.
I remember that.
But yeah, you were nice enough to open that area up.
Well, this is the problem. Is what happened was when we had Brody and Cameron's couples shower down there.
Right.
A lot got changed on that one.
Yeah.
I mean,
you can't
a lot.
let that happen.
Yeah.
But it was so nice.
I know.
Yeah,
well,
it's pretty impressive.
Oh wow, here we go. Speed.
Yeah.
See, that's the way. That's the way it once looked.
Yeah.
And they're just everywhere. I mean,
Look
they're
at
just
that.
everywhere. But now Sherry says this is much neater. and we have the biggest deer that we've shot, the biggest of the big.
Right.
And
the grandkids were calling them reindeer.
Reindeer, yeah.
They wanted to touch the reindeer.
Please tell me Pac-Man's
Right.
still in there.
Oh, yeah.
Pac-Man's still there.
Okay, good.
I don't know what happened with Pac-Man. Pac-Man stopped working for years, I think just because of excruciating heat. And I finally put an air conditioning unit in there. I mean, it's not good. It's not going to cool the thing like you would be in a house.
Yeah.
But it keeps it from being like unbearable
furnace.
in there in the summer. And I think the Pac-Man machine got overwhelmed. And then all of a sudden I'm down there one day. I don't even remember what it was, some gathering. And a kid wanted to play it, and I said, "Hey, man, that doesn't work." And then they plugged it in, and it started working.
I plugged it in, played it
Never
yesterday.
know.
So now it's working again.
I guess we're not smiling for pictures, Greg. My goodness.
Greg,
I was
my
eating.
goodness.
I was eating.
Get
Greg.
caught off guard.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I kind of did.
and we all know that when the kids do decide to fish, now keep in mind, Greg, your oldest is 5. So we're not talking about, we're talking about little kids.
I mean, he fished in the bathtub.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, they're not ready to handle the rods, and look out.
But I'm talking about, now I will say that in a shocker yesterday, our top fisher person was Cameron Burgess.
She caught a bunch.
Camtastic caught more than anybody. She got to working just a simple bass jig, and actually for brim, and the bass started hitting it. And she actually caught more than anybody. Now this is Greg's granddaughter Marin.
Look at
this
that.
is I'm not sure if I want to touch that fish or not.
Yeah.
But she helped her reel one in.
Right.
And then but once we started that's me trying to get Ellis rolling.
See, all your prep work's paying off.
Yeah,
right?
see there. I mean, there I go.
Yeah, thank goodness you prepped.
Yeah, and probably sore lipped all the fish, but still,
But you knew where they were.
Really got in them. But that's Taylor.
Oh,
with
look
Marion.
at Taylor.
So
His beard is really coming in.
He needs to do something about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
I like it.
That's a little much.
Greg and I once forgot that Sherry it was a good idea because she didn't want she knew it was going to rain before we did the event, like the days before. So it was wise. We put all the firewood in the back of the vehicle, so it wouldn't get wet, so it'd be dry, and it stayed in the garage. But what we forgot is they all got ready for a fire, and Greg and I went exploring with his grandkids and drove that vehicle off into the woods with all the wood.
Yeah. So we were immediately called back.
She's like, "Do y'all have all the wood?" I said, "Yeah, I guess it's in the vehicle with it. We sure do, but we're exploring." And she goes, "Can you bring it back?" I said, "Well, right now, I'm sorry, we're all about to find treasure."
Yeah. We're looking for treasure right now.
And but think about if you're a little kid, they thought all the shooting houses were forts.
Oh yeah.
And so we would
shooting
stop, and of course I'd convince them there was something. I said, now be careful, something might be in there. And I realized with Greg's grandson Pace, I can only go so far with that. Ellis, you can take him a long way down that road, and he loves it. You better be careful with Pace. You start talking about something being in them houses too much, you'll lose Pace.
He'll shut it right off. Yeah, he's out.
He looked at me one time. He said, "Is it a gorilla?" With trees would be down, and I go, "I wonder how him got knocked down." And then Ellis would turn around. I said, "I hope it wasn't what I think it was."
I hope it ain't still out here.
He said, "You talking about a giant gorilla?" That's exactly what I'm talking about. Or a T-Rex. Oh, bottom of the hour. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Back through the atmosphere into dust. And so this item that you have seen the footage on is actually a retired piece of communications gear that we've had on the space station since 2009. It outlived its useful life, and then 2017 it stopped working, and so we've had it on the outside porch of the space station. It's the exposed facility. It's like a back porch. A lot of the science we do is of course inside of the space station in our laboratories, but we also have outside a back porch where things are exposed to the vacuum of space and all the temperature variations of space, and we do a lot of science out there. And this piece of hardware was out on that back porch, and we, in a controlled fashion, at the right moment, at the right time, in the right trajectory, we released this, or we jettisoned this piece of hardware to return ashes to ashes, dust to dust, back to the planet. And so this piece of hardware was actually something we jettisoned from the space station last Friday, the 21st of February. So that's what you're seeing. It's a known piece of hardware. It's a communication piece of communication hardware which we've upgraded since that time, and so now we use our KU band, which is relayed through our satellites, our geosynchronous satellites.
Doug, this was part of a Japanese project, right? It was sent up by the Japanese?
That's correct. We have 4 laboratories on board the space station. One of them, the biggest laboratory, in fact, is the Japanese laboratory. And it was a piece of equipment that, and we have a control center, a mission control center in Tsukuba, Japan, which is just north of Tokyo. And our control center there was the controlling element of those experiments going on inside of the Japanese laboratory. And this piece of communications gear was to carry telemetry and voice communications from the space station, Japanese laboratory. This exposed facility, this back porch I talked about, is right outside, is connected to the Japanese laboratory. So it's part of that system. And this piece of communications gear was to send telemetry, data, and voice commands from the space station to the Tsukuba Mission Control Center in Japan.
And Doug, if I understand correctly, NASA puts out a blog every day kind of giving a summary of what went on the space station, and this was actually listed on that summary, but some of the UFO folks apparently did not read that, saw the video, and immediately wanted to know what it was, but just did not look at what you guys already told them was about to happen ahead of time.
Yeah. Well, that's okay. It happens a lot, and we also have a lot of these mini satellites. You probably have seen. We jettison these mini satellites that go out, get essentially launched from the space station, gathering data. Some of them are very small experiments from high schools and universities and things like that. So we're occasionally and getting more frequently releasing things from the space station, and normally it's all in the name of science. And some of these things, even our capsules, our resupply capsules that we end up putting our trash in and then disposing of those, we sometimes put an interesting experiment that we're doing now is called Sapphire. We actually are running that out of the NASA Glenn Research Center up here in Cleveland, Ohio as well. But that's to look at spacecraft safety and fire in space. And so once we release this, we have cameras and telemetry, and we purposely set the inside of that capsule on fire so we can watch how fire spreads in orbit, and how we can protect ourselves from fire inside the capsule, and how to extinguish those fires as well. So these are all, nothing goes to waste on the space station. Even our equipment that we're returning that's going to eventually burn up in the atmosphere, we sometimes do experiments on those returning items as well.
All right, Doug, I've been doing this a long time because I know it's 35 minutes past the hour, all 10 lines available. The real Greg Burgess goes to the phones. Let's chat with America for the first time this week. If you want to join us, pick up the phone and go. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Take time, dial us up, come on with it, and we'll give you comments, questions, bringing information to the table. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. All those get the instant buzzer. At 30 seconds, you will also get a buzzer unless you garner one of the 2 timeouts that are available. But don't count on that. The key is to get right to the point, and let's roll with your information, because we're looking for a lot of comments, a lot of questions. As you're dialing up, I told you we got the Man Church Conference this weekend in Starkville, but there's a couple of individual man churches that are going on all over the country as well. Kevin Derryberry, saw Kevin Friday night. As a matter of fact, he and his wife, Kevin, is speaking at the next Man Church service as they do the men's discipleship strategy in Crestview, Florida. First Baptist Church, Crestview, Florida, and that's coming up this Thursday. So you can see Kevin Derryberry there if you want to go see them this Thursday night. And then on the 10th of March, coming up on Sunday night, I'll be doing a man church at Nazareth Baptist Church in Rainsville, Alabama, coming up on the 10th. So not only do we have the big conference this weekend, individual man churches going on this week as well. Find all that at themanchurch.com. So let's get started. Josh is in Sweet Home, Alabama. Josh, 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
What's going on, guys?
Buddy.
I was listening to Kickoff Hour this morning. They were talking about documentaries off Netflix. There's one I watched. It's called Just Killed My Dad. It's pretty interesting.
Well, that sounds like an upbeat hit. Just killed my dad. Yeah. Josh, thanks. And happy Father's Day to you as well.
Wow.
Let's continue. Alan in Mississippi. Speaking of Mississippi, Alan, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, I wanted to ask a question about the obsession with the L-shaped table.
Yeah.
Because my wife is obsessed with round tables. Because she knows the person at the end of the L can't talk to the other people. Yeah. And when you string tables together, you got too many conversations going on. So I want to know what Sherry's thought is on round tables.
Round tables are good. Here's the problem with the round table that we've run into. They take up a lot of room. And, the barn is, it's a pretty nice sized barn, but you couldn't get a whole lot of round tables in there and still have room to walk around. I think Sherry's L shape is saying maximum use of the square footage with maximum seats and people as close as they can be versus I would put 4 tables in the room and then, but she said, but then that table becomes its own thing. Now the family's not together and also it's going to take up more room than the L shape. So round tables, I think you'd probably hear Sherry talking about how much room it causes, and back to what you're talking about, people become their own individual pod. You're not interacting with the other pods. But see,
you got to have pod interaction.
And I know that. And how
many times have we all said
right,
that?
Right. I don't want to speak on behalf of Bubba, but I know we both come from how we see mealtime. I know I don't get crazy. I kind of want it set up to where we can eat the easiest. To where you can get your food in front of you. You get to, but I understand there's more to it than that. So, but
the only problem with the L, if you're in the 90-degree angle of the L, you can't have seats on both sides a little bit. You lose a seat there.
How you feel about the square with only the outsides open, where everybody's facing each other?
Yeah, you come all the way around.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah,
if you got room,
if you got room for that. Yeah. Owen in Tennessee. Owen, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead. Oh, that's loud. Owen.
Hey, Bubba.
Yes, sir.
Bubba.
Yes, sir.
If you were in charge of what's going on at the border right now, what would you do first to solve it?
I would lock everything down. Nobody comes in or out for any reason until we get it all worked out.
Yeah. You got to stop the leak.
You just stop the leak, cut the water off, then you find out what the problem is, how to handle it. Congress should be deciding how many people come into this country every year. That's their job. And then we enforce that from every country, no matter what it is.
866 We Be Big. Lines are available if you want to join us. Stephanie gets us rolling. Stephanie, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are y'all?
We're fantastic, great. Stephanie. Go right ahead.
Great. I just want to say thank you so very much for helping me get out of a ticket last week.
Oh, we helped you get out of a ticket.
How did we do that?
Do tell.
Yes. Well, I was heading to work, and I was just, listening to my Rick and Bubba and just zooming to work and didn't realize how fast I was going.
It happens.
And I got pulled over, and just so happened I was going 67 and a 55, approaching a 45.
Not bad.
And so I was like, sorry, I'm so sorry. I was just Rick and Bubba, and I just love them so much. He goes, yeah, they're pretty good. He's a big fan, too.
Good.
And so, of course, I'm very friendly and all that. We got to chatting, and he was like, I'm going to give you a warning. I was like, thank you.
That's what we want.
And then you
Rick
said,
and Bubba
"Stay in it."
listeners looking out for each other.
That's right. He's a fan. I'm a fan. It all worked out.
I like it. And you weren't going all that fast. You know what? And you can't be blamed for the rhythm of this show.
No.
It's the rhythm of the show.
No.
It's the rhythm of the universe.
Let's just stay in it.
It'll get you.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Yeah.
Thanks for that. That's good. I like hearing that. And I thought
That
the officer made his point.
Yeah.
Hey, made you aware you are going faster than you should.
Right.
Slow it down.
Little warning for you.
We all need a little warning sometimes.
Mike in Alabama. Mike, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Wish I'd have got one the last 2 times I was stuck.
Mike, go ahead.
Morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Bubba, can you help me understand how a state can take President Trump off the ballot when it's a federal ballot?
Well, this gets,
Shouldn't
you know,
it be
this
done
is.
by the feds if they want to take him off the ballot?
Well, think about this, though. These elections are not, even though what they are for a federal office, they are run by each individual state. And historically, the Supreme Court will usually let a state take care of its own business on that front. But you see where this is beginning to look political and banana republic, and they've got to step in, or we're never going to have oppositions on the ballot ever again.
Right.
And they're not even running against the Democrat. This is just Republican primary. So you're going to see them step in. But yeah, it is a state issue, and look, it's just pure politics. You have an attorney general or somebody who is a Democrat. They don't want Trump on the ballot. They bring it up, take it to the courts uphold it, and there you go.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Bubba, one of our many Jordans standing by.
Yeah, right, Jordan.
Fire it in there.
All right, Jordan, go right ahead.
Hey guys, update on Tyreek Hill. The judge said that that lady didn't have no leg to stand on, and what did she expect? That's what she gets for pushing a man on his own property. And Rick,
yes.
when you did the green eggs and ham,
yes,
that sounded exactly like the Wednesday Bible study. The way you broke it down, the way you elevated your speech, just everything about the way you sounded exactly like the Wednesday.
Yeah. Well, I didn't think about that. I guess since I'm the same guy, anytime I make a point, it's probably going to sound very similar. That's funny. I didn't think about that. Derek out of Meridian, Mississippi, 97.9. Derek, go ahead. Kind of an interesting
like an injured one.
Had one leg dragging.
Yeah.
It's called IHOP. But interesting fact, the only first mention of Bigfoot is probably an Epic of Gilgamesh's friend called Enkidu. By the way, Washington State, volcano eruption.
What?
I'm glad y'all are acting that way, because I thought I'd had a mini stroke and I couldn't tell what was going on.
I was looking around.
I don't know what that was.
I was kind of hoping for a timeout.
I'd used mine already.
Jeremy, welcome.
On the ticket.
Yeah, Jeremy, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yeah, I was going to see if y'all talked about Shane Gillis when he went back to Saturday Night Live after being fired for racist jokes.
Yeah, we did a little bit Friday.
Friday.
Yeah, we did a little bit Friday.
He did. Have you seen the Trump sneaker skit that he did though?
I have not seen that, but I saw. Well, I take that back. I saw part of the video. I didn't hear it.
Okay, I sent it to Helmsy. Maybe you could get him to show it to y'all or something. It's hilarious.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that one. I know some of the stuff he did do, but
he puts the shoes on and like turns into a Trump type figure. It's very funny. He's a funny guy. Bubba, I know that you saw the opening monologue.
Yeah. I bet the other stuff was good too. Huh?
Yeah, how about that?
What a strange guy. I mean, he's fired from Saturday Night Live because of a video that aired that wasn't even him on the air, and he was using some slurs. And now they've hired him back to do that on 5 years later.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
As you don't have any more time for us, we will get this call. And so just go ahead and take care of it. You've explained it. It all makes perfect sense, but that doesn't matter. Okay? So because if I want something to be something, sometimes I won't turn it loose, and I'm speaking for the UFO. They're going to say, well, he never explained how this thing seems to propel itself and go upward into another orbit. And they're even claiming that they can see some kind of green something shooting out the back like it's propelling itself. Why does it appear that this thing shoots up as opposed to starting to angle back down toward
decay into the atmosphere?
Yeah. So explain what they think they're seeing here.
Sure. The orbital mechanics is an interesting thing. It's actually quite counterintuitive when you get to space. Things, F still equals ma in space, of course, but things operate in the absence of a gravity vector. We're actually still within the capture of the gravitational pull of the Earth. But orbital mechanics works. The easiest way to visualize it is like watching a track meet around a track. Let's say it's more than, or say it's like one lap. You see that the outside, it looks like at the start gun that people are out ahead of the others when they're in the outer lanes, and so
I got you.
Right, and so this is really the simplest way to understand orbital mechanics. That it looks like when they're on those long stretches before they get to the first turn, that hey, those guys got like a 20 meter
Yeah, I got you.
head start or something, So the same is true for orbital mechanics. If you're in a higher orbit and you're traveling the same speed in a lower orbit, you're eventually going to overtake. So you're going to fly out in front of that. For instance, this piece of hardware that we released, we normally release. You say like, well, if you want to return it to the Earth, why don't you just like throw it or jettison it straight down towards the Earth? Well, when you do that, it's actually got the same orbital velocity. So if you throw it straight down towards the Earth, it's now coming into an inside lane, traveling at the same speed. So it's actually going to go out in front of the space station. And then if you throw it backwards, it's actually going to go up. So it's it's gonna maintain that same speed. So it's gonna essentially just change lanes.
It's an optical illusion. That what they're seeing is that it's not happening the way they think it's happening.
So if you throw the trash down, you're actually going to run into it. So you throw it up, and it goes back behind you.
That's correct. And so what we usually do when we jettison something, we normally try to jettison at like a 45-degree angle to the rear, like retrograde and down. So that way you can use orbital mechanics in your favor. Now, we keep an eye on it. That's why we had the cameras trained on it.
Understood.
Yeah, that's why the camera zoomed in, just to be sure it was going.
You're
where
watching
it's going.
what you've released to be sure it's doing what you need it to do.
Doug, we're up against a break right here. Can you hold on for 5 minutes? Because we have a few other questions for you.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you, Colonel Wheelock.
I'm going to tell you what, I don't need to get in here and push around and make some room, but I'm asking him about flat Earth before we get off the stage.
Let me tell you, he's been around it probably 500-600 times. He can tell you for sure.
You flat Earth people, I'm going to talk to somebody that's actually been out there.
Right.
13 minutes to the top. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, 10 minutes to the top of the hour. MyPillow.com/Bubba, teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show for years now. Incredible company. Great products, great prices. When you're looking right now, over 200 different products are available. The MyPillow bed sheets, $24.98. Premium Giza MyPillows are now only $24.77. Men's and women's moccasin style or slip-on style my slippers. Bubba and I love these. $59.98. 6-piece my towel sets are $29.98. Women's 2-piece is what do you call these little things that these women wear? Is it kimono? Is that what you call that? I don't know how to pronounce it.
I thought that was a dragon.
Yeah.
I did too.
Adler, you wear one.
Kimono.
I have several. Yeah, kimono.
Kimono?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So Adler, good news.
In our case, kimono.
Even though these are for women, they're only $59.99 if you need those.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. I know, Bubba, for you, pet blankets, $13.99.
Right.
Or should I say for Greg, in case a stray has burst some puppies.
Yeah.
Also,
always got that.
compression socks. I'm starting to look at these more than I ever thought I would. $16.50.
Yeah.
T-shirts, men's textured T-shirts, $16.99. All available and much, much more. I said there's over 200 items at mypillow.com/Bubba. Great products, great prices. Boy, we all need some of that right now. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, Taylor Swift. We've talked about her economic impact. We've talked about, I just can't hear enough about her. And I know that very talented lady, puts on a great show, makes a lot of money. Like I say, we have two different stories here. Do you even want to touch on the Singapore one before we get to this other one?
We can get to it.
Okay.
You want to go ahead on this?
Yeah.
Apparently, she is changing women's taste in men.
Well,
especially Gen Xers. They are now shunning the wafer-thin babyface men in favor of hunks like Kansas City Chief player Travis Kelce.
Yeah, well,
he's a hunk.
Good news for all of us.
And he just got a haircut.
Yeah, we had that making a story about that.
A lot of females are taking to social media to say they want a strong, rugged protector type like Taylor Swift's bulky American football boyfriend, rather than a skinny, fashionable type like she used to date, as in Harry Styles.
Oh,
okay.
That's one extreme to the other.
One extreme. But wouldn't you want someone to help you on the kind of man you're looking for? Don't you need someone that can actually hold a man?
Yeah.
And actually not keep losing them?
That's Rick saying that.
No, well,
not me.
It'd be like me saying I want to coach like somebody never wins. I mean, I don't understand that.
Future song coming.
But look, Bubba, they're showing here's the timeline.
I think they're getting taller.
Yeah,
as they go.
they are getting taller.
I don't know if this is in I think this is just in height order, not chronological order.
Okay.
Sorry
Got
about
it.
that.
Got it.
It's
right.
misleading.
It's getting crowded, isn't it?
Yeah.
Greg,
It is very crowded.
Greg.
But
it is. Wow.
But no, I thought
People throw things that. Dang it, I messed it up. People throw rocks at things that shine. There it is.
is that
Here he
a
goes with
Taylor
his
Swift
song.
lyric?
Taylor Swift. I was trying to be
Where-
funny.
I say I don't get it because I don't know none of the songs.
Well, you have to be careful upsetting a Swiftie in there when we're talking about Taylor Swift. And of course, I'm talking about Adler.
He is. Absolutely.
But to your point, I remember when this first started, I saw different people starting to comment that, and I didn't know this. Like I say, I'm too old to understand all this, but apparently you're making the point in the article. They're saying that all these things that at one time there was a movement of females that saying this is no longer what we want in men, and then here she is drifting right to exactly what we had all been either officially or unofficially almost hearing, that this is not the kind of man that women really desire. And she's ended up desiring a masculine, as you said, a protector, just like that's always seemed like would be a normal thing. So I
think a little more traditional. I would say,
right. Yeah. Well,
than these, pencil thin guys.
Do we know back to that calendar?
All
the
of
height
our worship
chart?
leaders.
Do we know? I mean, are all of those? I was trying to find. Are all those actors or in the public?
Singers, actors.
Every one of them.
Yeah, I don't know all.
Let me
of
see.
them.
You got Jonas.
Yeah, it's Jonas Brother.
You got Twilight.
Yeah.
I don't know who that is.
Is that where you would land, Adler?
That guy is from.
No, he's down here at 5.
Adler would be first.
The 1979, I think, is the name of the band.
Then you got Brokeback Mountain.
There's Brokeback Gyllenhaal.
Yeah.
That's Harry Styles, who's wearing pearl necklaces for some reason
then
now.
You got
Hiddleston.
Yoki. Isn't that his name? What's that character?
Is that Loki?
No, you're right.
Loki?
No,
Is
you're
that
right.
Loki?
You're right. Yeah.
I don't know who that is.
I thought it was another Jonas brother to begin with,
I
but
did too.
further review, it's not.
That one's got a set of ears on him, Greg.
Boy,
He does
that
have a
guy's got
set
some
of
ears. She saw that and said, no, not for my kids. I don't know who that is. That's John Mayer. That's Calvin Harris, the DJ, and then I don't know who that is.
Didn't know Calvin Harris was that tall.
Yeah, that's a football
He's
player.
6'5".
Adler. Yeah.
That's a
It's
football
Calvin
player.
Harris.
Okay.
I think the
DJ. He's a DJ.
I think the funniest part of this whole article is that it actually features this line that Bubba just talked about, that we're living in a time that is a trend. It's a new trend. Mm-hmm. Now there's been teenage girls flooding the social media platforms, joining the trend of women choosing strong men. Mm-hmm. That's a trend.
It's a trend.
I kind of think the choice of strong men, wasn't that kind of always what you probably want?
Masculinity, toxic masculinity.
Well, I didn't say toxic. I just meant.
No, I'm quoting them.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm talking about. But you say that what I'm talking about. We've gotten the point to your point you're making.
Yeah.
You can't say talk about masculinity. There was a time when if you just brought that word up, it meant toxic.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Now, there's actually a type of masculinity that is God created that the world could use a little more of. And so can families.
Yes.
And, so maybe this is going to be a positive trend. It's just funny that this is a trend.
Yeah.
Well, Leanne Morgan covered it in her stand-up pretty clear.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did, Mr. Bussey. So this other story continues with this mountain of money that Taylor Swift is making, and good for her. She's now making Singapore another place where she makes tons and tons of money.
Well, I think there was a couple of cities there in Asia. The story is out that they had paid her some big amount so that she would visit them exclusively. As opposed to some of the other cities that they might be competing with.
Well, the money she brings in, we talked about it when she was hitting Nashville and Atlanta. Yeah. What that market brought in just because everybody coming in, hotels,
the
restaurants,
impact,
everything.
Which is trickle down economics. I hate to tell her that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so I guess everybody else is mad around them. What Singapore's bringing in.
Yeah, well, I guess though that
don't stick your gum on the seat. I'll tell you that.
Right. Well, but if you're sitting there and you're doing her tour, and you're in charge of her wealth, you would probably say, now we could tour all over Asia and really get real tired and get worn out and frayed around the edges, or we could just go to Singapore and make the same amount of money.
In one hit.
And one,
they're saying Singapore
in one stop.
Shelled out nearly $3 million extra per show to sign an exclusive deal for her for Southeast Asia.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. And she did 6 shows in Singapore, I believe, is what
you would know.
Ended up doing.
Yeah.
I just saw it on, I didn't even know about any of this grant money and all this stuff.
Who's the only one in this room that's actually been to a Taylor Swift concert?
I thought you took your daughters, Greg. No, you went to Jonas.
Jonas Brothers, but my daughter was young enough,
Yeah, and you loved it.
I did. Actually, when I saw Joe just then, I got a little excited.
I wouldn't mind.
Of course, they were
Jonas
dudes.
Brothers now.
Yeah.
You know?
I will say this. I went begrudgingly and got there and actually enjoyed it. And I'm sure that Taylor Swift was the same way.
Yeah, but you know a backup singer, right?
Yeah.
Yes, a backup singer.
How many times you see NSYNC?
I never saw them.
I saw them
Backstreet
twice.
Boys.
Yeah. By the way, Greg did go see a band that was made up of males.
Yeah.
But
I went to Vanilla
their
Ice.
music's not for males. Their music is not for males.
Their old music was better than the new stuff. I don't
So
really like.
let's just get this straight. If Greg would rather go see boys dance than a grown woman dance.
No, they don't dance. They played instruments.
They don't
you
didn't
were
do
watching them dance, Greg. You're like, oh wow, I'm so worked up.
Bubba.
Come on, baby. Experience. I like when we get to the bridge, he says, move over, Rover. Let Jimmy take over. Yeah.
That's great.
And then he just wails on the guitar like there's no tomorrow. Move over, Rover. And let Jimmy take over.
That's funny.
He was way ahead of his time.
Oh, he changed the instrument.
Yeah, of course, just the whole era of some of those people that just couldn't quite figure out that drugs would kill them.
Yep. They do a thing, and of course, it's not just his era, but it's called 27. There's a bunch of them that died at the age of 27 throughout music.
Think about that now that we're 55, how young 27 feels.
Oh, I know. You know, there was a lot, and then we'd always talked about the number of people that seemed like they died at 52 in there.
Yeah.
So
we
that's
ran
another
that list
hump
one
in
day
the
and got
road.
scared,
Yeah.
Didn't 27, let's see, it's Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin,
Kurt Cobain,
Jim Morrison. Was he in there?
I think so.
Yeah, maybe he is. Yeah, there they are. There's the big 27. That's a lot of music right there in that picture, Adler. So anyway.
Well, you know, as the Furious Five told us in the message, Rick, you live so fast, you die so young. Ha 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 ha.
And
that right there with you.
Yep. And to win
exclamation point,
Greg, and to win Bubba over for the rest of the show. Also, Back to the Future. You remember the great statement of, look, this is ahead of your time, but trust me, your kids are going to like it.
You're not quite ready for
when
it.
he gave him a little Eddie Van Halen. He gave him a little Eddie Van Halen. The same thing with Jimmy. First time he did, everybody really just been standing there doing chorus.
Oh, yeah.
All of a sudden he comes out.
He changed it.
Way ahead of his time.
Yeah, if you go to Wikipedia, they even have what they call the 27 Club.
Oh, yeah.
List.
Hey, it goes on and on and on. Some of them a little more modern.
A bunch of them in music.
Yeah. So anyway, but just
Amy Winehouse was another one.
Yeah,
27.
Move over, Rover.
Move over, Rover.
Let Jimmy take over.
No.
I'm gonna use that on our dog. Move over, Rover. Let Bubba take over.
We'll cover a lot later in the program. Rick, hello. This is John Thomas. I am wondering, do you mind if Avril and I stop in to see Bubba? But anyway, so John and his wife, and they brought also another member of the Living Hope Ministry with them. Big Nathan came this time. Never met Nathan. I tell you one thing, Nathan's one of us. Just wait till you see Nathan.
Biggin?
Oh yes, sir.
Yeah.
And it was it was so funny. I was trying to because Sherry being married to me, she understands it. She was talking about doing breakfast for them yesterday, and everybody was going one helping. And I said, I bet Nathan didn't. She said, no, I asked Nathan if he'd like to have another. He goes, may I? And she was like, absolutely. And how about a little fried egg on toast? He was all about it. So anyway, they'll be visiting with us a little bit later on. We get an update on the world of John. Had a little fun with them last night. They had dinner at the house. They usually have them running pretty hard while they're here, but we had dinner, and we're going four-wheeling today.
Of course,
four-wheeling. Could you get Nathan on a four-wheeler? I asked Nathan yesterday, I said, have you ever been on a four-wheeler? He goes, no. And I was like, well.
That's how he said it.
I said, John
and
said,
it's still good and muddy out there. You can have a little fun out there.
I was telling Nathan about the power
of the four-wheeler.
I said, I was over here. That's the one he really, I'm trying to teach him how to say here.
Yeah.
I was over here and there. And I was wondering, I'd like to meet Michael Helmsley. So anyway,
that's so good.
He'll be here coming up later on. So we'll have fun with that. We'll run down the stories today. I still, how sometimes this show will do a story and you for some reason you can't get past it.
Yeah, it just keeps on hanging.
This Garth Brooks Barry Sanders jersey.
That is hilarious.
You know how sometimes you say I need an indicator of how stupid we are right now.
Yeah.
And can I tell you what? That's a strong indicator. That is so. It's almost like, seriously, like Bubba said a minute ago about this Cuba thing. If you guys had walked in and said to me, hey, Babylon B has hit it out of the park today. What do you mean? Listen to this headline. Garth Brooks confused his Bernie Sanders supporter by wearing Barry Sanders jersey in Detroit. I'd laugh. I'd be like,
yeah,
what a good one.
I even said
it really happened.
Let's play this scenario here. Let's say I know nothing about football. Nothing. I don't know who Barry Sanders is.
But you're sad.
But let's just say that. Why would I look at a football jersey that someone's wearing with a number on it and take that as a Bernie Sanders supporter? Wouldn't he just have a Bernie Sanders shirt on? You see what I'm saying? Why I would have to? I would immediately went, well, that must be an athlete. He's in a football jersey. And this happens to be a Detroit Lions jersey, and they're in Detroit. Bernie Sanders football jersey, I don't get that. That makes sense, right? Even if I didn't know, I'd go, that must be something different.
Yeah, you tried. What you just did? You tried to vet it out and sort it out.
Yeah,
God love him.
But boy, that's long gone.
I mean, if the man wouldn't he just wear Bernie Sanders?
Hey,
shirt?
man.
Well, there's a name
I
for
can't
it.
listen to your music anymore. Hey, man, good job. Appreciate the support. You realize both were equally dumb.
Oh, they were both passionately wrong.
Yeah, the Trump supporters were dumb, and the Bernie Sanders supporters are dumb. Everybody that thought that jersey had to do with Bernie Sanders, I don't care who you support, you're dumb.
And see, these are the same people.
And I don't care if you don't know who Barry Sanders is.
You're still dumb.
These are the same people
And you're dumb.
who think they're going to pick a leader who will run our economic system, who will defend our country.
Yeah. I mean,
of course, now look, some of the Trump supporters were eating him up.
Well, that's
No,
what I'm
I'm
talking
saying-
about. I said whoever thought
Yeah,
that was a Bernie
On
Sanders
both sides, yeah.
I don't care who you support, you're dumb.
You're dumb. Yeah, you're in this particular situation. You were
Right
pretty
there,
stupid.
on this assessment of Garth Brooks' Detroit Lions jersey, you're an idiot. I don't care.
No matter who you vote
I don't care who you vote for.
And you're an idiot.
This may be one of the things we came together as Americans. We were equally dumb.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's go. 30 years worth, baby. From the Big Boy Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And welcome back for a brand new hour, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussett.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us, letting us do what we do.
Many, many years, many, many shows, many, many segments, many, many experiences. One of those does include, but is not limited to, a near miss on one Bill Bubba Bussey standing boldly on our behalf against riding a bull. I'll always thank you for that.
I tell you.
And you were a prophet on that one.
I ain't riding no bull. Now I know these two did.
That's
up to them.
That was my next step. We did have two that did ride a bull.
Didn't end well.
Are we
me.
allowed to speak of why?
Well, I mean, yeah. There was a group.
I know we've said it before, but did we say this before? Probably.
There was a group.
Here we go.
That wanted us to ride a bull, and they said this bull's very tame.
Of course.
Matter of fact, we pull it around the venue and let kids ride on it and all that. And I said, I ain't riding no bull. I mean, they got mad at me because I wouldn't do it.
Were they wanting y'all to come out of the chute and all that?
No.
I think this was just
promotional
pulled
bull.
around the venue.
Promotion. They thought it'd be funny, and I don't know if it was both of us. I know it was Bubba for sure.
Yeah, I know. And I mean, they were mad because I wouldn't do it. And I said, guys, I ain't riding no bull.
And their vision was, you think it's going to be some big deal, and then Bubba I can't remember. I think it was just you. Bubba comes out on this docile bull, and he's not even really riding one. Ha ha ha! Welcome to the rodeo. But Bubba said no to bull riding of any kind.
They got mad, Greg. I mean, they really were like, well, you're being another barnyard animal because you won't do that. And I'm like, hey, I said, let me just be clear. I ain't riding no bull.
Riding no bull.
Are you going to ride a bull?
And I didn't ride it. They got somebody else to ride it.
Another radio show host.
And the bull almost killed him.
So it
threw him off, stepped on him, all that.
Had to have reconstructive surgery.
That's bad.
Just riding a little bull.
Well, if it decides to knock you off,
of course.
I mean,
me and Speedy had crash helmets
with
on.
it, but it went nuts.
What did they have to reconstruct?
He stepped on his face.
Sinus and everything.
Eye socket.
It was bad. It was bad.
Right in here, baby.
Yeah, we wore one of those helmets.
Yeah, we were actually, our bulls were not up to the standard, but it was not like this. So they made us put
it was alive
the vest. And
so Rick, I just have
a
a saying. I don't ride no bull.
Will you ride a bull?
No.
Under any circumstance?
No, Sam, I will not.
Well, apparently Barry Odom, head coach of UNLV football.
He used to be. Where was he at? Missouri.
Yeah, he rides a bull and it does not go well.
I can't watch this. Is he bad?
It does not go good.
It goes terrible.
Is he hurt bad?
He got his helmet on.
He got his bell rung. I'll tell you that.
All right, so here we go.
Oh, no.
It does have audio, actually, Rick, if you want it.
Okay.
Because the crowd's reaction says it all.
Okay. All right. He can't.
Oh,
his head hit the top of that bull.
Yeah, that hurt.
Oh, that's bad, man.
He got clocked.
Watch what his face.
Watch him stumbling around.
Yeah, right there. Oh my God.
Yeah, that hurt.
It's like he threw his shoulder into it.
Oh, my gracious alive.
Look, he went ahead and got him a high five.
Greg, I think that one jumped higher than ours.
Yeah, I think it
Who
did,
gave
too.
him this bull?
No, stop this. Don't.
But he
miss
was
it.
on his longer
That
than
that bull was a little too rank for him.
He really was.
All right, wait a minute. Don't miss this.
Oh,
I get out the
no, he's
pointer.
getting out the pointer.
All right, watch the guy who still wants his helmet signed by the coach of the football team. A guy drops a football helmet right up in here as he's stumbling around.
serious? No, he
Please
doesn't.
sign this for me. Watch for the football helmet. The guy thinks he's going to get an autograph after he's been
Can he
knocked
find
in.
the gate?
Oh, good night. Now watch football helmet guy dropping his football helmet down. He don't even know where he is. Right there. See it?
Yeah, won't even sign
He
it.
still wants the football helmet signed.
Hey, kudos for Coach for even getting up.
You think he even remembers
Look,
being
really
there?
hold it down there.
No.
Wow.
All right.
I wonder if he had a mouthpiece, Greg, or just that
He
game
couldn't
gum.
have signed. He couldn't have signed that helmet with a Sharpie big as a can of potatoes. You know what I mean? He just couldn't have-
Slow it down. Let's really watch, because that bull's, is it his shoulder
Yeah,
or
I
neck?
think so. Top of the head.
Neck and shoulder.
Right.
So jump. He's headed into him.
And
click.
That's a full-blown shoulder, like he's tackling him.
He was falling off of him too, wasn't he?
Guys, that's he's out.
Bless his heart. Bless him, Lord.
I don't see how he don't have broke ribs.
Will you ride a bull?
No, I will not.
Now the ones we
Out.
rode,
Out.
The
I think-
celebrity rider shouldn't be on a bull.
No, I think mine was just running or walking.
But guys,
I don't
back-
know.
Mine threw me off immediately, but it was nothing like that.
I know I was sitting on muscle. That's all I was sitting
Well,
on.
I hit the ground so fast I didn't even know where I was at.
If you're not trained to do that, that's one of the things you don't need to be
Bubba,
doing.
look right. Oh, good night.
I'll put in that land an airplane.
yeah,
You know?
you don't need to do that either.
You know, the one thing that they tried to coach us on is you don't sit on anything. Your butt's actually not supposed to be down. You're supposed to be squeezing on
Your
with
thighs.
your thighs and everything.
Which
and
is
you're not
hard
really,
to do
It
when-
really is.
I'm going to say this.
If you want to sit.
But if you notice again right here.
No spurs
And I
in
know
it.
y'all saying this bull, whatever y'all say, rank or whatever. The bottom line is there's so many things
Yeah.
that can go wrong
What was he thinking?
with a bull.
There really
and,
are.
And there's no the error. I mean, even if it goes relatively well, you still got to come off of it.
Which one is this?
That's me.
That's Greg.
This is me.
Yeah,
Look,
I mean,
I fall off
Greg,
immediately.
You hit that ground so hard.
how nervous are you right there?
I
How
mean, I'm not
nervous?
on it a second.
I mean, how nervous are you in
And
your
this
cowboy
ain't
shirt?
even a real
How are
bad bull.
You got your cowboy shirt on, Greg. You
Yeah.
look very nervous. Are you?
Yeah,
You
Rick.
look so scared, Greg.
Yeah.
I was nervous.
Are you thinking that horn could go right through my chest?
Yeah, that's what I'd be thinking.
Greg, it's real right now. Greg, Greg.
How bad did it hurt you?
It hurt real bad. I landed on my shoulder.
That wouldn't even look like a
And
big deal.
You
I know.
fell off.
When I landed, that dirt's not soft, by the way. I thought it was.
You fell off,
It's hard
and
as
the bull
concrete.
was going the other way. So he fell into the curve.
Yeah, he
and
fell
That's what he
down.
caught.
Here's the other angle of Greg. Let's watch him go down again.
No. Nice. Adler's enjoying it.
It's almost Cal Maynard.
My shoulder. It hurt, y'all.
Hey.
I hurt all the way home. I was like,
Yeah. Hey, when that gate
It knocked
opens
the breath
up,
out of you.
that gate opens up, and all of a sudden you're like, oh my God, it's real.
No, I don't want anything to do with that.
You did get your hand up, Greg. You had your free hand in the air.
he was just waving.
And you were waving it like you just don't care.
It's horrible. It was over so fast, I didn't know what
It
happened.
was so terrible.
I would say bull
Speedy
riding
was on his longer
is
than
a
I
close number 2. 1 being playing with snakes.
Now, I won't. I'll bull ride, but I ain't playing with snakes.
I don't.
You know, they didn't give us the death grip, which they say.
Yeah, because they're afraid our hand would get
Right.
caught in
But
it.
their big tip was if you start to go and you get more than halfway down, let go, or you're going to get pulled up under. You know.
See,
Well,
that's
when he
not
looked
worth
at
the
me,
promotion to me.
He looks at me and he goes, "You really need some spurs on so you can hang on." I said, "Well, I'm here for a radio thing, so I really don't have spurs. I don't own
Right.
spurs.
I don't have a
They,
mouthpiece.
they won't fit on my white tennis shoes.
No.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think spurs might have helped some.
A little
but
bit.
It
Well,
wouldn't matter.
you know, we all
I
did-
was off.
we
the
all-
minute he did that jump, both feet, all 4 feet come off the ground, I'm done.
Here's Speedy.
That's a big
See,
animal.
he stays on it longer.
By the way, knee still messed up from
Yeah,
this.
Speedy got hurt too.
So everybody's gotten hurt.
So why do it if you know something's going to happen?
Because I can say I tried to ride a bull. All right, wait.
Longer.
Oh, gosh, that hurts. I timed 5.
Look, you got my knee.
I can't breathe right now. I'm out of breath right
Breast knocked out, my knees jacked up, and I'm tasting metal.
Yours got into a good sprint, but boy, once they leap, it's just hard to stay on it. Once they leaped, and there you went.
You can say none of my business if you want to. I got to know what they paid you for this.
I only got like $500.
What, Speedy?
$1,000.
I think you're exaggerating.
No. I think we
He
did.
remembers.
I'm pretty
You may
sure.
have.
I don't forget money, Greg.
Let me ask you this.
I got 5.
Let me ask you this. What did you spend that money for?
I don't know.
They wanted
It's over now.
They asked me to do another promotion, do it again, and said if you stayed on that you would get like thousands of dollars. I said, well, make it millions of dollars because it's impossible. I'm not going to stay on.
Greg, I think you got $1,000.
No, I don't think
I think you did.
But think about it. The money's
That's what
long
he told
gone,
Lisa, 500.
and the injuries are still with you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Biggest. And somebody say, the Naked Cowboy, if you remember, it was when he was asked here on the program about the mayors of New York City, he was a little passive, saying, hey, look, they've all been good to me, and all this kind of stuff. We brought up Bloomberg. But now the Naked Cowboy has been put in a corner and asked directly about the shout-out that he was given by Bloomberg during the last debate, and he's weighing in.
Well, Ricky had Trump stickers all over his guitar. I mean, that kind of
all
shows
over his
you
what?
His guitar.
Over his guitar?
Guitar.
Okay, yeah.
Don't forget, it sounds like a good idea to me.
Bloomberg was asked by one of the hosts before they lost control of the debate the other night, you did this in New York, you did that, you did this, you took salt off tables at restaurants. Are you going to do the same type of thing if you become president? And he said, what's necessarily good for New York may not be good for the whole country. We have to, deal with local issues and respond that way, and our policies would probably be different. And he used as an example that, every town may not need a naked cowboy. And he was kind of making a joke. They have one in New York, but they may not need one.
He said if everything was like New York, then every town would have a naked cowboy. Yeah.
So, of course, that put Naked Cowboy in the headlines.
Yeah.
If his stop here at our studio last Friday was not enough,
right?
Already.
Oh, yes.
So, of course, he's been run down now and asked about it by a reporter from the Post, and he said he thought it was awesome. That he was mentioned, but he said he won't be changing political alliances anytime soon. The scantily clad Times Square fixture has been an avid Trump supporter. And he said, I'm waiting for Trump to respond and say, yeah, but he's voting for me. He commented while he was driving through Florida for spring break. He said, let's get them dueling.
I think he actually beat me to the punch. I was going to say, I bet you might have Trump coming back going and making fun of the fact that Bloomberg calls out a New York tourist icon, and the icon clarifies that even that guy is voting for me.
Now, Bloomberg and Naked go back
that's
a long
very Trump-like,
way. You may remember Naked Cowboy ran against Bloomberg for mayor in 2009. His motto was, finally, a politician with nothing up his sleeve.
Yeah, that was funny. Sounds like a good idea to me.
I reckon they say the oyster sales are out the roof.
I bet they are.
He's got that oyster brand. He said that's the only thing that he sells that actually sells.
Yeah,
that's it.
Well, merchandise is funny.
You got it's over here something doing well over here, something doing bad over there. And so the latest thing, because of all this, we were talking about a couple of updates on coronavirus, and it ties into Trump. Is you guys were talking about, now they think there's a dog that's got it.
We have a dog in Hong Kong that has been. They have said that it has coronavirus. So, I told you when this first started in China, there was a very ugly scene one day of people throwing their pets out windows of high rises, and we were like, because the rumor was out that pets could have it. And then we thought, well, that's not true. Well, now who knows if this is true or not. There's another story I thought was interesting. They said that they can now detect coronavirus like 4 days quicker than the normal test using a CT scan, and I assume of the chest.
I don't know.
And they can see it in your lungs. Is that right? Some of you medical folks, and we, when you look at the demographics of this show, we have more people listen to this show who work in the medical field than any other field.
Right.
So that's why I love asking these questions. I realize that having a test for the coronavirus is a fairly new thing, but apparently they have it because they're telling us all the time how many people have it. But how would a CT scan show that you had the coronavirus earlier versus just the flu? I'm confused.
Yeah,
by
I don't know.
And that's the CAT scan. If they do the multiple X-ray layers of your chest.
All I thought was if the word gets out that pets can get it, the Americans will demand that it be resolved immediately.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there'll be an all-out, just crying, screaming in the streets. Something must be done. Dogs are getting sick.
Yep.
And too, I think this plays in very well to
21 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Check the website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Do you have the new 3 Decades of Radio Gold t-shirt, a brand new one, at rickandbubba.com under the store? You can grab that today if you don't already have it. It is moving pretty well. A lot of you grabbing that, so great. Check that there at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. So, Bubba, as we come back, it is NFL Combine time?
Yeah, there's always some video and some stories that come out of this. It's crazy. You got to see 2 of these. One, a big offensive lineman runs a 4.9 40.
No.
And he's got a mullet, too.
Just blazing?
He's a Wyoming offensive lineman.
Mm-hmm. How big's
he got audio, too, Eddie?
Yeah, I got it up. All right, let's see here. This is the big boy from Wyoming.
This is his second run.
With a mullet screaming. Good. Nice.
He's a big man.
The boys one up at each other around here. I love it.
Yeah. Look at that right there.
If he didn't have that mullet, he'd have been faster.
He might have been.
It was holding him back a little bit.
Yeah,
See, he ought to be a Viking right off the top. He looks like a Viking.
So I like it. What's his height and weight? Do we know?
No, we find out. He looks
like a big man.
He's a big dude.
Frank Crum.
Yeah.
CRUM.
Good night.
And he ain't left many crumbs at
You
that
know,
size.
he's not a fat fella. I mean, he's just a big old boy.
Yeah, just big
6'7",
bone man.
315.
Good night. 6'7", 315, 4'9".
I think they said that was that the first time that had a guy over 300 break 4.9 or break 5.
Wow, that's a big man.
That's a lot of energy in motion right there, folks.
Borderline albino.
And
so you had to go there.
Well, I mean,
Greg, can't you just let the kid enjoy his
there's
moment?
nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying that's great.
But what? There's no need to comment borderline albino.
What's wrong with you, Greg?
I mean, it's not necessary.
Greg.
Greg.
That was Edgar Winter.
It does look like he does like Edgar Winter. All right.
And we also have a new record far as the fastest 40.
Okay, fastest man alive?
This will be 4.21 seconds.
No way.
Xavier Worthy.
All right. Good night. That's a fast fella.
He got out of the gate.
Good night. Look at that. Look, he's still going. He can't stop.
Please don't miss this.
So
This is his second run.
Texas.
Those first few steps, he just took off.
That is crazy. Look at him.
He even has 40 as a number.
How about
Golly.
Hey, so he's from Texas, wide receiver.
That's getting it right there.
That's picking them up and putting them down.
You got to play off him if you're going to cover him.
Yeah, he's and like you said, the way he got out of the block. See that's the thing.
Boy, he was fast. Did you see? I mean, those first 3 steps, he was
getting it, man.
smoking.
Well, he ran a 4.25 his first attempt.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah, so here he comes.
I was already done.
Yeah, I mean, you're expecting him to come on down. He's already covered 40 yards.
Gracious.
Good night. So
Still running.
So anyway, we'll see.
I don't know if he can catch, but he'd be hard to cover.
Yeah, and I wonder if he can block. We'll see. And we'll also see if Frank Crum can block as well as he can run.
I tell you what, that big man was getting it.
All right, so in the 400, we also have the indoor world record for Netherlands.
Yeah, is this a female? She broke the new record?
She broke the new record. Now the
broke the world record.
The 400 is one time around.
It's indoor,
right?
outdoor stuff.
Yeah. Well, Greg, I guess there's a difference.
There he is.
Yeah, they have indoor rules and outdoor rules.
Okay. All right. So she just broke the world record. And what is this right here?
Yeah, she broke the world record, and this is her post-fight interview. And
Post what?
Post-fight. I said post-fight, didn't I? I've been watching too much MMA.
Well,
this is her post-race interview.
You're just assuming there's two females on the screen, so there must be a fight.
Yes.
No.
But she did break the record, but her post-run interview is getting a little bit more.
What are you doing?
Press. It's getting a little bit more press. You'll see.
I have no idea.
I don't either.
When you're putting your mind to it, you know exactly what to do indoors. How was that for you?
Oh, it was amazing. I mean, it was such a strong race. We were all running so fast, multiple running in the 50s, so I knew I had to go out fast. I had Lieke in front of me, so I wanted to be in front, and I could hear halfway she was behind me, so I was like, okay, this is good, now we keep going, and this crowd is so amazing.
Minnie Mouse.
It's Mickey. It's Minnie.
Don't
Minnie
you know
set
hold
the
the
record.
microphone. Minnie.
I knew I had to get out ahead of everyone. Hi, boys and girls. She said, run.
Okay.
Super fast, had to get out of the gate.
I thought she was kidding.
I did too. I didn't know what you were
You
saying.
think she did it on purpose as a dare? Somebody dared her to do it.
I think she was out of breath. And it's just, you
No,
know.
the guys that we all ran around with and the guys we do this show with, I could easily. Now, first of all, in my scenario, I've got one of us has got to be able to run the 400 in a world record time. So, but if we if there was anything that
maybe
would
they're
happen,
interviewing who finished last,
right? So let's say that somehow we knew that we had accomplished something that was going to warrant an interview. I could easily see the people we grew up with and the people I currently work with going, oh, look, please, you got to do some weird voice.
Yeah.
I mean, and
you got to stay in it.
Right.
I wish.
And I would say, what do you think about this one? You think be here like this? And they said, that'd be hilarious. That's it. That's the one. So,
I wish you would have said, "Excuse me, I'm out of breath." You know, something to tell us.
Wow, wouldn't you hate that to listen
yeah.
to that
What if she would have said, "Tell us how you did." Still trying to catch my breath. Give me a minute. But she does have a future, I do think, straight up in animation, doing voices.
Yes, absolutely. Rick, I am reminded of before I had any tie to the show, you and my dad were friends, and you were about to appear on Fox News on Sean Hannity's program.
That's right. We were doing the books. Yeah,
and you texted my dad and you said, "What's a word I should try to sneak into this thing?"
Correct.
And I think my dad said ambidextrous. Sean Hannity asked you guys a question. You go, "Well, Sean, I'm not ambidextrous enough to answer that question."
Right, yeah.
So you were doing secret shout-outs on Fox News.
No, that happened all the time. Anytime Bubba and I were on a national deal, I would always be texted by, sadly, my Sunday school class or the worship leader, your dad, and they would say, you have to work this word in. And then they would all sit around and wait on it. And so you're right. This wouldn't be a stretch for me at all.
How was that for you?
Oh, it was amazing. I mean, it was such a strong race. We were all running so fast, multiple running in the 50s, so I knew I had to go out fast.
Imagine her boyfriend. You got some stories. Where you been?
Now let's go.
Why haven't you been?
You think he imitates her when they're having a fight?
Mom, what'd you think about so-and-so? We're going to talk about the boys? So now on the other end of the spectrum,
This is delicious.
us as the interviewers, I think that we would also be very, very likely to say, and so how is Mickey proud? I mean, it's...
I know where you're going after this win.
Did Mickey get here with you, or was he watching at home? Did he and Goofy have a guys' weekend? I mean,
boy, it just hit so.
I mean, you don't see
right
it
out of the gate.
I knew he set us up for something. I didn't know what. Phone calls are next. Lines are available. Comments, questions. Let's chat with you. Calvin Speedy Wilburn rolls to the phones, and we'll chat with you when we come back. More to cover on today's program. You missed any of the program? Don't forget the archive options on our podcast channel and YouTube channel. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The debate we've been having here on the show, and people have called and asked, what is a socialist? What is socialism?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the answer for the coronavirus will come from our country because we have the greatest medical system in the world.
Research
I'm
and
going to set
development.
price aside.
Right.
We have problems there. We're trying to get worked out. But as far as what we can do, the things we can do is unprecedented anywhere in the world, and that's what makes our system great, and that's why we don't need to destroy it because we all want to be socialist. Now, as a matter of fact, one of the leading drugs that they're using now against SARS was developed right here at UAB in Birmingham, Alabama.
Yeah.
And they're saying that they're testing it now with the coronavirus because they're very similar in some ways. So, that research and development that we have to do, that runs the prices up on some of these drugs, this is the good side of it. We at least can invent these things and not just be wiped out by something that comes along.
Capitalism breeds research and development. Socialism and communism does not.
Yeah, and news out of Israel,
Period.
they have said that Israeli scientists say that they'll have a vaccine within a few weeks.
They probably will. See, but that's also a free market system.
Yeah, it's a spillover of the Western economies, no doubt.
Right.
So, but again, when these kind of things happen, when you have a serious health issue, nobody says, carry me to Havana for cancer treatment. Nobody says, carry me to Montreal to get a CAT scan or do whatever. Nobody says, carry me to Venezuela. Nobody says, carry me to North Korea. Never, ever. It never happens. And the only person that have done that are dead.
Right.
You remember the great leader of Venezuela, the real showman down there. He was going to go to Cuba for his treatment.
Yeah.
They give you a vitamin C shot. That's not real medicine.
Well, as you said, the countries you just listed, there will be no vaccine come from there.
No.
It's not going to happen.
And the equipment used to test, the PET scans, the CAT scans, the advanced X-ray technology, all of that comes out of the free enterprise capitalistic system of the United States or one of its close allies.
Bottom of the hour, more Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is our number. Don't forget the real Greg Burgess out and about this weekend. Talladega Super Speedway, the Alabama Wildlife Federation Wild Game Cook-Off. Greg will be one of the judges at Talladega Super Speedway. Go out and have a great time. If you need details, check show notes from yesterday at rickandbubba.com. It'll tell you everything you need to know about this weekend. It's going to be a beautiful day in Alabama, so make plans to go and see Greg this weekend out representing the show. Bubba, we have an update. Here we go.
News update.
It's a Rick and Bubba news.
News update.
It's a Rick and Bubba news.
News update.
It's a Rick and Bubba news.
News update.
Bubba, we have an update on the man that made headlines because the old baby Trump balloon, they made a mistake saying they were going to bring baby Trump to the Alabama LSU game in Tuscaloosa. And, of course, on the air, all of us, you remember, we started kind of tapping our chins going,
Not a good idea.
Baby Trump balloon protesting President Trump in Alabama with Alabama and LSU fans. Again, we all said that we thought that could be problematic. We were prophetic with that prediction as baby Trump balloon was slashed. We have an update on the slasher today.
Yeah, Rick. Hoyt Hutchinson of Tuscaloosa, 32 years old.
Hoyt!
Who was found charged with that crime. We had him here on the show, as you saw him in other places around the country, too. He has been ordered to undergo a pretrial diversion program.
Oh, boy.
And to pay back the group that owned the balloon. Now, they're saying that's about a $3,500 check to the People's Motorcade. And all this is pre-trial, so I guess that will have to be done before. I'm confused. Why is that pre-trial? Before, I mean, you're innocent till proven guilty, right?
Think.
And I don't understand all that.
They're
sorry.
railroading Hoyt.
I want to know what a diversion program is.
Well, Rick, you can.
Is this we're going to teach Hoyt how to be nice?
Don't forget we had an interview with
Let's
Hoyt.
see if he
on
can
that.
call.
Sometimes you might call that a re-education program.
Not likely, but never know. Here we go to the phones. 866-WE-BE-BIG. There's room for you if you want to join us. John in Birmingham, 1047 WZZK. John, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How's everybody?
We're good.
We're good.
Hey, I think Adler needs to take voice samples from that little track star and then get her to say, Mick, Mick, Mick.
Oh, I bet she could do a really good Mick. That's true.
You'd hear her all the way across the store.
David in Hoover. Go ahead, David. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning, Biggins.
How you doing, David? Go ahead.
Hey, I honestly, hearing that interview over the radio, I thought Michael Jackson had come back to life.
I saw, these things pop up all the time now, the way they do reels and all that. And I know you've seen it too. And Chris Tucker talking about when he did the Michael Jackson kick move and Michael called him to tell him he was kicking with the wrong leg.
Yeah.
And he's doing his voice.
Is he the one who was
kicking with the wrong leg?
Was he the one that told the story about him and Michael going to see Prince one night, and Prince got in Michael's face with the guitar, and he didn't like it?
Yes, that's true.
And after, when he went up and asked him, "Why are you in my face with that guitar?"
All the way to Alaska. Hawk is standing by. Hawk, welcome back, man. Hadn't heard from you in a while.
Well, actually, I am in Iuka, Mississippi, getting my RV worked on.
You're what?
Did you drive it all to from Alaska?
How do you do it?
Well, I leave it near Atlanta and then fly in, and then we're in a month at our RV, and I had to have some work done. Then we're headed to Man Church.
Oh, good.
Where I will be this weekend.
Oh, you're going to be at the conference in Starkville?
Yes, I'll be front row, and the only person there, I won't know anybody but you.
That is fantastic. I cannot. Well, I didn't know that. So that's you were planning an RV trip, and you said, "Well, I'm going to be there, so I'm going to throw that in." You're not coming all the way just for the conference, are you?
No, it was like you said at first. I happened to be doing an RV trip, and so decided that, hey, I'm down there when it's going on. Why not?
I love it.
I mean, do you do this? I mean,
I do too. I am so excited about it.
Is this something you do all the time? You keep a camper near the airport in Atlanta and just fly in and then hit the lower 48?
That is correct. That is correct. This time we're going all the way up to Pennsylvania and through the Carolinas, and but we've been here for about 4 days.
Well, that is great. Well, we look forward to seeing you then.
Most of us want to get away and go to Alaska.
Right, yeah. Y'all do the opposite.
Well, it was 30 below when we left, so I'm glad we're here.
Yeah. And you've enjoyed the weekend then. With that those 70s felt pretty good, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
Yeah. Well, we're glad you're here.
Good.
We're glad you're here. Look, that room at the Bettersworth Theater is I think it's going to be a really incredible experience in there, the way that's set up. Those older theaters, with the good sound and the praise and worship and all that, I think it's going to be special. So look forward to seeing you Friday.
I'm very excited, and I'll let you know that my son is a pastor in Kentucky, and he started the Man Church curriculum this morning with his church.
Oh, that's fantastic. We were March 1st, and I know anything we do, I don't know, we're just goofy. March 1st, 2020 is when we started. The very first Man Church was March 1, 2020. A worldwide pandemic hit. And so now here we are. We just celebrated our 4th anniversary this weekend, and there's over 1,000 churches doing the strategy. We have 5 40-week curriculum as of this summer. We got 7 individual, devotionals for men, and there's hundreds of man churches, and now our second conference this year, 3rd total, but now we're doing 2 this year. So God has done a lot, is doing a lot, and excited about what He's got ahead. So looking forward to it, Hawk. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that very much.
Amen.
All right, and if you want, I think there may be a handful of tickets still left for Friday night. We're supposed to get an update today, so if you still want to be there, you can. Let's go to Muscle Shoals. Alex is standing by. Alex, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. My kids had just introduced me to a guy on YouTube, and I don't know if y'all had ever heard of him. His name is Coyote Peterson, and he's getting stung by all these weird insects that he's finding, and he rates the sting. and it's the craziest thing.
Wait
And I
a
don't know
minute.
if you guys had ever heard of them.
Wait a minute.
Somebody sent us something on
That does sound familiar. I think we've been sent that before. That does sound familiar, the stinging part.
Yeah, we watched a couple of this guy's videos.
No, you're right. We have seen this guy.
He got stung by that like hornet or a wasp we watched a long time ago.
Yes.
Murder wasp.
Yes.
Murder, something.
You're right. Yes, we have seen him.
You know, that can't be good for you to be bitten by things like that over and over and over.
No, I have to agree. Chris in Hartsville. Chris, go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hey, that female runner sounded like Nopi.
Nopi?
Yeah.
You know what? A little bit she did. You're right. Let's go to Cody in New Mexico. Cody, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, Cody.
How's it going, Green Acres?
Thanks for the call, buddy.
Hey, I was listening to a podcast from last week. I'm kind of behind. I listened to all of them.
Thank you.
And it threw in there, no problem. It threw in there 2 Spanish commercials. And I thought that was pretty crazy because I didn't think you had a very large, solely speaking Spanish audience.
Well, that's very judgmental.
Yeah.
Cody, I mean, where do you get off saying such a thing about us that's unfounded?
Well, hey, there's a lot of people that might struggle to understand you in English, and I figured that if you threw Spanish-speaking people in there as well, boy, they may not get very much out of the podcast.
The ones in southern Mexico enjoy it more.
Yeah, they really do. Yeah. So, I think if you want to market to those that only speak Spanish, this is a fantastic platform to do that. We continue. Let's go to Jake. Jake out of Helena, listening on ZZK. Jake, go ahead.
Hey, guys, got a quick question. Would you rather listen to an entire season of Beth Mullins' call or the female runner call the entire game?
I got to go with the female runner.
Yeah.
I got to go with the female runner because I think, she's not –
well, you know what you got.
That's right. Yeah. And she doesn't seem to be pressing the way Beth does. Beth's doing a voice and trying to sound authoritative and hip and cool.
Don't say that around Speedy now.
I know. That's on me. Let's go to Chester.
And
Gurley. Gurley, go ahead, Chester.
Yeah, I heard Greg was chomping at the bit to go see New Kids on the Block.
Greg, is that true?
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. Are they still doing their thing?
I don't know.
I know they were still doing
that was
it
in our
recently.
sisters'
Didn't
era.
they come back and do like a reunion tour thing?
Yeah. Oh, look over here. We're getting some excitement out of all right. So we got some guests here today that she got kind of fired up when we said that. So they are currently touring? Okay, I don't. Recently. Okay, I got you. All right.
Backstreet's back. Oh, yeah.
Let's because that's our competition, though, isn't it? Huh? The Backstreet's the competition of the New Kids, right?
Oh, yeah, New Kids.
Yeah, right.
That's what you said. I'm sorry.
Tom in Great Falls.
I talked about NSYNC earlier.
Don't stop boy band wars.
Yeah.
Don't start boy band wars.
Get it started.
Tom in Great Falls, Montana. Tom, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I just want to comment on your retirement and our lovely weather here in Great Falls this morning. It's 2 below 0.
Well, Hawk in Alaska said that he'll see that with a 30 below. How you like them apples?
We had a week in January of 45 below.
Ooh,
stay got hot.
Bubba.
That's
I don't see how you function.
It got cold.
Tom.
It got real cold.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, you'd almost have to live underground, right?
Yeah. I mean, I can't take the pressure if I stay out too long. I may get injured.
But we're warming up. It's 2 below, so things are looking up.
A balmy.
You're liable to see 30 here one of these
That's
days.
right.
Oh, my goodness.
Tom, thanks a lot.
Yep. Right.
See you, buddy.
Just imagine having to deal with all that.
Oh,
equipment.
Yes, you got to have a block heater for your vehicle.
The failures of power lines, services. I bet you have to bury your water lines 8 foot deep.
Can you imagine?
I can't even handle making sure my clocks are right 2 times a year.
I know, that's pretty rough.
All right, we'll be back. More stories to cover. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Does that feel as creepy to you as it does to me? I mean,
until he's found guilty, it's really strange. I don't. Am I missing something here on that?
A pretrial diversion is when you don't actually even go to trial. Before the trial even occurs, you put in the pretrial diversion plea or whatever it is, and then you go through the legal process. You never even go to trial, and
so you avoid trial.
It's a diversion.
Away from trial. So
now you speak like someone with firsthand knowledge.
Yeah, I have firsthand knowledge of this. Yeah.
Well, I'm tell you, this guy's full of information.
Yes, he is. You know what? He's no Rob from Montevallo.
Without you and Rob and our computer, we'd be sunk here.
Yeah, this is twice in 30 minutes that he has come in with expert advice. On
Yes, look, I'm telling you, he's well read. He does. You think
you
think all he does is sit around and play guitar and maybe tap a drum here or there, but he's pretty well read.
Now, one of the other parts of this that is some of the folks that are prosecuting him are not happy about is that a GoFundMe page for him has garnered $48,000 some odd dollars, and apparently GoFundMe has some type of policy where they don't want people to profit from criminal activity.
Yeah, they make that pretty clear,
and they're trying to get that nullified. But in all fairness, I mean, it was set up for his legal defense, and I think, and I don't think you ought to profit from criminal activity either. But I do think you ought to be able to come up with money to pay for your legal defense.
That's what it was for,
and I don't see a problem with that. So.
No, I don't either. I mean, don't people raise money for their legal defense on things all the time?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's part of the due process in our country, and you'll hear that more and more from me. I'm a believer in it, even when it hurts.
So I guess what they're saying is, look, Hutch, you've admitted that you did it. So this pretrial diversion, can we not just go through a legal system to get down to what your punishment is?
Yeah, so I guess his side made that agreement.
Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll go ahead and decide what the punishment is. We'll try to get you the least amount of punishment we can.
Yeah,
and then those, with the motorcade, they'll be trying to get the maximum amount of punishment they can get.
Right.
And then they're saying, look, let's just get down to what the punishment is.
This sounds like an agreement beforehand. So if he goes through that and pays them for the money, it's all going to be even Steven.
And I think that's what they're trying to say. Look, we're not. There's no need to waste the taxpayers' money on who slashed Baby Trump.
Right.
Okay.
Plus, if you lock him up, there's a pretty good chance he'd get a pardon.
Right.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
I bet he can.
The people of Alabama will scream, "Let him go!"
Yeah.
It's so. So I think what they're saying, look, let's cut all this and let's get down to. So I guess now that they're going to do pretrial diversion, I guess those, and you see this in the story, what they're not wanting, they're concerned. Like, all right, if he doesn't have any expenses or his legal expenses are low, what happens to the rest of the money now that we're not going to go to trial?
I don't know.
And should he be allowed to keep it or not? And then you see the quote that Bubba said: "We don't want to see people profiting off breaking the law."
Right.
Even though politicians do it all the time.
Right.
But the
if I remember correctly, and I texted him to see if he would call if we get him in this window here. But I remember when we talked to him, he said something about he was going to donate to charity. I thought some of the money,
and probably will.
I thought I would. If I remember, I might misremember.
Do we have any precedent on how you handle GoFundMe accounts?
Well, it goes back to what our podcast was about yesterday. We talked with Christopher Sine about. Let's just, we've tried to do this on the show too. Let's look at the issue, not is it my side, is it their side, decide a standard and then go with it no matter who is in that. And, there's some of these killers out there that have, got book deals and all that, and I don't think they ought to be able to profit off that either. So, pay your legal defense and, give the rest of it to charity or something.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
No matter who you are.
All right, Gabe said he's been through a pretrial diversion like Adler, apparently. All right, so Gabe,
what did you do? Can you say?
That's beside the point. The statute of limitations has run out on what I was accused of doing.
Right.
But I did plead guilty, and it's kind of like a slap on the wrist because I'm from a small town. Went through a pretrial diversion where I was on probation for a year, paid restitution,
all right,
and at the end of the year was able to pay to have have it expunged off my record. So that's no longer on my record.
Hey, Gabe, here's what I want to ask you, and this is you. Maybe you did that with that last statement. I'm trying to understand. Maybe I should ask Adler the difference between this and just pleading guilty. Or no contest. I mean, what's the difference in a pretrial diversion?
Isn't this kind of like taking driving school to get?
That's what I'm asking. Is that what is that last part the key? They can actually have it. You get it removed from your record if you just simply do what they want you to do.
plead no. Yeah, it's more or less like pleading no contest.
Okay.
Hoping you can keep your name.
Here we go, 10 minutes to the top. Rick and Bubba Show, thanks for being with us today. HomeTitleLock.com. When's the last time you checked your home's title? I hate to be this person, but it may save you a lot of hassle. We can fix that today for free, by the way. Don't put this off. You never know. There's thieves out there that can take the title and they can put it in their name, and they have ways to do this. You need to check it before it's too late. All of our homes are easily found online now. Sorry. Criminals, renters, even that rogue family member that you only see maybe every now and then. All they got to do is forge that signature on a home sale form, then they refile as the new owner. And when that happens, bam! Now your home is not in your name. It's not your home anymore. Wow. And then what they start doing stuff with the equity. They can sell it. There's some pretty disgusting people out there. So you think, well, who would do that? Well, some of the disgusting people that we live among. Why don't you use our code Bubba right now and go to HomeTitleLock.com, code Bubba, and for free, find out if you're still the person on your home's title, and you'll get a comprehensive scan of the home's title for free, and they'll throw in 30 days of their protection at no charge. So do that right now, HomeTitleLock.com. By the way, homeowners insurance is going to be no help to you on this if this happens. The normal identity thief protection, not going to help you. You need something specifically for your home title. HomeTitleLock.com. Use the code Bubba. Find out if your name's still on the title. Get a comprehensive scan and 30 days of protection. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Hey, can I ask you a question? I know we got somewhere to go, but this makes me think of these squatters.
Mm-hmm.
It's making national news in different markets.
Mm-hmm.
The latest one's in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Guy goes away to take care of his sick wife, comes back, and squatters have changed like the locks and stuff. What the heck?
Well, that's it, isn't it? What the heck?
I mean, seriously, how does that happen?
It's illegal for you to move them out. I'm missing that.
Yeah, they act like they have legal right to be there. It's like, no, what?
I think I'm too lazy to research it.
I think what I would probably do, which is not good, and I do not suggest this.
Right.
But I think that I would go in, and the first time they said, you realize that you can't charge me with anything, and you can't remove me, I would say, well, in a moment, guess what I'm going to be charged with? Murder.
Somebody came in my house.
Right. I'm about to be charged for murder because there's no way this is going to stand.
Yeah, that's crazy. I can't believe the police can't do something right
So
away.
why don't you get up and leave so I don't have to be charged with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Because, you're right. I will go to jail, but you will be dead. Yeah. So
when you have to ask him, you must not know about me.
You must not know about me and squatters. This is not going to. This is not
You
going
invaded
to.
my home.
I'm going to bet. I'm going to bet that you know everything about my house except for the combination lock where I keep the guns, which I'm about to go get. And we're going to escort right out of here. Right out of here. It's going to be real bad.
So bizarre.
I just got nothing for that. I mean,
so ridiculous.
Yeah, a thief of any kind, but somebody that does that to your home. I mean, they're lower than. Well, I'll just leave it alone.
This guy. This was a video that went viral, I guess, a couple months ago. But this guy in Portland talks about how you can work the system and get a free house in Portland. If you guys want to check this out.
Okay.
This is how I got a free house in Portland, Oregon, and how you can too. So the first thing I did was find a vacant house that somebody was trying to rent. Next, I looked up how to break into a lockbox without using force. Thanks, YouTube. Next, I forged some documents. This made it look like I had a lease agreement, and I called the utility companies and had the utilities put in my name. I'm not going to pay them, but they don't know that. When the owner showed up, I politely explained that this was my house now, and they need to leave. So they call the police, and I show them my lease agreement and the utility bills, and they tell the owner that this is a civil matter, and they've got to sue me. This made the owner super angry, so she lawyers up and tries to evict me. Of course, I can't afford a lawyer, so I call up a tenant advocacy group who gives me a lawyer that's 100% free and funded by taxpayers. So my out-of-pocket is still $0. So this lawyer fights on my behalf for months and months, really driving the owner crazy and costing her tens of thousands of dollars. Finally, the owner decided it would be cheaper to just give me a chunk of cash to leave rather than continue paying the lawyer. So she writes me a check for $10K and I move out. I didn't even have to clean the place up, and that's a good thing because I do a lot of drugs and the house looks every bit of it. Still no thank you note for aerating the walls, but whatever. So I just got 9 months of free rent in a house that otherwise would have cost me $3,000 a month, plus a nice cash for keys check. And I wasn't even charged with anything. I always thought that stealing was wrong, but it turns out if you steal a house, it's not even against the law here. So this couldn't have worked out any better. Thanks, Portland.
He's obviously making a point about Portland.
Right.
But
Wow.
So that's
Yeah, my family wouldn't have dealt with it that way.
well, again, there would be
They
a
would have
charge.
removed them.
There would have been a charge made, but
Yep.
it would have been for
Sure.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's
Scary.
yeah. Well, but it's
They
but,
changed the locks on the latest house, y'all, and just said, no, we live here. Guy comes home, he's like, what are you, this is my house. Couldn't get in.
You wouldn't do that in Calhoun County.
No.
Not but once.
No, you would not.
No. Again, there might be a lot of people in trouble, but I'll tell you what you wouldn't be, living in that house.
That's right. We got a whole lot of stuff we got to work out.
And you wouldn't need a lock to get in.
And you know what you would have said right before you took your last breath? This wasn't worth it.
No, bad idea.
Right. And everybody's going to really get in trouble. Okay, whatever. No, that kind of stuff is, it goes back to what we've often said. There would immediately be a plan as I'm gonna see how committed to staying here you really are.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, we got some stuff coming up now. This ongoing thing that, how you say the name? Is it Mayorkas?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alejandro.
Tell her Mayorkas.
Continues to try to tell us that Biden is okay and not on the cognitive decline. So here's let's play
this guy is
video 1 first. Okay, here we go.
They do this because they try to make a point that there is a discussion in the zeitgeist. There is a reason that they did a whole thing about Joe Biden's age. Do you want to have a real statement about it, about what you witnessed?
They should spend a bit of time with Joe Biden like I have done. Let me share something with you. I prepare a lot for meetings with him and engagements with him because he's remarkably detail-oriented, probing, and operationally focused.
Yeah, I wish he'd stop probing me. But
at what point during that meeting does he go and act like a Roomba? Well, he can't find his way out.
All right. So it's getting so bad now that people don't want to look foolish by buying into this ridiculous narrative. It took a while, but it looks like that Saturday Night Live is finally making fun of how much Democrats like who we just heard, Mayorkas, lie about his health and vigor. So here we go.
And behind closed doors, he's a dynamo. This weekend, we both went down to the border town of Brownsville, Texas, and Joe went into beast mode. He said, we got to tighten this border. Look how easy I can cross it. Then he parkoured up to the top of the border wall.
So are they finally starting to exaggerate it?
How can you not?
Well, because
they all look like Baghdad Bob.
No, you're right.
yeah,
I think even if I'm a Democrat, which is hard to imagine modern day, but don't you at some point have some kind of self-worth where you go, I kind of don't want to look like I think he's okay. That makes me look like
my credibility is leaving.
I'd like to. I just can't be part of that. I don't want
so far I can go.
Look, I don't want Orange
with
Man
a company line.
Yeah, I don't want Orange Man to win and all that. And I think Republicans are horrible, but I don't want to look stupid. And me pretending that he's okay and robust. I just can't continue to do that just because I don't like looking that way. I mean, isn't there some of that there? I mean, even Danny the Democrat doesn't think he's not doing it anymore. Now he's not going to vote.
Yeah, he ain't going to vote for Trump.
He's not going to vote for Trump.
No.
But even Danny the Democrat says no. What was the word he used? He's infirmed.
Yeah, infirm. I think.
Yeah. So even Danny can't go there. Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, have a good day. Thanks for being with us. Catch the archives of any part of the show you don't get live on our podcast or YouTube channel. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
keep your nose clean for a year, and it'll be expunged.
Okay, all right, thanks. That's helpful.
You're only supposed to get one of them in a lifetime, but like I say, if it's not on your record, they don't know if you've had one before.
Well, I was about to say, you'd almost have to admit that, wouldn't you, if they've expunged it off the. So yeah, okay, I got it. All right, and then the next thing is, what about the GoFundMe? So what we have here is Hoyt's team is trying to say, let's get down to what Hoyt needs to do.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah. They're trying to reach a resolution. To
right.
This.
Yeah. And do you think there's any remorse with Hoyt?
Well, I don't know.
I don't know Hoyt's heart. Nobody knows.
I think he loves America.
Well, he didn't like. I'll tell you this. He made it very clear that he didn't care for baby Trump coming to Bama, and he wondered if anybody else out there had the intestinal fortitude to do anything about it.
Well, it wasn't smart. You're right, but it wasn't smart.
Right. Top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba.
The hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we work our way through another day, wrapping up another week at the end today. Hoyt is back. We updated Hoyt's situation. Hoyt is the baby Trump balloon slasher at the Tuscaloosa LSU game last year. Really predicted on our show that could be problematic. So Hoyt, we gave an update on today, the pre-trial diversion and what's going on with you. So Hoyt, can you give us an update?
Yes, I have entered their second chance program, and being that if I graduate that, all this will be off the case will be dismissed and it'll be off my record.
Now, Hoyt, what exactly does that mean? What does that entail?
Yeah.
I've got to be a good boy for 3 months.
3 months.
I got that.
As long as that balloon stays out of Tuscaloosa, you'll be
telling you.
Yeah, I was going to say, Hoyt, how do they define being a good boy that you pass the requirements of second chance? Just don't slash anybody else's balloons? I mean, what does that mean?
Yeah.
Just staying out of trouble, no slashing balloons, no drinking or drugs, which that wasn't a problem. Actually, when I went and sat down with my caseworker, I had to fill out all these questions and everything about drinking and drugs and all this. And then she asked them back to me, and I told her, I said, listen, I don't have a drinking or drug problem. She said, did I say you did?
Had an attitude.
No, listen, I'm not trying to be smart with you or anything. That's not why I'm here. Drinking and drugs is not why I'm here in this program. Yeah, I have a problem with balloons.
Oh, my.
Hoyt, let me say again. Let me say again what Speedy prepped you with. Don't say anything's going to get you in trouble.
Yeah.
Does your legal team know you're on this show?
I feel like you weren't paying attention. They probably said, now don't do any media. Don't be calling Rick and Bubba again.
Please don't call Rick and Bubba.
No, we're good. We're good. So she says, balloons? I said, yes, especially ones that them making a mockery of my favorite president.
Oh, boy. Watch out.
Oh, wait a minute. So she goes flipping back in her papers. She says, oh, so you're that guy.
So she didn't know.
Yeah.
Grinning, giving her the thumbs up.
Yeah. Well, you're in Alabama, so you're probably among friends. But
that's right.
Did you just tell her, look, I got too much Trump in me?
That's right.
Right.
So Hoyt, they're trying to prevent you from getting your GoFundMe money.
Yeah.
How is that working, and what's the update on that?
They failed.
Okay. So
yeah, they failed.
Have you gotten that money yet?
Just like they're going to do in 2020.
Hoyt, how long is your second chance program?
Till the end of May.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
You might want to pencil off maybe end of the year before this is over.
Have you heard from the what are they called? What kind of motorcade?
What was that group?
The People's Motorcade.
Yeah. The people you got to make restitution to. Did you write them a check yet?
Yeah.
No, I've got I've gotten all that. I just talked to my lawyer yesterday about what I need to do about going to pay that and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know whether I pay them or pay the court or too. So
Right, you're just
I'll be
trying to
taking
say
care of that.
where do I write that check from that 48,000 I got over here?
Yeah, and Hoyt, let me ask you this: what is round figures? Just for those of us that are trying to understand the complexities of this story, what is a good legal defense run when you've slashed a balloon? Like, what will that bill be when it's all said and done?
Even with the
to your guy,
even with the diversion. So how much you think all this is going to run you?
I'm not even sure. I haven't even discussed it with my lawyer. We haven't even talked about that yet.
Mm-hmm.
But my restitution and court costs and everything, and second chance program has $5,028.
Yeah,
down to the penny.
Yeah, so we're down to now $8,500 that you're going to have to in some change if you count the balloon cost. So
Right.
and then the lawyers.
Or did he include that in that?
No, I think he was including what it costs for the second chance program and the court fees and all.
Court.
Yeah. So you still have got balloon $3,500, you got a little over $5,000 of cost, and then whatever your lawyer charges you. Is that kind of where it's going to land?
Right.
And here we go, 6 minutes past the hour. Thankful that you are with us on another hour, on another day, on another week in Rick and Bubba land. An active week it is. We've hit a lot of that. Find out by going to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com, hit upcoming events, or if it involves the Man Church, themanchurch.com under events as well. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for another hour. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bus.
Rick, glad to be here. We only ask for 5 hours. 5 hours each and every day.
Bubba, we've hit a little bit on the politic deal with Super Tuesday being tomorrow, but a Trump update. Trump update. Everybody say, hey, hey, hey. So
nothing better than Donald Trump on the campaign trail.
Baby.
He ad-libs a stump speech better than anybody.
Let me tell you something.
Now, he's not the communicator that Reagan was, but he can whoop them into a frenzy.
Well, and you said this in the break. When he gets dangerous, just like when Biden gets off the teleprompter, if he even reads it successfully, when Trump starts freelancing, it's always because it's being fueled by the audience.
Yep.
The audience just works him into a frenzy after he's worked them into a frenzy. and they feed off each other in a big way, and then you just get ready for anything.
Well, let's see how Trump's seeing the next election coming up here.
Okay, here we go.
Crooked Joe will not succeed with these plans, and he will not get away with these crimes and their crimes. He will be tried at the ballot box this November, and he will be judged and convicted by the American people.
Pretty good line.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. That's good. So,
I wish he would quote "Orange Man bad, the whole world's mad."
Yeah.
Orange Man so bad. Which song was that, Speed? There was about 4 of them came out at one time. I can't remember.
Yeah. But what about this one right here? Somebody's got to get this song to him. I'm with you. I think he would use it if he just knew about it.
At one point, we sent it to him.
Did we? Okay,
yeah.
I thought
I'm
we did.
shocked he doesn't walk out to it every single time.
Yeah. Wasn't Donald Jr. speaking in town?
Yeah. That was it, Greg. So, Adler, talk to me about Video 5.
I like it.
Talk to me about Video 5.
Yeah.
So, Bill Maher, and when you see that the title of this video was not expecting this answer about Biden's problems in the upcoming election, you heard Trump, and I agree with you, Bubba, great line. He'll be tried by the people at the ballot box. And what tell us what this is about.
So in the latest episode, he is holding court and talking about kind of the state of the country. And it's like, what's really that bad about it? And he wasn't expecting that one of his panel members really broke it down for him. And he kind of just was left there like dumbfounded, like, wow. So
you're saying
Dr. Phil's on there.
So you're okay, look, Dr. Phil, he's on the let me upset everybody circuit right now.
Right.
But you're saying Bill Maher is trying to say that
Yeah.
It's not as bad as we're acting like it is.
Correct. Like, hey, it's gotten better. It's not that bad. What's really that bad about this?
Okay.
And, oh, really? I'll tell you.
Now it's not Dr. Phil that tells me.
No, it's not.
Okay.
He's taking a sip of something.
Okay. All right. Let's see.
Should Democrats be worried about the 100,000 uncommitted votes in the Michigan primary? Oh, yes, I read about this. Will protest votes over Biden's policy in Gaza cost him the election in the fall? If people don't know what we're talking about, Michigan just had a primary. Michigan has a large Muslim population. They're not too thrilled that Joe Biden is supporting Israel in its war. And so 100,000 people voted uncommitted. These are Democratic voters who apparently seem to be saying we are threatening to support Trump, a known lover of Muslims. But this is a wedge issue in the Democratic Party. The young people, the kids, and Muslim voters like this don't want him supporting Israel. Many other people do. What are your thoughts?
I think that the media really, really wants to put this narrative out there that Biden is going to lose Michigan over Gaza, when the truth is he's going to lose Michigan over 600,000 auto workers, because his EV market was extremely punishing to auto workers. And like we said earlier, there's been this big realignment where working class Americans are very, very, very much on the Trump train, people who used to be Democrats and used to vote for Democrats. And rather than admit this outrage that Democrats lost the working class vote and try to figure out how we can appeal to them again, they're looking for excuses and other things to blame, like, oh, this war in Gaza, or they'll call them deplorables, or they'll call them racists, because they don't want to admit that Trump has picked up a lot of the policies that used to be Democratic policies in the 90s, like controlling the border, for example. The idea that an open border and mass migration is extremely punishing to the working class. It drives down their wages. It's class warfare against the working class. It is an upward transfer of wealth from the working class, who end up competing with immigrants, to the elites who end up employing them, and now they can employ cheap immigrants instead of having to pay working class Americans a living wage.
Wow.
Okay. Well,
boy, Dr. Phil couldn't even wedge in on that. We're going to talk about a possum crossing the road or something.
Well, he's recently been banned from The View, so because, boy, that was the day you were gone. He went in there with those women, and they were ready to kill him.
Oh, I know.
And the way.
Why were they out? Why were they anti Dr. Phil?
Well, Dr. Phil had the audacity to say that if you look at the risk factor of COVID to children,
it was a Neil,
and then what we did to them and their education and their immune systems by locking them away, putting them in masks, keeping them from learning in a classroom, that did more damage to children than COVID could have ever done. And when they got all over him and went absolutely crazy, of course, what they do is, like, all emotional points of view. If there was one child that died of COVID, then he was evil for saying that.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, children die of the flu and of other things as well. It's horrible that children would die of anything. But then he doubled down, and that's when he was banned forever, saying, what I'm saying is not my opinion, it is a fact.
Ooh.
And that was the last thing he said.
He was shown the door. Huh?
He dropped facts on The View, and you just don't do that. And if you want to get in trouble with a bunch of emotional women, just keep going back to facts.
No.
And he did not fare well, especially leftist women.
A little bit of breaking news right now. All 9 judges of the Supreme Court, including Sotomayor, Kagan, and Brown Jackson, have reversed the Colorado State Supreme Court's decision to ban Trump. So they reversed the decision to ban Trump from the ballot on the ground that he is on the grounds that he's an insurrectionist. The Supreme Court said states can't decide this.
Right.
That just happened.
Yeah, that was the ruling we were waiting on from earlier in the show. So there it is. So
there you go, 9-0.
Yeah,
right?
9-0.
Even they realized this. We were headed down a road that was going to be. It was going to make banana republics look like they had it together.
Yeah.
It's just so ridiculous that you can take somebody off the ballot because you think he was guilty of insurrection. That ain't got nothing to do with anything.
Yeah, you kind of have to have somebody charged with something before you can use it to take them off the ballot.
Yeah, I mean that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Like I say, that whole section they were trying to charge under was created for Jefferson Davis. I mean, come on.
And
That's ridiculous.
if you are someone who lives in Colorado, you couldn't get any of them to go with you.
No.
All the Supreme Court justices said this is so black and white
that it doesn't matter what our worldview is, you can't do this.
Oh, I guarantee you the Chief Justice had everybody up. Y'all, no matter how you feel about Trump, this can't happen because this is going to
destroy
be
the
bad.
country, yeah.
Because you're going to turn around and guess what? You're going to have red states take Biden off the ballot. We ain't even going to have a real election.
No, you're
anymore.
right. No, we won't. All right, we come
Let
back.
the people decide.
Yeah. We'll talk to America next at 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. Any topic you want to comment on, we'll chat with you. If you dial up now, you ought to be able to get in. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 available. Also, don't forget to continue to look at all the different archive options available for you every day so you never miss any of the show. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Screaming orange man bad, the whole world mad. Thug life, shout out all of my MAGA base sheds.
Hoyt,
Hoyt,
knowing what you're doing, was it worth it?
Speedy.
Was it worth it?
Yeah. Was it worth it? What you're going through now, was it worth it? Or don't answer if I'm going to get you in trouble.
Well, I don't.
Hoyt, no comment is fine.
I'm not gonna lie. It was worth it.
No. I'm sorry, Hoyt. Did I just get him in trouble?
Yes. Speedy, you just penciled him into December.
Hoyt, you might want to look. You might want to look and see how much third chance costs.
Hoyt, this is what you said. I was kidding. I've learned my lesson. Say that.
Hoyt, you're
But
just joking.
I didn't do that thinking. Let me clear a few things up. I didn't do that out of just recklessly for attention. I mean, I was driven by passion. I just, and I'll have everybody to know. Let me clear something else up for all the people out there that think, he's claiming to be a Christian and that might not have been the right thing to do. I'm not the first slasher. I'm not the original slasher. If you remember correctly, what did Peter do when they came to arrest Jesus in the garden?
Thank you.
Rick.
Hoyt.
Rick Hoyt's got a point.
I'm just saying.
No. Well, the comparison is.
Peter was a bad aim.
He
would have took the guard's head off.
Right.
Knows his Bible.
He definitely.
It's a little bit of a stretch that comparison, but of course Jesus put it back on. Let's remember that.
He picked his head up and put it back on.
Yeah. You didn't have anybody there to take Baby Trump and fix your slash.
No.
But I don't.
The tire store across the road.
Yeah.
They could have put a hot patch.
Oh, boy, that's good.
There's a tire place across the road. Oh, Hoyt.
I'm just glad they're giving Hoyt a second chance.
Greggy's making the most of it.
He sure is.
Thank you, Hoyt.
It's all on me.
My goodness, Hoyt.
Hoyt, will they as a final agreement to this deal? Will they make you stay away from Trump rallies or Trump protests or anything, or how's all that wrap up?
They haven't mentioned anything about that, so I'm not going to press the question.
Okay.
Hoyt, it sounds like you're on the straight and narrow.
Sounds like you're really paying attention to everything.
Well, we learn our lessons, don't we, Hoyt?
Definitely. I told her my caseworker went to reading off all the things that'll get me kicked out of the program, and I told her, I said, listen, you can stop right there. I said, I'm going to be a good boy for the next 3 months. I promise. I'm not risking 3 months over 3 years.
Right.
So that is the catch there. If I mess up, I got a 3-year.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Hoyt.
Good night,
All right, well, Hoyt, thank you for the update, and I appreciate you.
Before I get off here, I want to go ahead and remind everybody to get out there on vote day and vote for Coach Tuberville. Let's get all these politicians out there. Coach Tub 2020 and Trump 2020.
Thank you, Hoyt. Thank you, Hoyt. You got that in. Thanks, Hoyt.
Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, this Garth Brooks story. This
As we work our way back, we're going to take phone calls now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you want to join us, any topic. Bubba, we did get the ruling. Abner told us. We talked about it earlier. The ruling now in.
The Supreme Court has ruled 9-0 that Colorado and other states cannot randomly remove Donald Trump from the presidential ballot, overturning the Supreme Courts in all of those states. In the 20-page ruling, the justices made it very clear that only Congress can decide if he is or is not eligible to run. States may not unilaterally disqualify Donald Trump from the ballot. The judgment read in a clear message to the campaign trying to unseat him. It went on to say that Trump has dominated the Republican primary so far, blah, blah, blah. And, getting a 9-0 victory on anything at the Supreme Court is very strange. But
especially
I kind of
now.
felt like there was a call-up by the Chief Justice.
Especially now. A 9-0 now is bigger than it's ever been.
Yeah.
So, and that's good because that, no matter how you feel about Orange Man, and he scares me. I don't like Orange Man. He mean.
I wish we could cut out Orange Man bad. The whole world's
He
mad.
might call me a name. But regardless how you feel about Orange Man, what the Supreme Court did, and Bubba said this earlier, we've said it's they're looking after America. We cannot live in a world where the states can decide who can and cannot run.
The thing. The thing about this, too, how would you like to be the guy in charge of printing ballots in Colorado?
No.
Because you had him on there, then you had to take him off. Now you got to get them reprinted before, guess what?
Right.
Tomorrow.
Super Tuesday. Super Tuesday
Told
tomorrow.
you.
Guess you'll go back on the ballot. Phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Brittany, Birmingham. Brittany, go ahead. You're on.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, Brittany.
This kind of gives a piggyback to my question. So with all of the lawsuits and stuff going on in Georgia and this, that, and the other, like, when will we know for sure that Trump can run and could potentially be our next president? And what happens with those lawsuits in that case?
If Trump wins and they have not been fully prosecuted, Trump will appoint someone to oversee the Department of Justice who will immediately drop all of those cases.
Yeah.
Which, think about it, makes it a political issue, not a legal issue. But that's what'll happen.
Yep.
One of the cases is being put on hold right now until the Supreme Court decides if Trump is immune from prosecution. And they think that case alone may push a decision past Election Day. The Georgia case is in trouble because the prosecutor was unethical in that case. And they've gone after her and her live-in boyfriend, and they testified otherwise. And so that case is up. I don't know. There's so many of them, you need a spreadsheet and a scorecard to keep up with them.
We continue to Pascagoula, Biloxi area.
Oh, cool.
There's
Go for it.
There it is.
Come on.
David, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, guys, good morning. I'm just wondering, at what point and when are we going to hold these judges or state Supreme Courts responsible for national election insurrection for these decisions they make? Because isn't that what that is?
Say that one more time.
Yeah, run that again.
Yeah.
So when they interfere with a national election, that's insurrection, right? So why don't we hold those people responsible for that, for the decisions that they make?
You know, I really thought Trump would play that card a little harder. I've heard him mention it a couple of times, but I haven't heard or I haven't seen him file lawsuits to that degree where they would say that the prosecution itself is interfering with the election process because you got me here. I can't be out campaigning. You know, you set these dates up so that they'll go against election days. And I really thought he would play that card harder on this. But I guess since he's dominating in the primaries, it really is a moot point.
Yeah. Let's go to Crystal. Says she just voted in Colorado Springs. Oh, Crystal, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, y'all. Yeah, I just wanted to let y'all know that we vote by mail here. So I actually turned in my ballot about a week and a half ago. So
Was Trump on it?
Trump's name was on there. Trump was on there.
Okay, so they didn't have time to take it off before you got that ballot. And now they got to put it back on.
Well, no, so they only sent out one ballot for the Republican primary. Trump's name was on there. So was Vivek Ramaswamy. All of the candidates basically were on there, even though it's only he and Nikki Haley. So, yeah, I mean, all candidates' names were listed on there. I think the minute that it actually was going to be elevated to the Supreme Court, the Secretary of State here just said, we have to go with what is going to be what we anticipate and plan. And if then they rule that he can't be on the ballot, that was going to affect November, not the primary.
Okay. So in the primary, but now
he can vote.
Yeah. Now.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Great. That's thanks, Chris.
Yeah, it's good info.
You can vote Trump.
Steve in Starkville, Mississippi, 96.1. Steve, go ahead.
Morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
How y'all doing?
Good.
Monkey grass, and
Thanks.
I'd like to throw out a new one to you, out to pasture for those of us who are retired.
Oh, nice. Nice. Out to pasture. Enjoy that, brother.
Yeah. Listen, I just wanted to thank you guys. I've listened to you guys probably more than 25 years. My wife can attest to that because I listen to you guys when I'm getting ready, when I was going to work. But now that I'm retired, I listen to you every day. I get all 5 hours in.
Oh, thanks. That's quite a bit of Rick and Bubba.
Speaking of my wife, I wanted to wish her a happy anniversary tonight. Today is our 29th anniversary.
You share with Greg.
Uh-huh.
1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind.
I did sing.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it so much, and I appreciate everything you guys have done, and I'm looking forward to seeing you guys this weekend. My 2 adult sons and I are going to be at the man conference, and
good.
Just looking forward to it. But we just appreciate everything you do, the stand you take for Christ, and
thank you.
And y'all just keep up the good work.
Thank you, brother.
The final year, man.
Thank you.
We're sad, but we're happy for the 30 years we were able to have with you. 31 at the end of this one.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate that very much, and see you guys coming up this weekend. Greg's gonna come too, so he'll be riding with us. Yeah, and I think Bill Thurlow is going to start the conference by singing the Midnight Cry.
That's what we're hoping. There you go, Bill. Come on, Thurlow.
That's good. Give him a hot mic.
By the way, he says that when we bring him up on the show a lot, he pays the price for that.
Oh, does he?
Out and about. Good. Okay. You would think it would all be positive. He goes, but sometimes the show talking about you is a good thing. Sometimes you'd rather it not happen. But anyway, yeah, my friends, I'll say that too.
Have a good day, Thurlow.
Yeah, Thurlow, enjoy yourself too, and start working on it too. I think we go a cappella. I think that room can handle it. So
and really hold it out.
Yeah, really hold it out there. So and happy anniversary to you, Steve, and appreciate your kind words. So it looks like the Trump can't be on the ballot. Does that now? What's left, Bubba? Can now we're hoping he doesn't get charged with anything. I mean,
I think the only one
free and clear now.
I think the only one hanging out there that could prevent him from being on it is the federal case. What's the prosecutor's name
for the classified documents in Florida?
No, I think it's the insurrection case in D.C. That the prosecutor, there's this privacy issue that Trump has brought up that you can't go after him when he was president for this or that. Right. They said, so you can go out and shoot somebody. And they said, no, that ain't. So they got to decide that one. But the Supreme Court is going to hear that argument, I think, if he's immune to prosecution before they get to continue the prosecution. So.
Okay.
That's right.
And that one may be held up.
That's right, because he said, let's just send it straight to them and bypass a bunch.
All right, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up. 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Garth Brooks story. We've been trying to keep up with the state of America, as you have said, and I think we're all right that we're devolving.
I think we are.
We
need to get something in space going quick.
Yeah, I mean, and Garth Brooks, he's back. I mean, he's packing stadiums again, and he's out there making it happen. And he was playing in Detroit. Everybody, stay with me. Playing to a packed show in Detroit Saturday night. He decided that he would come out to perform with a Barry Sanders number 20 Detroit Lions jersey.
Legendary Detroit
Hall
Lions.
of Famer, Barry Sanders. Do you, like Greg said, do you even have to know football to discern a little bit that this is a football jersey that I see on, and it looks like it has Detroit Lions on it, and You know, if he was not going to do a tribute, he probably would have came. You know, just helping people reason a little bit. Say he wasn't going to do a tribute to any Detroit Lions player or Detroit icon. He just wanted to wear a Detroit Lions jersey. Because first of all, you got to start there. Hey, Garth's got a Detroit Lions jersey on, right?
Right.
Step
right,
one.
Right.
Hey, wait a minute. He's in Detroit. He must be doing a tribute to something Detroit. So if he wasn't going to do a tribute to a famous player, it probably would have said Brooks across the back of his jersey. He comes out in the Detroit Lions Garth Brooks jersey. You go, okay, I can see that. If it doesn't have his name on the back, it probably is a famous player.
Probably
from the Detroit Lions. If it doesn't have Garth Brooks' name on the back, you know, this.
It might be Bernie Sanders, Rick.
Hey, wait a minute!
Oh no!
Feel the burn.
Wait just a doggone minute!
Talk to him, Miss Bernie.
I went to see Garth Brooks in Detroit. He's got a Bernie Sanders jersey on. I didn't know Bernie Sanders played for the Lions. I can't support Garth Brooks no more. He's got Bernie on it.
I love Garth Brooks, and I'm glad he's supporting my campaign. Thank you, Garth.
So there's going to be enough dumb to go around on this.
Oh boy!
We will give a slice of dumb.
Feel the burn, Rick. 2020.
Garth Brooks and Bernie Sanders. I didn't see it. So the
I didn't see it.
So let's get our slices of dumb. Let's serve one up to Bernie Sanders supporters.
All right.
Who were bombarding Garth Brooks and thanking him for his support of Bernie Sanders.
Online, yeah. Funny.
Now let's get another slice of dumb, and let's give it to people who are anti-Bernie Sanders, Trump supporters, or even Democrats.
Yeah.
Whoever is against Bernie Sanders, I'm sorry, you're going to have to get a slice of the dumb pie as well.
Yeah.
Because you were critical of Garth Brooks for supporting Bernie Sanders. Everybody...
Welcome in, Garth. Welcome.
Everybody who thought that Garth Brooks wearing a Barry Sanders Detroit Lions jersey in Detroit, that was tied to support of Bernie Sanders, everybody who thought that is an idiot.
Yep.
You are a loon. I mean, how in the world can you not get this?
Who's this Barry guy?
Rick. All right, so the comments are just priceless. Why would you involve politics? It's so sad. We don't pay good money for anything other than to watch you perform.
Well, they really letting him
Thought
have
you
it.
were different. This one here, feel the burn. We love you. Love the jersey.
I'm done with you, Rick. I thought you were a true American that loves our country.
Unbelievable. Guys, have we really gotten this stupid? Straight up. Have we? Everybody's nodding and honest. Yeah, we have. Have we really gotten this dumb?
Have you seen who's leading the Democratic
Yes, I
nomination?
have. I have.
That's me, the burn.
Feel the burn, Bernie.
Get you some of that, big boy.
Oh, my goodness. Confusion. Unbelievable.
I need more of that from you today,
my
friend.
favorite may be from hashtag Feel the Burn 2020.
Yeah.
So you need more Bernie talking trash.
Yes, I like
Listen
that.
to this one, Bernie. You'll like this. We have a Bernie supporter saying, looks like at Garth Brooks just became my favorite country singer. Feel the burn. Unbelievable. Garth, I'm sorry. I thought that we could handle this.
No.
I see you. Look, you were trying to be sharp. I think it's a cool idea. You know, to come out with the Barry Sanders.
Maybe
jersey.
not tuck it in.
Yeah, the tuck in
That
was a
was a bad
mistake.
move.
Garth will tuck, but I mean it's.
I'd like to hear Bernie sing a Garth song.
Well, he's got that guitar to cover it up. You know, it's a little Dunlap in the front, so you know he can cover it up with that.
Yeah.
He's admitted that before.
I just don't think you should. I don't care what you look like. We don't tuck jerseys in.
I think he even admitted he's a friend of the refrigerator too.
Hey everybody, this is
Rick and Bubba show. Thanks for being with us today. Greg, a little disappointed in you. Cook's Pest Control. Glad to bring you the Rick and Bubba show. You know, we have Cook's Pest Control, and we have them, everywhere. But I'm gonna tell you, when you have something like the farm, when you're not there all the time, sometimes rodents love that setup.
Sure they do.
And I always tell cooks, I said, look, I want an all-out assault on anything rodent related at Camp House and of course at the Little White Farmhouse. I mean, I said, when you think that we fought them hard enough, fight them more.
Okay, and so I always get an update.
All in.
Yeah, I always get an update on that. So I saw some signs of possibly a rodent of some kind, and I let them know, and they said, "Thanks for letting us know. We will kill the beast." And so we were there this weekend, as you know, doing the birthday party, and immediately, you know, when you've got one down, you walk into the place, you can smell it. And so everybody was like, "Hey, we have one down, but nobody can find it." And Greg, I understand you even made a run at it, and
I couldn't.
yeah. And so I walked in. I had not been in there, so I walked in there as we were leaving. As we were leaving, I walked in and I said, "We have a dead rodent." And Sherry said, "Oh, I know. Everybody's been looking for it and can't find it." And I said, "Well, I hate them so much. I promise you, I'll find it." And I said, because it, you know,
You say, "Give me a second."
yeah, and of course I did find it. Yeah, I found it.
I didn't try.
Where was it?
It was Sarge. You know,
I didn't want to find it.
yeah, I know you didn't. You know, you had the bed there. Under the bed, everybody kept looking. But what happens is when they hit these traps, they're dying, so they'll flop around. So that it flopped over and had rolled under the little night table that was right next to the bed. So in between the night table and the bed, I found the evil
That was a
rodent.
great find. wasn't
Yeah,
it?
and it was probably he was
Glad to hear
probably inch and a half, 2 inches long. Field mouse. You know how dangerous they can be. So
They'll take you out.
so I went in there.
They're gonna
and
get you.
kind of bravely removed the dead carcass that was caught in the trap.
But they did trap it.
They did get it. So Cook's Pest Control took out the evil beast. So anyway, if you need the best of the best, they are. Go to cookspest.com. They'll give you a free, thorough inspection and evaluation of your home or business. No obligation to use them, but we love them, and you're going to love them too. Hey, contractors, they'll even do new home construction. What you need there, they can handle that too. So you can be like us, put them to work for you, and sing loud and proud, "Looky, looky, looky, here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control." So, Bubba, we have other stories. This one involving basketball.
Yeah, we have a new scoring leader, Division I, men or women's. Caitlin Clark is now the all-time leader in scoring. She needed 18 points to pass Pistol Pete, who had scored 3,667 points in his 3 seasons at LSU. She did that in the first half alone. She ended up with 35 points, 9 assists, 16 rebounds as number 6 Iowa defeated number 2 Ohio State 93-83. It ended the 15-game winning streak for the Buckeyes, avenged Iowa's overtime loss at Ohio State in January, and put Clark at 3,685 career points, the new leader.
Well, all I could think of, and I told Bubba this in the break, if Pete Maravich had identified as a woman, how many points he would have scored in women's basketball.
Wow. Can you imagine?
I mean, he would have rolled them up.
That'd been a lot.
And I heard you talking to Helms about it, too. You know, when you compare these eras, of course, you know, Pete didn't have the three-point shot.
Yeah, he
didn't have a shot clock.
Only played.
What did he play?
80-something
67 to 7.
Yeah, didn't play but 80-something games. So it's really, it's kind of apples and oranges.
It is.
Can y'all imagine how many points Pistol would have if he'd had three-point shot?
Oh, yeah.
And identified as a woman.
Yeah.
That too. Yeah, he would have dominated.
Yeah.
Well, Caitlin is now known as Ponytail Pete.
How about that?
That's a new fun name for
Isn't
her.
that precious? And you know what you're going to
shoot, man. She put it
no
in.
question. Well, here's one thing I've noticed, and this goes to our second. Let's go on down to the other video because it'll tie these two together. The one with the Duke player, Kyle. Is it Filipowski? But anyway, so Caitlin Clark got run over by a fan storming the court, and so did Kyle. But yet she just broke Pete Maravich's scoring record, and you're about to see Kyle just windmill slamming. They don't seem to be all that affected by getting run over after the court storm. So
well, he recovered.
Yeah, and
they
she
both
did.
did.
Well, she seems to be recovering quite well. Yep. Also, and jam.
Oh wow,
that is a sweet jam right there. I mean, that's
with ease.
And jam.
Anytime your forehead is
and jam
mid net high, that's pretty
Looked like
good.
his head could have
And
almost
jam.
hit the rim.
Let me tell you something.
Top line.
Yeah, that right there. That's when we used to play on the 8-foot goal. I had moments like that. That was just incredible.
Oh yeah.
It was funny because Reese said that a couple of weeks ago he and some of his buddies got in a neighborhood basketball game. You know, and he said, "Man, I didn't think I could still dunk or whatever." And I'm like, "Son, how Oh, it's 9 foot, Dad.
9
foot. Yeah. I'm like, really? I'm surprised at my leaps, Dad.
Well,
I'm like, yeah, well, 9 foot goal. I remember that in the neighborhood.
Well,
we'd get it down to 9, have a good time.
Yeah, because some of the
like NBA.
Some of these guys are really, really tall. So I remember, being before I began to shrink at 6'2", and at 6'2" on an eight.
I think we had an 8 foot. We played on
8 foot. We had an 8 foot goal, and it was real sturdy. It had to be because we were jamming like crazy. I thought to myself, you know what? If this is the way a 10-foot goal looked to me, I think I'd be really good.
Yeah.
I mean,
is this how Shaq feels?
Well,
on a real one?
We played at a guy's house, had an 8 foot goal, and his dad was a welder. So he had welded 2 rims together and then welded it on like a steel backboard.
You could hang on
I mean,
that.
you could have 4 or 5 guys hanging on the rim. It wouldn't mess with it.
Did you ever check on him when it was like a really cold day? Oh, that's a welder. I'm sorry.
Right.
Not well digger.
Different group.
Yeah.
Now, he may have put the pole in the ground.
Right. Yeah. Ours was very heavy duty, just like that. Big time.
Yeah.
And I think our backboard was a piece of plywood.
Yeah. Through a power pole.
It was. All right, so Indiana State playoffs. Bubba, basketball in Indiana is like football in the Deep South.
Yep.
And we have a Catholic school that is trailing by 1 in double overtime, and then this happened. Okay, so we love these.
I love these big games.
I do too. Here we go. Well, look at the crowd.
He's going to throw it in, and it's going to go over the head of the guy. Then he gets to the side and throws it over his head to his partner.
Oh, my goodness.
And that's how they win.
Oh, my goodness.
So everybody chased the ball that went over his head.
Yeah.
He retrieves it, falling out of bounds, throws it over his head to one player left standing on the goal.
Yeah.
On his team.
Who simply checks if the bank is open, and it was.
Yeah,
Wow.
that everybody forgot about.
What if you missed that shot?
So
I know, but you're all over that.
So trailing by 1, got to get it in.
He gets bumped. He's
close to out of bounds.
Did you hear the person? He could tell what was about to happen. He couldn't believe the fact that somebody was there. Because it looks like the kid's just saying, "Oh, here's a desperation throw."
I thought he was going to throw it at the goal. Throw a.
I always look at the other team when this has happened. So if we play it again, don't focus on the team that wins. Focus on the guys in white when it does happen. They can't believe it.
Well, no, you can't believe it.
Was it 15? Was that his man?
Yeah.
The one that got there late?
Mm-hmm. They were standing there with a hand.
I know all this is it's so easy to do now, and because you're not in the heat of the moment. But if you think about it,
look at 15. He got caught up in the moment, ran over there with everybody else.
And see, they don't need even if they're trying to get the ball, you're not going to get it. Stay where you are.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's easy to say when you're not caught up in the moment.
Right.
But I'm with y'all. Is this guy out of bounds? Is this guy out of bounds?
No.
Not yet.
No,
he goes
no,
airborne and releases it.
No, he's not. No, that's incredible.
Wow. And then the guys are like, "Oh no."
Oh, what a terrible, terrible feeling. And the bank is open.
But to y'all's point, even the kid that has the ball, I mean, I'd have clanked it in a second.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you're like, oh, it's on me.
And you know, after that play now, and I don't know what town that is and how big it is, but that play will be talked about for generations to come.
Yeah.
I was there that day.
I was there. We'll never stop talking about it. No, that's exactly what I would be. My teammate, really, really playing hard, does an incredible pass over the top of his head, an absolute miracle. And then I just bank it off the rim. And then he just stood and looked at me. Sorry, I should have thrown it to somebody else. Sorry about that.
Sorry about that.
But
my lucky would have got up there and rolled and rolled and went off and like.
That's exactly what happened.
Or I would have tried to make the shot so perfect. Also, you're
it's still in your hands.
And the game's over. Shoot! We'll be back. So, 866 We Be Big. We'll see any stories we missed. A lot of you are going to be wrapping up the entire day. When we come back, if you missed any Rick and Bubba today, don't forget you can find all the archives at our YouTube channel or our podcast channel. You never have to miss any Rick and Bubba on your own time. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Brooks, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show, the 2 sexiest fat men alive. You know, I'm no stranger to the fridge myself.
Feel the burn.
I got friends. Yeah. Well,
I'll tell you this: if he had a real Bernie Sanders
Not
shirt,
singing there, son.
if he had a real Bernie Sanders shirt on, he would have friends in low places. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
Yes. He
The
would.
I
There it
just
is.
I,
There it is.
I just I can't even. I don't even.
That's why I don't like people, Rick.
Yeah, that's funny.
Right here.
Can I tell you
I
this?
struggle with people because of this.
I don't know who came up with these shirts, and I give them props. And they'll do different topics. Let's say you're someone like my wife that just like loves coffee. I mean, we're gonna find a coffee shop wherever we go, and they have these shirts. I love coffee, and maybe 3 people.
Yeah.
And I saw one the other day. I love deer hunting, and maybe 3 people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't know who came up with this theme.
A
But
lot of truth to it.
There's a lot of
Yes.
You're right.
Yeah.
More every time I see one of those shirts and I read stories like this, I'm like, they're on to something. And 3 may be a big number.
It's why God makes it such a priority.
Yeah.
Because it's such a struggle.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, seriously. I mean, I'm being serious.
It requires some supernatural help.
It really does.
It's why I love our shirt. Jesus loves you, and I'm trying.
Perfect. Yeah. Perfect example.
I'm working on it. It's a little more effort for me.
That's right. That's right. Here's something else to think about. There's people that are just running along with their day right now, okay, and still think it's true.
Can I tell some of you out there?
Still.
Because I can just
Right now.
Listen, I can just picture it because it's happened to us sometimes.
Just comment it.
Listen, take a breath. Breathe. Do y'all love the term tap the brakes?
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Yep.
whoa! I know that you cannot wait to run to Twitter, and you cannot wait
to run somebody down,
to run to Insta and Facebook or whatever else, yickety yak, TikTok, wherever you're running. Okay, you can't wait. You can't wait to snap it and chat it. I mean, you can't wait. You want to say this so fast, and you want the whole wide world to see it. But if you don't start learning to tap the brakes, you're going to continue to the whole wide world to deem you an idiot. Don't rush out there to be deemed an idiot. I try to avoid that. It happens sometimes because I can be an idiot. But how about this? I don't wake up today going, let me rush to be an idiot. I mean, I got something to say. It's better to burn out than to fade away. Hey, if you got something to say, give it a minute. Tap the brakes. Look, we got to get this mentality. We talked about it with journalism, even talked about it, again, this weekend for Rick and Bubba University. We've got to stop this deal of I want to be first. Nobody wants to be first to be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, don't be first to be wrong. First is not always great if you're the first one to be wrong.
Matter of fact, that's really bad to be the first one that's wrong.
It is. If you want to enjoy this social media stuff, let the idiots be wrong. Then you come in when you got the right information and
Clean
say,
it up.
Appreciate you all being first to be wrong, but Barry Sanders is an NFL Hall of Famer who played for Detroit.
Rick, in all fairness,
I want to start playing. Is this Detroit? I mean,
your eyes,
Rick. Really, and to people that didn't see Barry play, I know it could be hard to imagine the Detroit Lions has anybody in the Hall of Fame.
I know.
I got that. It's actually true.
All right. Let everybody eat. We'll come back. We got nearly a full bank of calls. We'll jump through those at 30
I've
seconds.
got friends in low places, Rick. Don't ever forget that.
We'll be back. 866 We Be Big. Your phone calls are next.
Where's
Stretch
my
Armstrong.
Dixie cup?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it it brings me to my knees.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we wrap up our time together today. For a lot of you, others there may be more coming up, and if so, enjoy. So we have some light stuff, but we also have more heavy stuff today, and we didn't talk about this, but because for obvious it's not a happy story, but this shooting in Mississippi at a West Point, Mississippi nightclub, that's pretty horrific. And they're talking about it was really planned out, really methodical, and they're saying that there's 12 people hurt. We have one who's dead. Mm-hmm. Just a terrible thing. That's it looks like it's some kind of club oasis or something like that. Mm-hmm. And they were still investigating, but that's not far from Starkville and that area over there. Like I said, we usually stayed over in that area when we were over visiting when Brooks was there in West Point and all that. So that's a horrible story, and it looks like it was just a very. Did they ever say whether they thought it had something to do with the particular people?
Well, I don't know because
just a murderer who wants to murder people.
As of an hour ago, and we might have more updates that I just don't know about. A security guard chased one of the suspected shooters across the highway, but he got away and disappeared into the woods. And last time I saw it, they were still looking for it.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Wow. So anyway, on a much lighter note, Adler's always trying to get us to be interested in soccer, which is an uphill climb. And I mean a really, really sharp uphill climb. But he thinks that we might be interested in soccer being played in the snow.
Speedy sent this to me. I didn't even find it.
Well, I'll say this, right. And I don't know how old, if it's old, new. I don't know. I don't think it's old, but it just stood out to me that it is snowing hard, and they're playing a soccer game in the snow, and a guy scores. And I just thought
you don't see that.
I thought that was neat because I've never seen this.
Well, you mean scoring or the snow?
Yeah. right.
Yeah, both.
One-on-one with Lloris, and he's beaten him.
Wow, snowing hard.
That's a lot of snow.
Save this time for the Frenchman.
What does it take to postpone a game for weather?
For the Colombian winger, and a massive goal for Real Salt Lake.
This is MLS soccer. This is Major League Soccer.
Yeah. Where are they playing at? Colorado, maybe?
I don't know.
A lot of snow.
I know there's a lot of snow out there.
A lot of snow.
Yeah.
Tremendous amount of snow. But
that kind of just that stood out to me.
Well, it's good to see somebody score.
Yeah, that is good.
I noticed.
I bet they were cold out in them shorts.
I noticed. Yeah, the shorts. I mean, they not own a winter version uniform.
Well, I don't guess they play in snow much.
No. Should we wear our shorts? I don't think so. I think we're clear to put on some thermals.
So they were playing Real Salt Lake.
Okay. All right.
So the Los Angeles Football Club was playing Real Salt Lake. So I guess it was in Salt Lake City.
Would I rather watch, not there, but on a TV, watch them play in the snow? I guess that's a yes.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, I think so. Anything weird like that.
Yeah,
right.
And,
you'd have to watch that.
Are they concerned about their legs at all?
What was the final score? Did it help them to score more?
Yeah, I'd like to
I don't know the final. That just stood out to me. Them trying to keep their.
Are they
keep
in
their
playoff
feet not
contention
fall?
or what?
Right. I don't know. It was just in the snow.
Did y'all like a different colored ball?
Real Salt Lake won 3-0. Beat LA. So
as opposed to fake Salt Lake.
Wait a minute. That's a blowout. That's an offensive juggernaut.
This may be what saves soccer. Let them play on ice.
That's right.
By the way, not much of an effort by the goalie.
I mean, that wasn't even.
By the way, watch the goalie. It looks like the goalie is done with this weather. He hates being out there,
even though he's on one with big gloves on.
Right.
Yeah, it does help a little. But he doesn't get to run around, so he's standing down there freezing.
If he slipped down, it would be an easy game. Right, so he can't get too active.
He helps that guy slips when he kicks.
I'm with you, though, Bubba. If the goalies can't stand up, we can't score more than 3. And one team didn't score at all.
Rick, 3? When's the last time you heard 3 in soccer?
That's pretty blowout.
That's like a 25-run baseball
Well, it just seemed like if I went out there and said, I'm not very good at soccer, they might say, don't worry, the goalies can't stand up. I'd go, okay, well, I think I may do it then.
Or maybe we just put the goalies on ice all the time. Yeah. Maybe that would be better.
Imagine trying to figure out who's offsides in that.
Look, Bubba, at one time you and I had suggested the goalies be removed completely.
That's not a bad suggestion.
No, it's not. All right, so then we have the tumbleweed video. Are these? Does A and B? Do they work together? What's all this?
A lot of tumbleweeds.
Is this a lot of natural disasters here? We got rock slides and wind.
Yeah, nature is scary.
Okay, is the title of this segment "Nature is Scary"?
Yes.
All right, we'll start with the rock slide then.
Oh my goodness, y'all!
All right.
This is where does it say what happened in
at Rock City,
Peru? It's in somewhere in Peru.
That's where it was, y'all. And it has audio as well. Everyone survives, but it doesn't look like it.
Okay. Oh my, Bubba, look.
Oh!
No way.
Oh
my gracious. That's terrible. Oh,
how did everyone survive?
The whole mountain came down.
Look at the hole in the road.
Hey, the windshield
y'all
wipers
gonna have to
still working.
explain this to radio because they just don't know what's
Well,
going
they
on.
heard it.
You got a caravan going on this mountain road and these giant boulders.
I mean,
start
big
coming
ones.
from everywhere.
Y'all, the boulders are as big as a car.
It's a bus coming down the hill.
It's just like we've gone back in time, and those vehicles, of course, if we were back in time, they wouldn't be there. But it looks like that there's some sort of army that's rolling giant rocks down a hill to kill their opponent.
Yeah, it's like Transformers. Transformers are up top, and they're throwing stuff down.
Right.
Yeah. Did you see the orange sign right there where they're going? I'm sure that's warning you for.
I bet it said caution rock slide.
So that bus it
Look
hit,
at it
there was
again.
nobody in the back. Was
I
he
think
just
it was
carrying
the truck.
something?
I think
Oh, it was
hit the trailer.
Okay.
Because I thought it's the same thing.
Yeah.
At first.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
See
You're
the
right.
orange
You're
sign
right.
on the right there.
Oh, beware of rocks falling.
Cuidado.
Oh my
Somebody
goodness.
didn't get their delivery.
Look how the
That guy
look at
almost
the
got
crater.
killed right there.
Oh, that my goodness.
Oh, yeah, back up.
It just destroys the road.
Back up, Terry.
That almost.
Get out of there.
That's when you call your wife and go, "I'm gonna be a little bit late."
Yeah, I got a boulder in the back of the truck.
I haven't seen that since Hamas went after the trucks that were delivering goods for the people who were starving.
Yeah.
Rick Burgess.
Have you not seen the videos?
I have.
Yeah, they do.
You can't even deliver relief without these idiots breaking everybody's windows in and hurting people.
Good gracious.
All right, so now we get into wind.
Not as dangerous, I don't guess, but very eerie. All these tumbleweeds going
tumbleweeds.
across the road.
All right.
I didn't know there were that many tumbleweeds available.
I
in
didn't
one
either.
place.
The attack of the
What is a
tumbleweeds.
tumbleweed?
It's a bush that's become detached and then it rolls around dropping its
the wind.
seeds
I've just seen
across the
westerns with them
countryside.
coming
Okay,
through.
buddy.
Oh, okay.
Look, they're going to snowplow it like snow, and the snowplow the
Look at that.
plow disappears.
Look at
What
all
in the
that.
world?
Oh, well,
You
that's
can even
it.
see the
Bubba,
road.
what would your allergies do in that?
Oh, mine's nose is running watching this.
Look at this guy.
But they're harder than you think. They're not like cotton balls.
Oh, look, it hurt little
he's
fella.
hurt. Little man's
Oh, it
hurt.
hurt little fella.
Sorry,
Oh,
bud.
He tried to be sharp,
He's
but he
got a
wish he had
tumbleweed.
done it.
Does he have virtual goggles on?
Going down the street.
Well, now you
Look-
learn,
look
you
in the
little
yard.
idiot.
Oh
Snow
my
goggles
God!
for
my
wind.
goodness!
No way.
Guys,
That's crazy. It's like a horror
you
flick.
can't see the hat. I mean, the
Looks like those quibbles everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of
Good
tumbleweeds.
How do you
gracious.
get rid of that?
I don't know.
Look, I mean the car is
Block
lost
that
in
nice camper in.
Man, I mean, that's.
Oh, look at these guys.
Oh, man. But I didn't realize how bad they hurt. I didn't think they were that little fellow was
They're
really upset.
harder than you think.
Yeah. How do you
Buddy,
know? What do
you
you know
know-
about tumbleweeds?
I lived in Texas.
There it is.
Where
again.
at?
How do you
San Antonio.
How do you get rid of them? Once you push them up in a pile, what do you do?
Yeah.
You just push them
Right.
into the wind. Say,
Don't-
keep going, be free. And if it comes back to you, that means it loves you.
We discussed that
Well,
the
you
other
don't
day.
wanna-
I've never seen a tumbleweed.
You don't want to set it on fire
You
because
have
then
to.
it would just
They
be a
ain't many-
rolling fireball. Right?
Absolutely.
Rick ain't got
Greg,
a lot of
you-
tumbleweeds in Alabama.
You have seen a tumbleweed.
No. You've seen a tumbleweed.
I've
blow
seen
by.
some in Texas before.
You talking
Well, I'm
about
not talking about
Not
this.
like this.
like
level,
here?
though.
Do we deal with tumbleweeds? Is that what you're asking?
I've never.
And what are they, Adler? Again, they're what?
It's a bush that becomes detached, and then
Dead.
it scatters its seed
Oh, it's Nick Cannon.
across the across the country.
Good night,
That's
everybody.
pretty good,
Don't say
Rick.
another word.
Good night, everybody.
That's pretty good.
Good night, everybody. Thank you
gracious.
for being with us this hour.
Hey.
If you're leaving us, have a great day. If you have more Rick and Bubba, then top of the hour break, and it'll continue. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.